Chapter 196. You should be the one asking yourself. Could it be that you didn't walk in by yourself? Lu Weng said with a smile. I don't even know how I got in here, so I'm asking you. I thought you were the one who brought me in. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had entered an unsolvable state. That's strange. I thought you had already cultivated your soul to the realm of out-of-body experience, Lu Weng said in astonishment. Out-of-body experience? What kind of realm is that? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. For us tree spirits or spirit beasts, it should be at the 8th level or above, and we can condense our divine soul. As for you humans, I'm not sure, Lu Weng explained. 8th level. Ling Xiao's face darkened. 8th level spirit beasts were equivalent to human mystic thearchs. To Ling Xiao, they were undoubtedly godlike existences. Lu Weng had actually said that he had cultivated to the 8th level. This old fellow didn't even think before he spoke. Seeing Ling Xiao's speechless expression, Lu Weng slapped his own head and said, I almost forgot. You're still so young. How could you have reached the 8th level? Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a state. That's right, Elder Lu. Is it because of you that I possess wood attribute energy? Ling Xiao asked. This question had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. He had always felt that it was because of Lu Weng's or the 10,000-year tree's milk. Otherwise, how could he have a 100% wood attribute purity? I think so. Since I'm occupying your sea of consciousness, I'm actually a part of your body. It should have affected your constitution, Lu Weng replied after thinking for a moment. So that's how it is. Then, do you know what it is? Ling Xiao suddenly understood and then pointed at the innate sinister wind bead. What? You don't even know what it is? Lu Weng was flabbergasted. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had found this bead in the abyss of the desolate mountain range, and he had almost lost his life there. Later, the bead had burrowed into his forehead for no reason and then disappeared. Only now did he know that it had always been in his head. Anyone would have an indescribable fear towards the unknown. I really don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have. It is an extremely rare item of nature in the world. It is something that can only be bred in extreme environments after tens of thousands of years. This bead belongs to the baleful dark wind, and is called the innate dark wind bead. Lu Weng sighed and explained to Ling Xiao. It's the natural Yin wind bead. Ling Xiao was greatly startled by Lu Weng's words. In the past, Ling Xiao had read some introductions to these treasures in some ancient books, but there was too little detailed information. He only knew that they existed. That's right. They've lived for over 10,000 years, so they're all sentient creatures. They all have the ability to choose their own masters. Once they approve of someone, any spirit beast or human will obtain a great benefit, said Lu Weng. No wonder my wind attribute is also 100% pure. It seems that this is the reason. Ling Xiao happily looked at the innate dark wind bead and muttered to himself. Such a rare spirit object had actually acknowledged his existence. His mood was extremely good. However, from what Lu Weng said, this innate dark wind bead should be very useful to him. However, he had only been able to use the innate dark wind baleful qi. He didn't know what other uses it had. Presumably, its use is to speed up my cultivation. If I only cultivate the divine wind method, I'm sure my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao guessed. Crap, wasn't I breaking through just now? How did I get here? How do I get out? Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to Spirit Master. Don't worry, this is your body. Since you can come in, it's easy for you to leave. However, I suggest that you stay here a bit longer. It'll be beneficial for you, Lu Weng said from the side. Why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. This is your spiritual sea. Don't you want it to expand a bit? Lu Weng asked back. That's possible? Ling Xiao asked blankly. Yes, but the prerequisite is that you have to communicate with it. Lu Weng pointed at the innate dark wind bead. It can help me expand my sea of knowledge? Of course it can. It's something created by heaven and earth, so the energy it contains is practically limitless. As long as it's willing to help you, it can expand your sea of knowledge even more. This will definitely be extremely beneficial to your cultivation of mental strength. Furthermore, as long as you can communicate with the spiritual qi of the world, you can absorb that spiritual qi to temper your sea of knowledge. This will have an immeasurable effect on your future cultivation, Lu Weng explained. Then how can I communicate with it? Ling Xiao asked. You can try to use your spirit to sense it. Since it has acknowledged you, I'm sure it will help you. Furthermore, this is also a good thing for it. Your sea of knowledge is larger, and the mental strength you can store in the future will be even greater. It can also absorb it to strengthen itself, Lu Weng replied. Ling Xiao thought about it for a moment, and his eyes lit up. All right, I'll try. Ling Xiao walked to the side of the innate dark wind bead and sat down. He began to communicate with it through his spirit. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had been in his sea of knowledge for an entire month. Outside, Mu Huai and Nangong Changle were about to go crazy. Old man Nangong, tell me, what's going on? Didn't you say that your tranquil pill was effective? Why hasn't he woken up after a month? Mu Huai complained to Nangong Changle. It wasn't easy for him to take in a disciple with a bright future, and he really didn't want to see him die. Can you stop making a ruckus here? It's not like you don't know his situation. His body is clearly fine, but he still hasn't woken up. I don't know what to do either, Nangong Changle said in a similarly unhappy tone. For a moment, both of them sighed and didn't say anything else. After a moment of silence, Mu Huai said, Why don't I bring him to see Master? He's experienced and knowledgeable, so he should know what's going on. Nangong Changle nodded. That's the only way. Just as Mu Huai was about to carry Ling Xiao actually opened his eyes. Masters, you're both here? Ling Xiao crawled up and asked in surprise. You brat, you're finally awake. Old man Nangong, hurry up and see if he's all right. Mu Huai cried out in surprise. Nangong Changle grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and inspected it before saying, Strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mu Huai asked nervously. Oh, it's nothing. He's very well. His profound energy is still very stable, and there are no signs of it regressing. It's really rare, Nangong Changle hurriedly replied. It's good that he's fine. Mu Huai heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, You're still a little too impulsive, kid. Forget it, you should stay at Medicine Peak for a while. When you're in a better condition, you can go to Wood Flag Peak to cultivate. After saying that, Mu Huai turned around and left. Ling Xiao felt Mu Huai's care for him and his heart warmed. Master, I've made you worry, Ling Xiao said to Nangong Changle. On the path of cultivation, what is important is tenacious patience, the confidence to move forward bravely, and a calm and steady mind. This time, you failed to break through, so you should reflect on it properly, Nangong Changle said indifferently before leaving Ling Xiao's room. Ling Xiao pondered over Nangong Changle's words and couldn't help but come to a realization. In the past, whenever he wanted to break through to the next level, he would always pay attention to purification and compression. He would only choose to break through when he was in his best condition. This time, he had been too hasty, and coupled with his chaotic state of mind, he had almost died from qi deviation. Fortunately, this time, it could be considered as a blessing in disguise. His spiritual sea had been expanded by more than 5 times by the innate Yin wind bead. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's realm was limited, it would probably be even more than this. Because of this, his mental strength had more than doubled. As long as his mental strength could be consolidated and filled up his current sea of consciousness, he would be able to condense his mental strength into a few more powerful moves. At that time, it wouldn't just be simple needles, fists, palms, and other shaped attacks. For example, he could use his mental strength to form the first form of the cloud-expelling palm, the first form of the wind god's kick, the wind-grasping shadow, the heavenly frost fist's frosty wind pouncing. Using mental strength to form a move would be 10 times more powerful than the previous simple shaped attacks. For those below the mystic night realm, as long as Ling Xiao thought about it, his sea of consciousness would immediately explode and he would die. As for using it against a spirit master, it wouldn't end well for them either. Although Ling Xiao was unable to break through to the spirit master realm this time, he now had a mysterious power that could contend against a spirit master. In the next few days, Ling Xiao once again repaired some of the hidden injuries in his body. At the same time, he tried to use his mental strength to attack a few objects. The power was much stronger than the condensed needle stab from before, causing Ling Xiao to be pleasantly surprised. "Is boss in?" Hua Xiaogui's voice rang out from outside the room. "Greetings, Senior Hua. Senior Ling is in the room." An outer sect disciple outside the door replied. This outer sect disciple was Yu Lang, who was previously guarding the spirit herb garden. After more than a year of testing, Ling Xiao felt that Yu Lang was rather honest and reliable. He was also extremely persistent in refining medicine. Although Tenbin wasn't high, Ling Xiao was still lacking a follower, so he let Yu Lang follow him. Ling Xiao bounced off the bed and walked out of the room. Looking at Hua Xiaogui, who was beaming with happiness, he said, "Little turtle, why are you smiling so lasciviously? Is there something good?" "Hee, boss. Master told us to go to the Jade Spring Pavilion to get the 1,000-year green pond grass to refine the ice-cold pill." Hua Xiaogui laughed strangely. "You brat, so you have an excuse to go see Little Snow. No wonder you're so happy." Ling Xiao joked. "Look at what you're saying. It's not like you don't know my feelings for Little Snow. It's already been a year and I've only reached the 2nd level. I don't know if I can really reach the 3rd level in another 2 years." Hua Xiaogui said. "You have to believe in yourself. Let's go to the Jade Spring Pavilion. I heard that there are many beauties there. I really want to see them." Ling Xiao said a sentence of encouragement. Then he put his arm around Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and walked in the direction of the Jade Spring Pavilion. Chapter 197. The Jade Spring Pavilion was located in a mountain region facing south in the north. In the middle of the mountain, there was an icy spring. The spring here was cold all year round, so the temperature around the main peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion was much lower than that of other peak regions. The environment here was beautiful, and hundreds of flowers bloomed deliciously. The plum trees were dotted with plum stars, and they were like stars that emitted a boundless starlight that mesmerized one's mind. If there was a great master who knew formations here, they would definitely be able to tell that this was the plum blossom bewildering formation. If an ordinary person didn't have someone familiar with this formation to guide them, they would most likely be lost once they entered and be trapped to death without being able to find a way out. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were trapped inside. Before coming here, Hua Xiaogui hadn't even finished listening to Nangong Changle's instructions. She had impatiently gone to find Ling Xiao and come with him to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Unexpectedly, they had arrived at this plum blossom forest at the foot of the mountain and gotten lost. "Boss, you said this is a formation forest?" Hua Xiaogui asked Ling Xiao with her mouth wide open. Ling Xiao sat down and smiled. "That's right. Every plum blossom tree here looks like they're planted in a mess, but there's a certain pattern to it. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but after walking for an hour, we're still walking in circles. This is definitely a formation forest. What should we do? Should we call for help?" Hua Xiaogui asked with a downcast expression. "What the hell are you calling for? If they wanted to let us in, they would have already sent people to bring us out. They're clearly trying to trap us here," Ling Xiao said unhappily. "No way. We're not enemies, so why would they want to trap us here?" Hua Xiaogui asked in confusion. "How are you going to ask me?" "Sit down first, I'll think about how to break the formation," Ling Xiao said to Hua Xiaogui as he patted the ground. "Boss, you even know formations?" Hua Xiaogui asked with a face full of worship. "A little bit. I don't know if you still remember, so don't bother me for now," Ling Xiao said impatiently before sinking into deep thought. Hua Xiaogui obediently shut her mouth and sat down. She thought to herself, "As expected of my boss, he's really proficient in everything." However, in the plum blossom maze formation, 2 beautiful figures were hiding not far away, watching Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui. They were 2 young girls. Both of them looked elegant and refined, but in comparison, the girl with the plum blossom knot on her head was more beautiful and pure. This young girl was dressed in pink satin, which made her figure seem as graceful as a snake. She was exquisite, and she was like the queen of flowers in a field of flowers as she stood proudly. She pointed a finger at her jade-like lips, a cunning look in her eyes, like a mischievous little devil. She stared at Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui in front of her. No one knew what she was planning. "Junior sister, is it appropriate for us to do this? The pavilion master will blame you," a woman wearing green satin beside the pink girl said in a low voice. This woman was a few years older than the pink girl beside her. "What are you afraid of? They came in on their own, and it's not your fault. Even if the pavilion master blames you, I'll take care of it." "Really?" The pink girl pouted with slight dissatisfaction. "But they're senior brothers from Medicine Peak, and the pavilion master has already ordered us to bring them in," said the green-clothed woman. "All right, if they can't break the formation in another hour, then we'll bring them out. In any case, this little bit of time won't make a difference," said the pink girl unwillingly. Seeing the pink girl like this, the green-clothed woman didn't dare to say anything else. Who asked her to have such a special identity? After a while, Ling Xiao stood up, a charming smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "The plum blossom formation is arranged according to Qian 1, Dui 2, Li 3, Zhen 4, Sun 5, Qin 6, Gen 7 and Kuan 8. The Jade Spring Pavilion's water gate is the Qin gate, and the Qin gate is the life gate." As Ling Xiao spoke, he walked according to the pattern, changing directions every 6 steps. Hua Xiaogui naturally followed behind, but he didn't understand what Ling Xiao was talking about. He felt that as long as he followed his boss, he would definitely not go wrong. "Junior sister, they're going to walk out," the green-clothed woman slightly exclaimed. "I saw it. I really didn't expect that this guy would know a bit about formations. But we can't let them walk out so easily, otherwise where would this lady's face go?" The pink girl angrily said. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" the green-clothed woman worriedly asked. "Just watch," the pink girl lightly said. Following that, her delicate hand made a few profound hand seals, and a wave of profound energy rippled out like a dense fog. Only a moment later, the entire plum blossom forest became hazy, and it was impossible to see the true direction. It was as if they were in a maze. "Let's see how you're going to tell the direction this time," the pink girl said to herself with a pale smile after swallowing 2 medicinal pills. It seemed that the move just now had consumed a lot of her profound energy. The green-clothed woman at the side looked even more worried. She was the disciple in charge of receiving the disciples, but now she had trapped the people she was supposed to receive in the plum blossom forest. If this was known by the pavilion master, she was afraid that she wouldn't have a good life. "Don't be in a daze, follow them and see if they can still walk out." The pink girl was like a naughty child, pulling the green-clothed woman and chasing after Ling Xiao. "Boss, why is there fog for no reason? This is great, we really can't walk out." Hua Xiaogui looked at the place where he couldn't see his fingers in front of him, and said in distress. Ling Xiao slightly frowned, and in his heart he was puzzled. Why is there suddenly fog? Someone is definitely playing tricks. He felt that the sudden appearance of the fog was a little inconceivable, but he couldn't understand why. In the Purple Sky sect, who would play such a boring trick? Could it be that it was a test to enter the Jade Spring Pavilion? "All right, I'll take it as a test," Ling Xiao murmured, and then said to Hua Xiaogui, "Little turtle, follow closely." After saying that, Ling Xiao walked faster, and the fog in front of him didn't affect his vision at all. In fact, he had already opened his spiritual force. The spiritual force was like an invisible guide, and within a radius of 500 meters, nothing could escape from Ling Xiao's senses. Sure enough, there's a ghost. Ling Xiao seemed to have sensed something, smiled slightly, and sped up a bit. "Boss, wait for me." Hua Xiaogui followed behind Ling Xiao. Behind them, 2 beautiful figures followed like shadows. Damn, how can he still find the right direction? The pink girl stamped her feet, and hurriedly chased after them. The green girl shook her head, and still followed the pink girl. After a while, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui finally walked out of the plum blossom forest, and a staircase leading to the main peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion appeared in front of them. "We're finally out. Boss, let's go up," Hua Xiaogui said with a sigh of relief. "No need to rush. Let's rest for a bit, and wait for the people behind us," Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. "The people behind us?" Hua Xiaogui asked doubtfully. Sure enough, after a while, two beautiful figures rushed out of the plum blossom forest. Ling Xiao calmly looked at the two of them. The slightly older girl in green was considered to be above average in terms of beauty. Her body was not bad. She was fat where she should be, thin where she should be. In the secular world, she could be considered to be a beautiful woman. The more attractive one was the girl in pink. She had a delicate face, bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was delicate and glossy. She had a slender waist, and her slightly angry expression revealed a bit of annoyance. She was very likable. "Two beauties, aren't you tired after following us for so long?" Ling Xiao sneered with his arms crossed in front of his chest. These two were clearly disciples of the Jade Spring Pavilion, and they actually dared to make fun of them. Naturally, Ling Xiao was in a bad mood. "I'm sorry, senior apprentice brother." The green-robed girl revealed an embarrassed expression. She was originally an outer disciple in charge of leading people up the mountain. She was indeed in the wrong, but could she be blamed? The green-robed girl hadn't finished speaking when the pink-robed girl took 2 steps forward. Her beautiful eyes glanced over Ling Xiao's face, and that angry expression suddenly turned into a sly smile. "How did you break the plum blossom bewildering formation?" This girl seemed to be exceptionally bold, and her proud and firm breasts were almost touching Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao smelled the faint fragrance of this girl, and he was incomparably intoxicated. When he took a closer look, although this girl's appearance was a bit lacking compared to Yun Mingqi and Ji Beixin, she was pure and pleasant, like a next-door girl. Ling Xiao took a step back and proudly said, "What's so difficult about it? If it was a simple formation, it would only be able to block a few brainless fellows." "According to what you're saying, you're also an expert in formations?" The girl revealed an expression of worship and moved even closer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very pleased with this girl's expression, and in his heart he thought, "Could it be that I'm going to have some luck with women? I can't be considered an expert, but I do know a thing or two about some small formations." Ling Xiao straightened his back. To be honest, he did know a little bit about some simple formations. This was something he had done on a whim in his previous life, and he had studied it for a period of time. Unfortunately, in the end, he gave up on it because he couldn't bring himself to do so. "Brag, keep on bragging," the girl said disdainfully in her heart, but she still smiled and said, "Then what's senior apprentice brother's name? In the future, I'll look for you to study it together, okay?" "I'm Ling Xiao from Medicine Peak, and he's my junior apprentice brother, Hua Xiaogui. Normally, my time is very limited, but if I want to study formations with a beauty like you, junior apprentice sister, then of course it's not a problem." Ling Xiao looked at the girl in pink and said, Wu Xixue had long been engaged to Hua Xiaogui, so Ling Xiao didn't have any ideas about her. But this girl in front of him was so innocent and cute that he couldn't bear to hurt her heart, so he reluctantly discussed it with her. "Then it's settled. When I have time, I'll go to Medicine Peak to find you," the girl said happily, and then pulled the green-clothed girl away. This young master's character is not to be trifled with. Even such cute girls are my fans. Life is such a carefree life. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he watched the two girls walk away. "Boss, you're really worthy of being the boss. Even a girl sent herself to your door," Hua Xiaogui said worshipfully. "Of course, otherwise how could I be your boss?" "But, boss, you don't seem to know what her name is? Could it be that she's just tricking you?" That can't be. She looks so innocent and cute, she doesn't seem like she's lying, right? My mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie." Chapter 198. So hateful I actually let them escape. This isn't fun at all. The girl in pink returned to her residence and said unhappily. She had originally wanted to trap Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui for a bit longer, but she hadn't expected them to break the formation. Moreover, they weren't affected by her fog. Just now, she had deliberately tried to curry favor with Ling Xiao in order to divert Ling Xiao's attention so that he wouldn't pursue their mistakes. My dear daughter, who made you angry? A graceful voice came from outside the house, and then a beautiful woman walked in. She was the pavilion master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Wen Haiyan, and the girl in pink was her daughter, Wen Qidi. Isn't it that hateful Ling Xiao? Wen Qidi was in a fit of anger and had forgotten that the person who had come was her mother. Hateful Ling Xiao? My dear daughter, did he bully you? Did he take advantage of you? Wen Haiyan said in surprise. Mother, what are you talking about? Wen Qidi blushed slightly and speechlessly said, could it be that he bullied you and you don't want to admit it? Wen Haiyan arrived in front of her daughter and said with slight anger. No, what are you thinking? Wen Qidi angrily replied. You really didn't? Really? That's good. I was wondering who would be so daring to bully my daughter. Wen Haiyan said with a sigh of relief. Of course, it has always been me who bullies others. No one can bully me. Wen Qidi curled her sexy lips. Is that so? Then tell your mother, how did you get to know Ling Xiao? That young fellow is not bad, but it's a pity that he has entered the medicine peak. Wen Haiyan sighed. Wen Qidi hesitated for a moment and then told her what had happened at the foot of the peak. However, she had twisted the matter a bit. She said that Ling Xiao didn't need their guidance and forcibly broke through the plum blossom forest. In the end, he even broke the plum blossom bewildering formation and ridiculed them. Wen Haiyan understood her daughter's character. She was just like a little witch. She would only believe half of what she said. Perhaps her daughter was angry because she did not lead the other party through the plum blossom forest, but the other party broke through the plum blossom forest. This little fellow really does have some ability. He was actually able to break the plum blossom confounding formation. Wen Haiyan's interest in Ling Xiao grew. Ling Xiao's ice attribute was over 90% when he had tested his attribute purity. He must have hit the jackpot. The more Wen Qidi thought about it, the more unwilling she became. Wen Haiyan kindly smiled at her daughter and said, let's go, mother will seek justice for you. I think it's better to forget about it. I am a great person and do not hold grudges against others. Wen Kudai did not dare to go with her mother to find trouble with Ling Xiao. If her matter was exposed, she would definitely be scolded again. Let's go. If they want to take the 1,000-year jade pool grass, they have to get my permission first. Wen Haiyan took her daughter's hand and brought her over, regardless of whether she was willing or not. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui walked all the way to the top of Jade Spring Peak and were amazed by the beautiful scenery here. It was because all the women here were beautiful and moving. They were beautiful and alluring, and they each had their own merits. Both of them were dumbstruck by the sight of this. These women were all Jade Spring Pavilion disciples, both inner and outer sect disciples. Hua Xiaogui was still calm, but Ling Xiao could not. Ever since he left Meteor City, he had not touched a woman for more than a year. Seeing so many beautiful women, the male in his heart was stimulated. He really wished that all the women in front of him were his maids. Boss, you are drooling. Hua Xiaogui reminded him. Hiss. Ling Xiao sucked in a mouthful of saliva and pretended to be serious. I am a little hungry. Quickly take the 1,000-year jade pool grass and leave. In fact, it was him who felt uncomfortable looking at these beautiful women. Ling Xiao was originally handsome and tall, soft but firm. Plus, he was wearing the robes of an inner sect disciple of Medicine Peak. Many beautiful women boldly threw flirtatious glances at him, causing his body to heat up. At this time, a female deacon stepped forward and said to Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui, what business do the two of you have with my Jade Spring Pavilion? This deacon, we are here on the orders of my master to take the 1,000-year jade pool grass. Please inform the pavilion master. Ling Xiao said to the woman seriously, but his eyes were on the other party's proud breasts. The female deacon frowned and replied, wait a moment, I will go and inform the pavilion master. However, before the female deacon could go far, she saw Wen Haiyan walking over. Greetings, pavilion master. For a moment, the surrounding female disciples all bowed to Wen Haiyan. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui also bowed to greet her. However, when they saw Wen Qidi holding Wen Haiyan's arm, they were a little confused. Did your master ask you to come and take the 1,000-year jade pool grass? Wen Haiyan asked lightly. Yes, Pavilion Master. My master urgently needs to refine a batch of ice-cold pills and is lacking the 1,000-year jade poolgrass. Ling Xiao replied, secretly glancing at Wen Qidi. Ice-cold pills? It seems that we really shouldn't stay in that place for long. Wen Haiyan frowned slightly and said to herself. Then she said to the female deacon who hadn't left, Mingyue, take him to get the 1,000-year jade poolgrass. Ling Xiao thought that Wen Haiyan was talking about him, so he cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master Wen. Thus, he wanted to leave with Hua Xiaogui and the female deacon. Ling Xiao, you stay. You can go with her. Wen Haiyan pointed at Hua Xiaogui and said. Ling Xiao didn't understand and stopped. Hua Xiaogui glanced at Ling Xiao and saw Ling Xiao nod to her, so she left with the female deacon. Is there anything else Pavilion Master Wen needs? Ling Xiao asked. In his heart, he was thinking, could it be that she wants to be a matchmaker for that girl? This is not easy. This young master is not a casual person. What's more, I already have Meng Qi. If she finds out, wouldn't it be miserable? I heard that you've become a disciple of both Medicine Peak and Wood Flag Peak. Is this true? Wen Haiyan looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, Yes, I am indebted to the two masters for not abandoning me. Ling Xiao has already become a disciple of Master Nangong and Master Mu. One disciple, two masters. This is a precedent in our sect. You should be proud. Wen Haiyan lightly praised. Then she said, Then are you interested in becoming a disciple of my Jade Spring Pavilion? Ice attribute attacks are much stronger than wood attribute attacks. Well, Ling Xiao looked embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. He cultivated the three-part origin returning qi. He cultivated three attributes at the same time. He didn't need to cultivate fire, ice, and wind attribute Xian arts. Therefore, he never thought of becoming a disciple of Wen Haiyan. My mother is kind enough to take you in, but you are actually so reluctant. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Wen Qidi said with dissatisfaction. Qidi, don't be rude. Wen Haiyan lightly snorted, but her face didn't have the slightest hint of blame. It was the first time that she could put down her pride and say these words to Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's great potential, she would have disdained to do this. Pavilion Master Wen, many thanks for your love for Ling Xiao. If I were to become a disciple of the Jade Spring Pavilion, I'm afraid it would cause others to criticize me. Moreover, I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Ling Xiao can do two things at once, but to do three things at once is really... Ling Xiao tactfully refused. And what you said is reasonable. I won't force you on this matter. Wen Haiyan agreed. Then she glanced at Wen Qidi and said, Just now I heard Qidi say that you broke the plum blossom bewildering formation? It was purely a fluke. It is good for young people to know how to be humble. Wen Haiyan praised. Then she said, This is my daughter, Wen Qidi. She is also your junior apprentice sister. She is a girl who is bored staying on the mountain all day. When you have time, you can take her to the city for a stroll. This time, Ling Xiao was a bit dumbfounded as he looked at Wen Haiyan. At the side, Wen Qidi was also stunned. Then she revealed a happy smile and said, That's right. Apart from cultivating all day, I'm almost bored to death. Senior apprentice brother Ling Xiao, when you have time, you can take me out for a stroll. After saying that, Wen Qidi actually ran over and held Ling Xiao's hand, acting like a spoiled child. It was as if she was flirting with her lover. Ling Xiao was increasingly unable to understand what was going on with this mother and daughter pair. But since the elder had already spoken, if he still didn't agree, then he wouldn't know how to appreciate kindness. So he immediately agreed. That's great. Then next time when I come to play with you, you can't refuse. Wen Qidi clasped her hands together and smiled. Absolutely not. Ling Xiao patted his chest. All right, you young people should get to know each other better. Wen Haiyan said and then pulled Wen Qidi away. Ling Xiao scratched his head and muttered, What is this? Could it be that you want to seduce me with your beauty? This young master's will is very firm. After Hua Xiaogui obtained the 1,000-year jade pond grass, she wanted to meet with Wu Sixue. Unfortunately, The deacon refused to reveal any information, so she could only helplessly return with Ling Xiao. After returning to Medicine Peak, Nangong Chengal gathered all the inner sect disciples at the foot of the peak to discuss matters within the inner hall. Ling Xiao discovered that a few of his martial uncle Zhu Ruchang's disciples were missing. Ming Kuo and Chang Ruchang were also not present, but Yang En and his disciples were present. There was also a 35-year-old third-rank alchemist. This person was Nangong Chengal's head disciple, Chao Nanxian. He was also Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui's senior apprentice brother, and the only true disciple of Medicine Peak. Chao Nanxian's appearance was unprepossessing, but he never smiled. He looked like a very serious person. However, when he found out that Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were his junior apprentice brothers, he still greeted them with a smile. At this time, Nangong Chengal, who was sitting at the head, opened his mouth and said, "Today, I have gathered all of you here to announce something." He paused for a moment before saying, "I have 300 sets of spirit herbs to refine the ice-cold pill. All disciples, come forward and collect 50 sets of spirit herbs. In 3 days, you must refine these 50 sets of spirit herbs into ice-cold pills." When these words came out, all the disciples were in an uproar. To refine 50 sets of stage 2 ice-cold pills in 3 days, this seemed a little too difficult. This is a mission from the sect, and the situation is urgent. No matter what method you use, you must complete the mission as soon as possible. This can also be considered a test for you. Whoever can complete the mission within 3 days and have a success rate of 70% will be rewarded with 10 low-grade mysterious crystals. Those who reach 80% will be rewarded with 20 low-grade mysterious crystals. Those who don't waste any spirit herbs will be rewarded with 1 mid-grade mysterious crystal. When Nangong Chengal finished speaking, the disciples in the hall all revealed expressions of excitement. Chapter 199. A piece of middle-grade profound crystal was equivalent to 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystal. The temptation of this reward could be said to be extremely great. Other than Violet Sky Peak, Medicine Peak was the most abundant of the other 7 peaks. This was not a lie at all. As alchemists, although they were part of the sect, they still had to receive remuneration for refining medicinal pills. It was impossible for them to sit around and eat for free. Although the remuneration they received from their fellow sect members was not much, it accumulated to a very large amount of wealth. Moreover, they would provide a batch of medicinal pills every once in a while and auction them off at the Violet Sky City's auction. That income was quite large. Other than a portion of the tribute to the sect, there was also a portion that was left for Medicine Peak to use. All right, you can all disperse. Junior brother and Nan Xian, stay behind. After Nangong Chengal had people distribute the spirit herbs, he let the others disperse first. Only Nangong Chengal, Yang En, and Chao Nan were left in the main hall. "Senior brother, is something big going to happen over there?" Yang En asked first. "They shouldn't be able to hold on for long. There are more and more people being poisoned over there. Fortunately, they are only mild. As long as there are enough ice-cold pills, they can be suppressed. Now that the junior brothers are short on manpower, we have to rush out this batch of ice-cold pills overnight." Nangong Chengal replied with a serious expression. "Since that's the case, why don't you let everyone evacuate? Do you want everyone to be poisoned before they are satisfied?" Yang En asked in confusion. There are still a lot of resources that have not been extracted. The sect naturally cannot give up so easily. However, it is already nearing the end. As long as we speed up, everyone will be able to evacuate in less than 2 months. I asked you two to stay behind so that the 2 of you can head there first to support the junior brothers, Nangong Chengal said. There are still 2 months, we should be able to hold on. It's just that in terms of spirit herbs, we don't know if we can keep up, Yang En muttered. It should be enough. You can leave now. I will have someone escort the ice-cold pills over in 3 days, Nangong Chengal said. At this time, Chao Nan, who had been silent all this time, said, Master, there are so many yang poisons there, could there be the legendary? Before Chao Nan could finish speaking, Nangong Chengal interrupted him. That's impossible. If that thing really existed, then it would have already turned into hell. How could it allow us to mine it? You can't speak carelessly about this outside, or else it might cause trouble. Seeing Nangong Changle's serious expression, Chao Nen nodded slightly and did not dare to say anything else. After Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui received their tasks, they went into their respective alchemy rooms and began to refine pills. After receiving the ice-cold pill, Hua of Sect, of Spirit, Hua Sect, Pill, Sect, and Sect Hua Sect, Ling Sect Hua to of Sect. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what the sect needed so many cold ice pills for, since it was a mission, he would do his best to complete it. Moreover, refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was an extremely easy matter for him. Nangong Changle set a deadline of 3 days to refine 50 batches of ice-cold pills. Ling Xiao worked day and night and finished in less than 2 days. Moreover, his success rate was as high as 100%. After more than a year of bitter training, his flame shadow hand could already produce 36 palm shadows. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless, and his efficiency was unmatched. Of course, Ling Xiao was still dissatisfied with his current state. He still needed to reach a higher goal. Although he was already a third-grade alchemist, he didn't refine many third-grade pills. One reason was that he didn't dare to refine in the mountain, and the other reason was that he didn't have many spirit herbs to refine third-grade pills. He knew that only after he broke through to the spirit master level would he announce his status as a third-tier alchemist. This might be more acceptable. Otherwise, people would look at him like a monster. 3 days later, everyone once again gathered in the main hall. "Take out your pills," Nangong Changle, who was sitting on the highest seat, said. At this time, the 5 disciples all took out their pills and placed them on the table. Every one of them had a confident smile on their faces. Only Ling Xiao did not seem to care. "Boss, how many pills did you refine this time?" Hua Xiaogui smiled from the side. Looking at his happy expression, the success rate should not be low. "You'll find out soon enough," Ling Xiao replied calmly. At this time, an attendant had already come down to count the number of pills. Qi Chaoquan refined a total of 305 pills, lost 195 pills. Success rate is 60%. The attendant said as he counted the pills in front of a slightly chubby young man. Qian Fan refined a total of 360 pills, lost 140 pills. Success rate is 70%. Chen Zhangxian refined a total of 420 pills, lost 80 pills. Success rate is 82%. These 3 were all disciples under Yang An. Next, it was Hua Xiaogui's turn to count the pills. Hua Xiaogui refined a total of 380 pills, lost 120 pills. Success rate is 76%. After announcing Hua Xiaogui's success rate, Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the top, had a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Hua Xiaogui's performance. Indeed, Hua Xiaogui had only been in the sect for a year, but he had already advanced from a first-grade alchemist to a second-grade alchemist. Furthermore, his success rate was above 70%. This Tenbin was definitely not ordinary. It had to be known that Yang An's 3 disciples were all around 30 years old and had been in the sect for quite some time. On the other hand, Hua Xiaogui was only 18 years old. Comparing the 2 of them, it was obvious who was more outstanding. "Boss, it's your turn. Seeing that your bottle is filled to the brim, it should be above 80%, Hua Xiaogui said very quickly. Ling Xiao smiled but did not comment. The attendant began to count Ling Xiao's pills. Unexpectedly, after counting once, he counted again with a strange expression on his face. Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the top, said unhappily, "Are you done counting?" "I'm done." The attendant's hands trembled as he put down all the pills and answered. "Then why aren't you announcing the results?" Ling Xiao refined a total of 500 pills without any loss. Success rate is 100%. As soon as he said this, the hall went silent for a moment. Then, everyone looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Yang An's disciples were cursing in their hearts, "This guy must have cheated." Only Hua Xiaogui had a look of worship on her face as she exclaimed, "Boss, you're too abnormal." "It's just a small matter," Ling Xiao replied in a low voice. For the sake of a middle-grade mysterious crystal, Ling Xiao would not hold back. Although there were many mysterious crystals in his spatial ring, these things were not so troublesome after reaching the Spirit Master level. Nangong Chengal revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Good, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. Chen Zhongxian is also very outstanding. You guys need to continue working hard and quickly break through to the 3rd grade, understand? Everyone else needs to work harder as well." Everyone agreed, and the attendant began to distribute the mysterious crystals to everyone. Only Qi Chaoquan, who had not passed the 7th level, did not receive a single piece. His expression was extremely ugly and ashamed. "Ling Xiao, stay behind. Everyone else, disperse," Nangong Chengal announced. Soon, only Nangong Chengal and Ling Xiao were left in the hall. Nangong Chengal squinted at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. You didn't even waste a single pill. Even a 3rd-grade alchemist wouldn't have such a high success rate." Ling Xiao was slightly startled and was puzzled. Could it be that Master saw through it? "It's all thanks to Master's teachings," Ling Xiao replied. To be honest, between Nangong Chengal and Mu Huai's 2 masters, Mu Huai was more attentive to Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Nangong Chengal treated Hua Xiaogui better. One could tell just by looking at how much Nangong Chengal paid attention to Hua Xiaogui. However, Ling Xiao would not take this to heart. After all, Nangong Chengal had imparted quite a bit of alchemy to him. "This is the result of your own hard work. Presumably, when you break through to the Spirit Master level, it will be the time for you to reach the 3rd grade." Nangong Chengal sighed. When he was the same age as Ling Xiao, he was just an alchemist who had just started his career. Compared to Ling Xiao, his Tenbin was far inferior. However, he did not know how far Ling Xiao could go. Some geniuses were amazing in the early stages, but they would be greatly disappointed in the later stages. Take Lu Dong as an example. He was a very good example. There were also many people who were unknown and only rose up like comets in the later stages. This was called great talents maturing slowly. Although the former might not necessarily fall silent, there was always an exception to everything. Nangong Chengal naturally did not want Ling Xiao to be just a flower that appeared once in a while. Since he had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple, he naturally wanted to see Ling Xiao surpass his existence. However, he paid more attention to Hua Xiaogui's growth out of selfishness. Disciple will naturally reach the 3rd grade as soon as possible and will not disappoint Master, Ling Xiao replied. However, in his heart, he was thinking, the next step is to break through to the 4th grade. It's good that you can think this way. I've asked you to stay because I have something for you to do. Are you willing to do it? Nangong Chengal asked. Master, please instruct me, Ling Xiao replied, but he was still puzzled. Nangong Chengal nodded and then threw something towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao caught it and was surprised to find that it was a ring. This spatial ring is something that will only be given to you after you become a true disciple, but now that the situation is urgent, I'll give it to you in advance. You just need to drop a drop of your blood essence on it and it will automatically recognize you as its master, Nangong Chengal explained. Space ring. Ling Xiao gawked for a moment before asking in surprise. He hadn't expected that Nangong Chengal would actually give him such a precious spatial ring. Nangong Chengal looked at Ling Xiao's surprised expression and smiled slightly. That's right, this time's mission is for you to deliver the glacial pills to Flame Valley and hand them over to your martial uncles. You will also be accompanied by your senior brothers and senior sisters from the other peaks. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, why does Master want me to go? If something happens? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Why would Nangong Chengal give him a precious spatial ring for no reason just to have him deliver a pill? This was your Master Mu's request to the sect master. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't have fallen into your hands, Nangong Chengal said with a smile. Master Mu. Ling Zhao's heart was inexplicably moved. In the eyes of others, this stingy old man was incomparably generous and lovable in his heart. Chapter 200. Nangong Changle had Ling Xiao store all the ice-cold pills and the hundreds of spirit herbs needed to refine them into his space ring. Although there will be senior brothers and sisters responsible for your safety along the way, we cannot afford to fail this mission. Consider this armor a small gift from your master. Nangong Changle's hand flashed, and a piece of armor that emitted a warm yellow light appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this armor was a third-rank Xian weapon. Wow, looks like this mission isn't going to be easy. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he took Wei Jia. Nangong Changle walked in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted his shoulder. Escorting the pills is one thing. You also need to stay in Flame Valley to help your martial uncle refine even more ice-cold pills. This trip will take at most 2 months. Your Master Mu hopes that you will be able to reap some benefits from this trip. When you return, you will be able to suppress your inner demons and break through to Spirit Master level. I will not disappoint the 2 masters, Ling Xiao replied solemnly. This mission was actually very simple and easy. He only needed to escort the pills and there would be people to take care of him. There should not be any accidents. When he arrived at the destination, he just had to stay and help refine more ice-cold pills. This task could have been done by anyone, but Mu Huai asked for this task for Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted Ling Xiao to go out and relax. After all, Ling Xiao had just failed to break through to Spirit Master. A normal person would have their meridians damaged and their Xian energy regressed. However, Ling Xiao had only been unconscious for a month. When he woke up, there was nothing wrong with his realm. As long as he could overcome his inner demons, Ling Xiao believed that it would be possible for him to make another breakthrough. However, Mu Huai did not know that although Ling Xiao had failed to break through to Spirit Master, it did not cause him to form an inner demon. Instead, he communicated with the innate sinister wind pearl in his consciousness and expanded his consciousness by several times. It could be said that he had gained a lot. He was extremely happy, so how could he form an inner demon? However, Ling Xiao would not reject this trip. He really needed to adjust his state of mind and feel the existence of the spiritual qi so that he could break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. He couldn't just stay in the sect, which would instead hinder his state of mind. If people knew that Ling Xiao had obtained a space ring after going out to handle some matters, it was likely that everyone would become envious, because only true disciples of the sect were eligible to obtain space rings. After resting for a day, Ling Xiao was led to the sect square by a deacon in the Medicine Peak. At this time, there were already several young people gathered in the square. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that there were many familiar faces here, especially that light blue figure, which he simply couldn't get rid of. She's going too? That's great! Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Ling Xiao, you finally arrived. We've all been waiting for you. The inner sect administrator, Xing Zhantian, immediately called out when he saw Ling Xiao. Greetings, Xing Zhantian. Ling Xiao returned to his senses and bowed slightly to Xing Zhantian. Good kid, you're still so polite after becoming a Medicine Peak disciple. How rare, how rare. Xing Zhantian patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. The first day he saw Ling Xiao, he felt that this kid was not ordinary. Furthermore, not only did Ling Xiao obtain first place in the trial, he was also the disciple of the various peak lords. This made him think even more highly of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he felt that there was a need to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Who knows, this kid might become a rising star in the sect in the future. Xing Zhantian, it's time to go. An urging voice called out from not far away. Okay, everyone get ready to go. Xing Zhantian seemed to be extremely afraid of that person and immediately called out to everyone. Ling Xiao jumped onto the high-rank 2-gale eagle that the Medicine Peak deacon had prepared for him. However, just as he was about to fly, a warm and soft body made its way over. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that it was Yu Lian, who had come to the Purple Sky sect with him before. Today, this girl was still dressed in beautiful red satin. Her hair was simply tied up, making her look extremely fresh and capable. Her pair of soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes were extremely alluring, and her proud figure emitted a faint fragrance that seeped into one's heart, causing one's blood to boil. Senior Apprentice Sister Yen, what are you doing? Ling Xiao made a little boy is scared gesture. In truth, he didn't dare to flirt around right now. That figure not far away was watching him. If she thought that he had an affair with Yu Lion, then it would be very troublesome. Hee, this gale eagle of yours is not bad. I want to ride it with you. Yu Yenlai looked at Ling Xiao flirtatiously and sweetly smiled. The two of them were so close that those who didn't know would think that they were a couple. No, I have a mission. Senior apprentice Sister Yen, don't play with me, said Ling Xiao bitterly. Yu Lian saw that Ling Xiao was in such a difficult position and knew that the sect had an urgent mission. She immediately pretended to be angry and returned to her azure wind crane. Looking at Ling Xiao, she thought to herself, sooner or later I'll make you submit under my skirt. No, I definitely have to keep my distance from this girl. Otherwise, if Meng Qi misunderstands, it'll be terrible. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Stepping onto the Gale Eagle's thick back, he rose into the air. In just a moment, all the azure wind cranes and Gale Eagles in the plaza took off. There were a total of 15 people on this trip. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a few inner sect disciples and a few inner sect attendants. There were a few people Ling Xiao recognized. The veiled one was naturally his most beloved woman, Yun Mingqi. There was also the snow-white Bing Ruoshui and the flirtatious Yu Lian. Other than the three great beauties, there was also Huang Yifeng and Shi Tianhou. As for the other disciples, Ling Xiao didn't recognize them. Of the inner sect attendants, Ling Xiao recognized Xing Zhantian and Mo Ku. As for the other three, he didn't recognize them. Through Ling Xiao's observation, he realized that other than him, everyone else was a spirit master. This made Ling Xiao speechless. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian had joined the sect at the same time as him. He didn't think that after a year, they would advance so quickly. Huang Yifeng and Shi Tianhou had also become low spirit masters. There were a few other inner sect disciples who were spirit masters. There was even one who was a middle spirit master. Ling Xiao guessed that these were the peak disciples of the various peaks. He believed that they would soon become core disciples. The other inner sect attendants were all middle spirit masters. Yun Mingqi had already stepped into the king level. She was the strongest person out of all of them. This kind of strength would be a terrifying force in any city. Around Ling Xiao were Yun Mingqi, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Lian. The three girls seemed to be protecting him, but also like they were guarding him. This caused the surrounding male disciples to reveal looks of displeasure. Especially that Huang Yifeng, who had long hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Yun Mingqi sat on the back of the green wind crane. She was the leader and the most dazzling person. No matter where she went, she would be a beautiful scenery. Ling Xiao looked at her back and couldn't help but feel inferior. Once, he had made up his mind to surpass her and catch up to her. But now, he found that he was getting further and further away from her. No, I can definitely catch up to her. Once this mission is over, I will cultivate with all my strength. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with determination. He made up his mind again. Before, he spent half of his time on alchemy. Now, he decided to put it aside and increase his strength. Moreover, increasing his strength would help increase his alchemy realm. Junior brother Ling Xiao, have you taken a fancy to senior sister Yun? Yu Lian sat on the other green wind crane and sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Yu Lian and Ling Xiao were both from the new batch of disciples, so they had to respectfully address the disciples from the previous batch as senior sister. Not to mention Yun Mingqi's strength was so high that it was already a privilege for them to address her as senior sister. According to the rules of the Purple Sky sect, anyone who broke through to the king level would be called elder. But Yun Mingqi was the daughter of the sect master, so there was no need to call her that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Yes, senior sister Yen, do you have any good ideas for me to catch up to senior sister Yun? Hi, junior brother Ling Xiao, you really dare to dream. Don't you know that the seniors behind you are all thinking about senior sister Yun? Yu Lian smiled beautifully. Indeed, any man who saw Yun Mingqi would have such thoughts in their hearts. What's wrong with that? Everyone loves beauty. Perhaps senior sister Yun will find me to be a handsome young man, and it's not impossible that she will condescend to marry me, Ling Xiao said. In his heart, Yun Mingqi was already his official wife, and no one would be able to snatch her away from him. Yu Lian laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back as soon as Ling Xiao said this. Only when the people nearby noticed them did she manage to cover up her gaffe. Junior brother, you're really funny. In fact, besides senior sister Yun, haven't you noticed that there are others who are also very beautiful? Yu Lian's voice was like the song of a skylark, and it went straight into Ling Xiao's heart. He stared at Yu Lian's charming face, and his expression became one of infatuation. At that moment, an icy intent came from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and thought to himself, she's using a seduction technique. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Bing Ruoshui sitting cross-legged on the green-winged crane, motionless like a statue. Wasn't that her just now? Ling Xiao was puzzled. What do you think? Junior brother, don't you think that I'm also very beautiful? Yu Lian's phoenix eyes stared straight at Ling Xiao as she spoke in a flirtatious voice. Ling Xiao's bones loosened when he heard this. Ling Xiao immediately circulated his origin energy to keep himself awake. He smiled and said, "Of course you're beautiful, but you should put away your seduction technique. Otherwise, I'll fall from the sky. That wouldn't be good. You really don't know how to flirt. I won't tease you anymore." Yu Lian saw that Ling Xiao was no longer affected by her seduction technique, so she stretched her slender waist and smiled. Ling Xiao just happened to catch a glimpse of this scene. Yu Lian's proud breasts seemed to be bursting out of the red satin, causing his mouth to go dry. This time, Yu Lian didn't use her seduction technique. Yu Lian looked at Ling Xiao, who had turned his head away, and laughed inwardly, "Aren't you just as lustful as all men?" Chapter 201. 5 days later, Ling Xiao's group appeared in the sky above a large scarlet-red valley. This large valley was connected to a desolate small city to the north and a corner of the desolate mountain range to the south. According to the terrain, this was considered a small part of the desolate mountain range. Of course, this did not mean that this place was very close to Meteorite City. On the contrary, this place was very far from Meteorite City. After all, the desolate mountain range spanned tens of thousands of miles and spanned across dozens of cities. It was an extremely mysterious mountain range in the Xianling continent. Below Ling Xiao and the others was the destination of their trip, Fire Valley. Flame Valley occupied a very large area. There were a few volcanoes that had long since quieted down. The surroundings of the valley were filled with fire attribute spirit grass, spirit trees, and fire attribute spirit beasts. The spirit beasts here were filled with a violent and ferocious aura. They were much more ferocious than other spirit beasts of the same level. It seemed that they were all affected by the environment here. When Ling Xiao's group arrived here, they all felt inexplicably irritated. "Let's go to the city first." Leading the group, Yun Mingqi shouted and urged the green-winged crane to fly towards the desolate small city. Everyone immediately followed behind him. In the small city, there were people from the Purple Sky sect. There were a few elders overseeing it, and there were close to 100 outer sect attendants, as well as a few direct and inner disciples of the Scarlet Flame Peak. Before coming, Nangong Changle had already roughly explained the situation here to him. 2 years ago, our attendant of the Purple Sky sect found a small crystal mine in the Flame Valley. What did a crystal mine represent? This meant that there were more non-attributed mysterious crystals for spirit masters and above to absorb and advance. It represented the strength and wealth of the sect. In the vast northwest, among the 36 major sects, the Purple Sky sect was ranked 8th, and there were still 7 major sects in front of it. If the Purple Sky sect completely withdrew this small crystal mine, then in the next 10 years, it could definitely rise to a higher level. One had to know that this crystal mine was not something that could be found everywhere. This kind of resource was usually controlled by the large sections. Since the founding of the Purple Sky sect, they had only found 2 or 3 crystal mines to develop to their current scale. Originally, after discovering this crystal mine, with the strength of the Purple Heaven sect, they could use more manpower to mine it, but in this extremely harsh environment, it was simply not allowed to do so. Let alone the fact that there were almost no traces of water within a circumference of a few thousand miles, it was extremely hot all year round. Even a spirit master wouldn't be able to endure this kind of torture. The most important thing was that these crystal mines had to be mined very carefully. They couldn't be careless or lax in the slightest. Otherwise, they could easily be destroyed. In addition, although this crystal mine was under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect, it was very close to the moon-worshipping sect. If news of this were to leak out and the moon-worshipping sect found out, something would definitely happen. But now that they had mobilized such a lineup, it was clear that something major had happened. All the disciples who had gone to mine the crystal mine had been poisoned by the yang poison, and even some of the deacons and true disciples were no exception. These yang toxins caused them to become irritable, causing their personalities to change greatly. It was easy for them to lose their rationality, and after a while, it could even cause them to die from schizophrenia. Now that more than half of the crystal mine had been mined, and there was still a small half that had not been mined out, the Purple Heaven sect naturally would not give up easily. Thus, they sent Ru Chang from the Medicine Peak to rush over with his disciples to guard and refine the ice-cold pills to prevent others from being poisoned by the yang poison. It was just that there were many people here, and the effects of the ice-cold pills wouldn't last for long, so they asked the sect for help. Only then did Nangong Chang order all the disciples at the foot of the mountain to refine more than 1,000 ice-cold pills in one go and escort them over as reinforcements. Other than delivering the pills, Ling Xiao also had to stay behind to help his martial uncle, Ru Chang, guard this place for 2 months. He could only leave after all the crystal mine had been mined out. After Ling Xiao and the others landed steadily on the ground, a few elders of the sect immediately walked over. These 5 people, other than Ru Chang, looked like ordinary old men, but in reality, their strength had already surpassed most people. Their old eyes shone brightly, and their temples bulged. These people were definitely king stage experts. Ling Xiao felt that these old men were definitely much stronger than his grandfather, Ling He. Ling Xiao and the others immediately cupped their bodies and bowed to the old men. Is this the power of a sect? It's too terrifying, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although he had been in the sect for a year, he didn't know just how many king stage experts the Purple Sky sect had. He only knew that in addition to the Lord of the Nine Peaks, there were many hidden elders. Now these old men in front of him, Ling Xiao could not see through their cultivation. Needless to say, they must be elders of the Purple Heaven sect. Miss, did you bring the ice-cold pills? One of them, Ru Chang, stood up and asked Yun Mingqi. Although Ru Chang was only a high spirit master, he was a third-rank alchemist. His status was comparable to a king stage expert, so he was also an elder. Yun Mingqi raised her hand and pointed at Ling Xiao. It's on him. Ru Chang looked at Ling Xiao and raised his eyebrows, looking a bit displeased. Ling Xiao stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings, martial uncle. Master asked me to bring the ice-cold pills and spirit herbs. Then hurry up and take them out, Ru Chang said indifferently. To be honest, he didn't like this martial nephew of his. He'd actually become a disciple of both Medicine Peak and Wooden Flag Peak. 1 disciple, 2 masters. In his eyes, this kind of behavior was extremely disgraceful. If it wasn't for the appearance of Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, he would definitely be the first to object. Martial uncle, are we really going to take them out here? Ling Xiao asked after a moment of hesitation. If I tell you to take them out, then take them out. Why are you being so long-winded? Ru Chang didn't know if it was because of the hot weather, but he couldn't suppress his temper and roared. Huang Yifeng, who was behind Ling Xiao, had a gloating smile on his face. Lu Dong, who was behind Ru Chang, was the same. The 2 of them were extremely displeased with Ling Xiao. Then, martial uncle, catch it? Ling Xiao frowned slightly but immediately relaxed his brow as the space ring in his hand flashed. Crush! A large pile of medicine bottles and spirit grasses instantly appeared in front of everyone. Zhu Ruchang and the others were shocked. They didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually bring so many things with him, and he even had a spatial ring. The things that Master wanted me to bring are all here. Martial uncle, please inspect them, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Is there anyone like you who doesn't respect their elders? Ru Chang looked at the small mountain of medicine bottles and spirit grasses and glared at Ling Xiao as he shouted. Ling Xiao's actions were completely a slap to his face. "Martial uncle, how am I disrespecting my elders?" Ling Xiao asked back, then continued, "Just now, all the elders and deacons heard that you told me to take them out. Now that I've taken them out, you say that I'm disrespecting my elders. Martial Uncle Zhu, what do you want me to do to make you satisfied?" Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery. If others didn't give him a good expression, then he naturally wouldn't give them a good expression either. The Elder Ru Chang's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. "All right, Brother Zhu, let's put away the ice-cold pills first. Why are you competing with the children?" an elder said. Ru Chang coldly snorted and waved his hand. All the medicine bottles and spirit grasses on the ground were stored into his spatial ring. Then he glared at Ling Xiao before turning around and leaving. "You all find a place to rest." "Miss, come with us," the elder who spoke just now said again. Yun Mingqi nodded at the elder and then left with the other elders. At this time, the disciples who came with Ling Xiao also dispersed. Only Shi Tianhou walked in front of Ling Xiao and said, "I didn't think that we would become fellow disciples." The current Shi Tianhou had lost his previous simplicity and became much more reserved and calm. It seemed that the incident in the desolate mountain range had greatly affected him. Ling Xiao had a very deep impression of Shi Tianhou. Back then, this fellow had even used his 2 axes to attack him. However, Ling Xiao didn't hold a grudge. Instead, he admired Shi Tianhou. To be able to escape without abandoning his companions, compared to Huang Yifeng, this was a true man. "I also didn't think that I would be able to take revenge." Ling Xiao looked at Shi Tianhou playfully. "Revenge? I didn't offend you back then." Shi Tianhou didn't understand. Back in the desolate mountain range, it had always been his senior brother Huang Yifeng causing trouble for Ling Xiao, but he hadn't done anything to Ling Xiao. "You still dare to say you didn't? When I was caught by the lightning eagle, your axes struck me. Did you forget?" Ling Xiao angrily glared at Shi Tianhou. Shi Tianhou thought about it for a moment and smiled. He really hadn't expected Ling Xiao to remember it so clearly. Embarrassed, he said, "That time was indeed my mistake. How about I just stand here and let you attack me?" Looking at the serious Shi Tianhou, Ling Xiao laughed and said, "There's no need for senior brother to be so serious. Junior brother was just joking with you. If senior brother doesn't mind, how about we drink to our heart's content together?" Shi Tianhou was stunned for a moment before he finally revealed a simple and honest smile and said, "All right, let's drink to our heart's content." Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou found a place to sit down. Ling Xiao took out 2 jugs of wine from his spatial ring and tossed one over to Shi Tianhou. "Come, senior brother, let's drink." "All right, let's drink." Shi Tianhou accepted the jug and straightforwardly agreed. The two then began to drink together. As the strong liquor entered their stomachs, they felt a refreshing feeling, temporarily forgetting about the scorching heat in this place. "Senior brother, how long have you been in the sect?" Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou began to chat. He felt that Shi Tianhou was a very worthy friend. Although he was simple and honest, this was where his strong point lay. He wasn't like some people who had deep schemes in their hearts. That kind of friend was the truly frightening thing. The most important thing in making friends was to open one's heart. Only this kind of friend would help you in your most difficult times and definitely wouldn't trip you up behind your back. Without a doubt, Shi Tianhou was that kind of friend that was most worth making. "I've been in the sect for almost 4 or 5 years, Shi Tianhou recalled. "Senior brother, Ten Bin is extraordinary. You've already broken through to Spirit Master at such a young age. I believe that you'll soon become a true disciple." "It's still early. Haven't there already been 2 people in your generation who have broken through to Spirit Master? They're the ones with extraordinary Ten Bin. Junior brother, you're not bad either. You're already at the peak of high-level mystic disciple and breaking through to Spirit Master is just around the corner. You're also an alchemist. You really make me jealous. Senior brother, please don't laugh at me. I'm just a bit of an amateur." While the two were chatting, a few figures hurriedly ran over, looking very anxious. Chapter 202. Where's the elder? Hurry and get the elder to come and save him, cried a beautiful woman as she supported a young man whose face was completely red. Her companions were also crying out in alarm. It seemed that something had happened to the young man. At this time, an old man walked out of the camp and said, "What's going on?" "Elderly, hurry and look at Senior. He might not be able to hold on for much longer." The woman's expression was extremely anxious as she called out to the old man. "Put him down and let me see." The old man furrowed his eyebrows and shouted. Then, everyone put the red-faced young man down. The old man checked the young man's meridians and took out 2 ice-cold pills. He placed them in the young man's mouth and sent a wave of spirit force into his body. "Hurry and call Elder Zhu out." The old man's expression changed and he immediately shouted to the people beside him. Then someone went to call Ru Chang out. Ru Chang's anger still hadn't subsided. His face was ashen and no one dared to get close. Ru Chang felt the young man's pulse, then tore open the clothes in front of the young man's chest. The young man's entire body had turned dark red, and the veins on his body had turned black. He looked extremely frightening. "Ru Chang, can you save him?" asked Elderly. "It's difficult. The fire poison is about to attack his heart. The ice-cold pills can only make him last for 1 more day. After 1 day, he'll die without a doubt." Ru Chang shook his head. "Elder Zhu, I beg you, you can definitely save Senior. You have to save him." Hearing that, the woman's face became incomparably pale and she continuously begged Ru Chang for help. The man in front of them was the head disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak, Ji Yanzhao. He was one of the top direct disciples. He was only 28 years old but was already a middle spirit master. The woman holding him in pain was also a direct disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak. Her name was Mo Ilian, a 26-year-old low-level spirit master. Scarlet Flame Peak mainly cultivated fire attribute spirit energy. The 2 of them had been sent to Flame Volcano to carry out a mission. Actually, this was all because the Scarlet Flame Peak's Peak Lord Zhao Mingyuan wanted his disciples to cultivate in a place with dense fire attribute spirit energy. This was extremely beneficial to those who cultivated fire attribute. Who would have thought that although the fire attribute spirit energy here was dense, it also contained fire poison, also known as yang poison. Originally, their situation wasn't this bad. The sect had already gotten Zhu Ruchang and the others to refine ice-cold pills for them to suppress the fire poison. However, Mo Ilian was naturally restless. Furthermore, she was already a spirit master, so it would be inappropriate for her to not have a decent spirit beast by her side. Thus, she suggested to her senior brother Ji Yanzhao that the 2 of them should subdue a spirit beast here to protect themselves. Originally, Ji Yanzhao did not agree to it. After all, the spiritual beasts here were filled with berserk auras and were difficult to tame. However, Mo Ilian was throwing a tantrum, and Ji Yanzhao was deeply in love with this junior martial sister, so he could only follow her to the Flame Valley to catch spirit beasts. Not only did he not manage to catch the spirit beast, but Ji Yanzhao was bitten by the spirit beast. He was immediately invaded by the fire poison, and his life was not spared. There are only 2 ways to save him. The first way is to find an Earth Sovereign Realm expert within a day and use his profound qi to expel the fire poison from his body. The second way is to refine a grade 5 ice soul pill for him. Otherwise, Ruchang said with an unsightly expression. After everyone heard this, their expressions became gloomy. Mo Ilian burst into tears. She kowtowed to Ruchang and begged, "Elder Zhu, I beg you. You must save my senior brother. I told you not to act on your own. What's the use of crying now? Even if your master comes, he won't be able to save him." Ruchang said coldly. Ji Yanzhao was already poisoned by the fire poison, but he didn't suppress it much. Now that he was injured by the spirit energy, the fire poison inside the spirit energy was even stronger. Ji Yanzhao's condition was similar to Li Yang's in Meteor City. The ice soul pill wouldn't be able to suppress it for much longer. "As usual, is there really no other way?" Elderly asked with a doubtful expression. Ji Yanzhao was a genius of Scarlet Flame Peak. He was also Zhao Mingyuan's favorite disciple. Elderly didn't want to see Ji Yanzhao die. Elderly, forgive me for not being able to help. Ruchang said. Sigh, this child Yen Zhao. Elderly heaved a heavy sigh. Mo Ilian's face was ashen. She clung to Ji Yanzhao's body and cried, Senior, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Mo Ilian's cries attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Those who knew Ji Yanzhao revealed looks of sympathy, while those who didn't know him or had nothing to do with him had a look of indifference. After all, this was a world where the strong lived, and death was just a common thing. Not far away, Shi Tianhou sighed, what a pity. Senior Yen Zhao was a genius of the last tournament. He's a good person. Why did he die first? Come, let's drink to Senior Yen Zhao. I hope he can get rid of his pain soon. Who knew that just as Shi Tianhou finished speaking, the unconscious Ji Yanzhao would suddenly wake up. Kill, kill. After Ji Yanzhao bounced up from the ground, his whole person fell into a state of madness. His fists were constantly waving, and streams of fire attribute spiritual power scattered in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding people dodged. Mo Ilian, who was closest to Ji Yanzhao, was hit by a punch and was sent flying. Stop! Elderly shouted in a deep voice. He pressed down with one hand and an invisible spiritual energy enveloped Ji Yanzhao from all directions. Ji Yanzhao was immediately suppressed by the spiritual energy around him. However, his eyes were bloodshot and he continued to roar. He looked like a ferocious beast. Senior brother, you want me to accompany you, right? Mo Ilian crawled up and looked at Ji Yanzhao, who seemed to have gone crazy. Her eyes revealed the will to die. Ilian, don't be impulsive. Elderly shouted. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Ilian took out a long sword and slashed at her throat. You little brat. Elderly scolded as he used his other hand to restrain Mo Ilian. Elderly, just let me go with senior brother. It's all my fault, pleaded Mo Ilian as she wept. A few of the female disciples around them were secretly crying. Many of them seemed to have been touched. Over the years, they had neglected their loved ones in order to pursue higher martial strength. They felt that they could only have everything if they were strong enough. But today they truly felt the power of love in front of them. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that there was true love in the world. Just as Elderly was at a loss of what to do, a lazy voice sounded, Why do you want to live or die? He's not dead yet. If you die and he lives, won't you die a wrongful death? As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. He can only live for one day. There's no point in me living anymore. Mo Ilian didn't know who spoke. She was restricted by Elderly and couldn't move. However, she could tell that the other person was talking to her. There's no point in living for only one day. The voice sounded again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with anger. He was obviously saying that there was no point in living for one day. It was better to die now. You're right. That's why I want to die with Senior. Otherwise, I won't be happy for the rest of my life. Mo Ilian agreed. Since you have the courage to die with him, do you have the courage to live with him? The voice sounded again. This time, before Mo Ilian could respond, an annoyed voice shouted, Ling Xiao, don't cause trouble here. Get out of my way. The one speaking now was Zhu Rucheng. The one who had just spoken was Ling Xiao, who had been drinking and eating with Shi Tianhou. Uncle Master, I'm just trying to calm this senior apprentice sister down. How is that considered causing trouble? Ling Xiao glanced at Chang Dao, puzzled. Why do these two dislike me so much? Could it be that they're both jealous of my Dunbin? There's no place for you to talk. Get lost. Zhu Rucheng placed his hands behind his back and snorted. Ling Xiao had embarrassed him just now. Now, he was going to use his status as an elder to put pressure on Ling Xiao, lest he be too arrogant. Uncle Master Zhu, are you in charge of this place? You don't even have the right to fart? Ling Xiao retorted with a smile. In his heart, he had already classified Zhu Rucheng as an unwelcome person. How dare you? Zhu Rucheng roared. This brat had no respect for his elders. At this moment, Lu Dong stood up and pointed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, my master is an elder of the sect and your uncle master. Of course he can control you. If you dare to talk back, you'll be disrespecting an elder of the sect and offending a superior. My master can execute you on the spot. Lu Dong finally found a chance to suppress Ling Xiao. He laughed in his heart, how dare you offend my master? Even if the Peak Lord was here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. This elder? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying. As soon as these words came out, Lu Dong's face instantly darkened. He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao, I am your eldest senior brother, Lu Dong. Oh, so it's a senior brother, not an elder. Then why don't you scram to the side? Didn't your master forbid us juniors from talking here? Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he raised his eyes. Do. Lu Dong's face darkened at Ling Xiao's words. Lu Dong, back off, Zhu Ruchang said coldly. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, you have a sharp tongue. I'll kick you out of Herb Mountain when we get back. That's enough. If you want to quarrel with Herb Mountain, go somewhere else. Don't make a fool of yourselves here, Elderly shouted. Zhu Ruchang and Lu Dong stopped talking. They just stared at Ling Xiao angrily. This brat was too much. He dared to talk back to the elders, deacons, and disciples. They wouldn't let him off easy when they got back. Ling Xiao looked at the two with disdain. He immediately bowed to Elderly and said, Elder, I have a way to cure this senior's fire poison. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. Only the two silhouettes frowned slightly, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 203. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Lu Dong whispered in disdain. The scene was already silent, and everyone present was an expert. Lu Dong's words reached their ears, and most of them agreed with him. Just now, Ru Chang had already made it very clear that Ji Yanzhao could only be saved if an Earth Sovereign Realm expert expended his essence to help him expel the fire poison, or if there was a grade 5 ice soul pill. But now, Ling Xiao said that he could save Ji Yanzhao. Wasn't this a complete denial of Zhu Ruchang's judgment? First of all, everyone could see that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and the difference between him and an Earth Sovereign Realm expert was like heaven and earth. The first condition was already impossible to fulfill. Could it be that Ling Xiao had a 5th grade elixir? This was simply the ravings of an idiot. In the Northwest, the number of alchemists who had reached the 5th grade realm could be counted on one hand, and those were all great figures that were rarely seen in other large sections. And in their Purple Sky sect, the highest-ranked alchemist was Ling Xiao's master, Nangong Changle, and he was only a 4th grade alchemist. Of course, it was impossible for him to refine a 5th grade Dan. Therefore, no one thought that Ling Xiao would have a 5th grade elixir. But they were all wondering why Ling Xiao was so daring as to boast in front of an elder. Didn't he know that talking nonsense was a crime of looking down on an elder? Elderly frowned and said, Kid, although you have good intentions, there are some things that you can do and some things that you can't. Do you know that? All right, there's nothing else for you to do here, you can leave. Elder, since he won't live past a day, why don't you let me try? Maybe he can really come back to life. Ling Xiao was not as disrespectful to the elder as he was to Zhu Ruchang. After all, Zhu Changxian didn't like him, so Ling Xiao felt that he respected the old and loved the young. Elderly was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Emilian cried out, Please, please, as long as you can save my senior brother, I'll do anything. Ling Xiao, are you done yet? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Ru Chang was enraged to the extreme. He shouted at Ling Xiao, and the aura of his body pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ru Chang was a peak spirit master, and his strength was not something that a normal spirit master could compare to. Although Ling Xiao had a strong mental strength to rely on, he still felt uncomfortable when he was suddenly suppressed by Ru Chang's aura. It was as if a large stone was pressing on his chest. I'm really easy to bully. Ling Xiao was also starting to get angry. Originally, he had only said a few words, but now, Ru Chang was suppressing him with his aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a little more capable, he would have vomited blood because of this aura. Just as Ling Xiao was about to counterattack, a voice called out, Elders, there's no need to be angry. Let him try. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. She still cares about me? Just as Ling Xiao was about to counterattack. She still cares about me? Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mingqi affectionately and thought. Since Miss has spoken, I'll let you try. If you can't cure him, then immediately scram back to her peak. I'll find your master and explain everything, Ruchang said coldly. At the side, Lu Dong and Huang Yifeng both had gloating smiles on their faces. Shi Tianho walked over and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Junior brother, don't force yourself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao looked gratefully at Shi Tianho and then shouted at Ruchang, don't worry, my good martial uncle. If I can't cure him, I'll leave the sect. I'll leave the sect. His words were loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Where does this kid get his confidence from? Does he really have some tricks up his sleeve? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to stay at her peak anymore. Impossible, he's still so young. Does he want to destroy his own future? Yulian's eyes flashed with a mysterious light as she muttered, still so impulsive, but I like how you're so manly. On the other side, a beautiful figure had a complicated look in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. In front of Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi looked worriedly at Ling Xiao. She was cursing in her heart. Why is this guy so impulsive? Is he going to give up? Ah, good. This old man will see how you're going to save him today. Ruchang laughed. However, he didn't know that his words had gone too far. His words clearly meant that he didn't want Jianzhao to come back to life. Ruchang, watch your words, Elder Li said with displeasure. Ruchang was stunned for a moment before he immediately retracted his expression and replied, yes. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao even more. Why aren't you going to save him? At this moment, Yun Mingqi shouted at Ling Xiao in annoyance. Ever since she had gone through a life and death situation with Ling Xiao in the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao had become deeply ingrained in her heart. Every time she thought about how he had risked everything to save her, every look and every action was filled with manliness. Furthermore, he had given her the soft-tide sword and soft-tide sevenfold waves cultivation method. One had to know that the soft-tide sword and soft-tide sevenfold waves cultivation method would cause a bloodbath no matter where they were, but Ling Xiao had given them to her without even a frown. Such a magnanimous man was rare in this world. Afterwards, she had obtained the inheritance, and not only had she recovered her strength, but she had also reached the peak of Spirit Master. This made her realize that the difference in strength between her and Ling Xiao was too great. If her father knew that she was with a man from a small city, she was afraid that Ling Xiao and his family would be implicated. After weighing the pros and cons, she had chosen to leave Ling Xiao. But before she left, she had given Ling Xiao a hope. If Ling Xiao could catch up to her footsteps, she would agree to be with him. Although she wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao, in her heart, she still hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to constantly strive to become stronger. When Ling Xiao had become a sect disciple, he had also become a disciple that the various peaks had fought over. She had felt joy and comfort for him, because the man she had taken a fancy to was truly outstanding. But when Ling Xiao had announced that he was a second-tier alchemist, she had become even more excited. After all, the status of an alchemist was extremely respected no matter where they went. The distance between the two of them had already been very close. In the past year, there had been several times when she had wanted to see him, but she had resisted. One reason was that she wanted to break through to the king stage and needed to close her eyes. The other reason was that she hoped that Ling Xiao would focus on becoming stronger. She felt that one day, Ling Xiao would personally come to find her. But now, in order to save Jianzhao, Ling Xiao had suddenly made such a resolute decision in front of everyone. She felt that perhaps Ling Xiao felt inferior because the gap between them had widened. Perhaps he felt that it was impossible for him to catch up to her footsteps, so he had found an excuse to leave the sect? For a moment, her heart was in chaos, and she didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao smiled lightly at her. Yes, senior sister. At this time, Elder Li had already released Mo Ilian, but Jianzhao was still firmly suppressed. But now, his entire body had turned red, and his eyes seemed to have lost all humanity. Ling Xiao walked to Jianzhao's side, and with one hand he struck Jianzhao's acupuncture point. causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. "Give me a quiet place." Ling Xiao picked up Ji Yanzhao and said with a serious expression. Immediately after, elderly had someone bring Ling Xiao to an abandoned house. "Little thing that doesn't know life from death, let's see how you save him." Ruchang cursed under his breath, his expression ashen. He had been a third-grade alchemist for many years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even his senior brother Nangong Changle had to give in to him. Who would have thought that this little thing had no respect for his elders? He swore that he would definitely expel Ling Xiao from Medicine Peak, no, from the sect. This city had long been abandoned, and the houses here were extremely simple and crude. There wasn't even a single wooden bed. However, Ling Xiao only wanted to save Ji Yanzhao. As long as no one disturbed him, it was fine. Immediately he placed Ji Yanzhao flat on the ground. "Senior sister, go outside and protect me. Without my permission, don't let anyone disturb me." Ling Xiao turned to Mo Ailian and said. Mo Ailian looked deeply at Ji Yanzhao, then nodded her head and walked out of the house. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of air and muttered, "You're lucky to have met me." With that, he slapped his palm on Ji Yanzhao's chest, and a gust of innate Yin Wind Evil Qi surged towards Ji Yanzhao. Innate Yin Wind Evil Qi was originally an absolute Yin item, and it just so happened to be able to restrain the poison of extreme yang. Moreover, he had the experience of curing Li Yang, so Ling Xiao dared to boldly agree. At the same time, he was also moved by Mo Ailian's love for Ji Yanzhao. Otherwise, the life and death of others would have nothing to do with him. He didn't think of himself as some kind of good person who saved the dying and helped the injured. When the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi entered Ji Yanzhao's body, the dark red color on his body instantly faded by a lot. Ling Xiao didn't think that this would be enough to expel the fire poison. Some fire poisons were very cunning, and if it was just an ordinary fire poison, the elders and attendants of the Purple Sky sect wouldn't be so distressed. The fire poison in Ji Yanzhao's body didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. In just an instant, it was completely eliminated by Ling Xiao's innate Yin Wind Evil Qi. Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder, why is the Flame Valley so strange? Could it be that there's something strange about this place? Forget it, it's none of my business anyway. The sect is mining the crystal mine here, and it's not something I can touch. Just as Ling Xiao was about to withdraw his palm, the palm that was pressing on Ji Yanzhao's chest suddenly heated up, and a wave of manic energy suddenly attacked. Suddenly, the arm that Ling Xiao had pressed on Ji Yanzhao's chest turned red, like a red-hot soldering iron. The meridians on his arm also swelled up from the energy, and his entire hand looked extremely sinister. How insidious! Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. The innate Yin Wind Evil Qi in his body seemed to have sensed the existence of an old enemy, and it immediately rushed towards the fire poison. Don't worry, let's see what tricks it can play first. Ling Xiao suppressed the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi and allowed the fire poison to invade his body. If this kind of behavior were to be known by the people outside, they would probably open their mouths and curse, "Madman!" The fire poison was tormenting them to the point that they couldn't do anything. This guy could obviously restrain the fire poison, but he was using his body to test it. Did he not want to live anymore? Chapter 204. Just as Ling Xiao was treating her, Huang Yifeng walked over to Yun Mingqi and softly said, "Congratulations on breaking through to the king level." Ever since Yun Mingqi had returned from the desolate mountain range, she had distanced herself from Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng naturally knew that his actions had disappointed her. Now that she had broken through to the king level, he didn't dare have any fantasies about her. But he still didn't have a good feeling in his heart. "Thank you," Yun Mingqi indifferently replied, as if she was talking to a stranger. After that incident in the desolate mountain range, she had clearly seen through Huang Yifeng's character, so she didn't want to have any contact with this senior apprentice brother of hers. Huang Yifeng chuckled and walked over to Yu Lian's side. Now his target had already shifted to Yu Lian. Although this woman wasn't as outstanding as Yun Mingqi, she was still a rare beauty. Not only that, her figure was definitely a top-quality stunner. Not only that, but her soul-stealing eyes caused Huang Yifeng to feel a strong desire to possess her. Junior apprentice sister, when we have time, let's find a place to spar. This place is very suitable for us to cultivate. Huang Yifeng greedily stared at Yu Lian's chest, his heart filled with dirty thoughts. Yu Lian looked at Huang Yifeng and blinked a few times. Senior apprentice brother's strength is high. Junior apprentice sister isn't senior apprentice brother's match? Huang Yifeng laughed. Junior apprentice sister is too modest. Your senior apprentice brother will go easy on you. How could I bear to see a beauty like you get hurt? Within the sect, Huang Yifeng could be considered as one of the most handsome men. Who knew how many senior and junior apprentice sisters in the sect had their hearts set on him? It was just that his eyes were arrogant and picky, so how could an average woman enter his eyes? Back then he had almost moved Yun Mingqi's heart, but in the end he had failed. Now he could only settle for the next best thing. This Yu Lian seemed to be able to tug at his heartstrings. If only all the men in this world could be like senior apprentice brother and have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Yu Lian charmingly looked at Huang Yifeng. Her voice was like a spring breeze that struck Huang Yifeng's heart, making him feel extremely comfortable. That's only natural. Junior apprentice sister is so beautiful and moving, who wouldn't cherish her? The desire in Huang Yifeng's eyes became even stronger. Yu Lian pointed at her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, "That man of mine doesn't care about me at all, and he even treats me coldly." "What? Where's your man? I'll kill him." Huang Yifeng unconsciously shouted. He didn't know that he had fallen for Yu Lian's charm. He spoke very loudly so that everyone around could hear him clearly. Tiske, as a fellow disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak, this guy is really shameless. That's right. He won't even let off his own junior sister. What's more, she already has someone she likes. He's always thought too highly of himself, and he even said that he wanted to woo junior sister. Now that he knows that he can't catch up to her, he wants to woo junior sister Lian instead. How despicable! For a moment, all the disciples were secretly cursing Huang Yifeng. Yun Mingqi felt that Huang Yifeng was extremely disgusting. This guy actually wanted to hook up with a girl who already had a sweetheart. He really didn't know how to humiliate himself. Elder Li, who was standing to the side, shouted, "You little brat, scram!" Huang Yifeng's chest felt as if it had been struck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. Who the fuck plotted against me? Huang Yifeng angrily shouted from the ground. Noisy! Elder Li shouted again, and a formless wave of spiritual energy pressed down on Huang Yifeng. Pooh! Huang Yifeng was once again sent flying. Elder Li was already in a bad mood, and when he heard his own disciple act so shamelessly, he decided to teach Huang Yifeng a lesson. Huang Yifeng really deserved it. He actually dared to provoke that seductress Yu Lian. He deserves it. Yu Lian laughed in her heart. Who knew that a sharp light would suddenly shoot towards her? Yu Lian quickly lowered her head, not daring to show any arrogant expression. How could such a lowly trick escape Elder Li's sharp eyes? He just couldn't be bothered to deal with it. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked out with a relaxed smile on his face. How was it? Did you save him? Elder Li asked in a low voice. Everyone else turned their attention to Ling Xiao. Chang Yu and Lu Dong, on the other hand, wore looks of disdain. Fortunately, I didn't fail. Ling Xiao glanced at the master and disciple pair and cupped his hands at Elder Li. Really? Elder Li exclaimed. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. Someone had already confirmed his words. Lian walked out, supporting the weak Jian Zhao. Senior apprentice brother Ji is fine. This is unbelievable. Does he really have a 5th grade elixir? That's great. I've also been poisoned by fire poison, but there's hope of getting rid of it. His complexion doesn't look right. Senior apprentice brother, you ingested fire poison? Shi Tianho asked with a frown. At this time, many people noticed that Ling Xiao's complexion was much redder than before. Senior apprentice brother, you're worrying too much. I'm fine. Ling Xiao smiled. Mo Lian helped Jian Zhao over to Ling Xiao and bowed to Ling Xiao. Many thanks for saving my life, senior apprentice brother. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know. Ling Xiao helped the two of them up. We're brothers, so don't be so serious. Senior apprentice sister, it's best if you let me rest and recover. It won't be good if he's attacked by fire poison again. Mo Ailian and Ji Yanzhao looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and returned to their rooms to recover. At this time, everyone was looking at Ling Xiao in a different light. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? He'd actually attracted fire poison for someone he didn't know. Now he'd saved someone, but he'd died. Senior apprentice brother, are you really okay? Yu Lian walked over to Ling Xiao and asked worriedly. This time, she was genuinely concerned and didn't try to seduce him. Ling Xiao grinned, don't worry, I won't die. Elderly looked at the carefree Ling Xiao and couldn't help but nod with admiration. You're called Ling Xiao. Our Scarlet Flame Peak owes you a favor. Ji Yanzhao was a true disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak and represented the future backbone of Scarlet Flame Peak. Now that Ling Xiao had used his own poison to save Ji Yanzhao, Elderly was very grateful to Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Ru Chang sneered, Elderly, you don't have to do this favor. He actually dared to absorb Ji Yanzhao's fire poison. In less than 3 days, he'll die from the poison. Ru Chang's eyes were cold and he purposely dragged out the last few words as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Lu Dong, on the other hand, had a happy smile on his face and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. To have a martial uncle like you really are a cold-blooded villain. After laughing, he took out another pot of wine and drank it down his throat, singing to wine, how long will life be? Like the morning dew, the passing days are long. Clearly like the moon, when will it be gone? Sorrow comes from within and cannot be stopped. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's confident back and didn't know why they felt bitter and self-deprecating. It was rare to see such a carefree and unrestrained person who didn't care about life and death. The eyes of the surrounding women were filled with complicated emotions, as if they couldn't hide the pain in their hearts. Or perhaps, naturally, Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to exchange his life for a stranger's. He was a transmigrator who valued his life more than others and would never commit suicide. He had the innate Yin Wind bead in his sea of consciousness and possessed the innate Yin Wind evil qi. Expelling the fire poison might be particularly troublesome in the eyes of others, but to him, it was nothing at all. The reason why he allowed the fire poison to invade his body was naturally because he wanted to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art, organs refinement. Ling Xiao had been stuck in the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art for a year and a half because he lacked high-level spirit herbs and medicinal pills. Now that he had stayed in the Purple Sky sect for a year, he had already found a lot of supplementary spirit herbs, and after saving G2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin, he had obtained a few third-level spirit herbs from G2, including a high-level third-level spirit herb called mischievous grass. Mischievous grass was a kind of healing spirit herb. Just like its name, its vitality was extremely tenacious. As long as it wasn't completely dead, as long as there was still a little essence left, it could grow again. It was a kind of top-quality high-level spirit herb for treating internal injuries. Consuming this spirit herb could greatly strengthen one's internal organs and increase their vitality, allowing anyone to increase their cultivation speed by 2 to 3 times within a month. In other words, after consuming the mischievous grass, within a month, the speed of cultivation would be 2 to 3 times faster than usual. In other words, cultivating for 1 month was equivalent to cultivating for 2 to 3 months' worth of energy. Of course, there was also a limit to taking the mischievous grass. A person could only take it 2 or 3 times in a lifetime. When it was taken for the 2nd or 3rd time, the effect would be halved, and after the 4th time, there would basically be no effect. This mischievous grass was an important spirit herb for cultivating the 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art. Ling Xiao allowed the fire poison to enter his body in order to let the fire poison invade and destroy his internal organs. Then he would take the mischievous grass and borrow its spiritual power to repair his internal organs. At the same time, he would circulate the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art and use it to reach the intermediate realm in one go. Of course, others would naturally not know of Ling Xiao's plans. They only thought that Ling Xiao was sacrificing himself to help others. In a quiet, shabby house, Ling Xiao was meditating with a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he was using the innate miasma wind to form an encirclement so that the fire poison in his body could only invade his internal organs and not invade his dantian. Previously, when Ling Xiao failed to break through to the spirit master level, he was lucky enough to enter his consciousness and connect with the innate miasma wind pearl. Now, he could control the innate miasma wind as he pleased. With just a thought, he could direct the innate miasma wind pearl. The fire poison was surrounded by a large amount of innate miasma wind pearl, so it couldn't do anything. It could only wantonly destroy Ling Xiao's internal organs. Pooh! A mouthful of blood came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Not only did he swallow blood, but his facial features were also showing traces of blood. This situation was too frightening. He was actually bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chapter 205. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were where a person's soul was located. It was an indispensable part of the body for anyone to survive. The fire poison was wreaking havoc in Ling Xiao's body, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already started to rot. According to the general theory, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were not light and he was in danger of dying at any time. Looking at his ears, nose, mouth, every part of his face was bleeding and he looked like a devil from hell, ferocious and frightening. If anyone were to see this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. And now, Ling Xiao was tightly guarding the top of his head, enduring the inhuman torture. The Vajra 5 transformation secret was a perverted cultivation method, and at the same time, it was also a self-torturing cultivation method. Cultivating the first 2 transformations was to torture the external body, while cultivating the last 3 transformations was to torture the internal body. Therefore, to cultivate the 3rd transformation, refinement of organs, one must first use the poison to enter the body, first destroy the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, then use the mysterious technique to repair them until they reach the realm of immunity to all poisons. Originally, Ling Xiao had been thinking hard on how to continue cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation secret. He did not expect that in order to save Jiyan Zhao, the fire poison would actually bore into his body, and this made him think of this method. But according to the normal cultivation method, one must guide the poison into the body and at the same time destroy the 5 viscera. He must take the spiritual grass to help save his life. However, Ling Xiao did not take any medicinal pills, nor did he take the stubborn grass. Instead, he allowed the fire poison to wreak havoc in his body. This kind of action could be said to be extremely crazy and could also be said to be a kind of suicidal action. Why was Ling Xiao so confident to take the risk? Of course it was because of his 3 parts restoration energy and the Vajra 5 transformation secret. The 3 parts restoration energy originally had the function of self-healing. Although it was not as perverted as the Vajra 5 transformation secret, it had a real healing effect. Moreover, his 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation secret was already at the small success stage, and the recovery speed of his body's muscle energy was not slow at all. Moreover, the most important point was that Ling Xiao cultivated the invisible wood secret art. The wood attribute profound energy itself had a certain recovery ability. With the 3 of them working together, it would not be a problem for him to keep his life. After half an hour, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He looked a little weak, but the fire poison in his body had been completely eliminated by his innate Yin Wind evil qi. All that was left was to slowly restore his body. Now, Ling Xiao didn't intend to take any more elixirs or spirit herbs. He only relied on his 2 great mysterious techniques to restore himself. Moreover, he didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover. Ling Xiao's body circulated the 2 divine arts, and at the same time, he raised his mental power to the highest level, spreading it out in all directions. Now that he was seriously injured, he definitely couldn't let anyone disturb him. If it was an enemy, then it would be terrible. He had no choice but to be cautious. Just as Ling Xiao spread out his mental power, a figure silently descended from the sky. Who is it? Ling Xiao's hair stood on end as he cried out in alarm. The person who came was too sudden, and there were no signs at all. It was enough to show how terrifying the strength of the person who came was. Ling Xiao had already prepared a pill and was ready to take it at any time. But when he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A graceful figure, dressed in light blue muslin, a pure white silk scarf, and a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. Other than Yun Mengqi, who else could it be? She was dressed in simple yet elegant satin. Her beautiful face was like a sculpture, and her ink-like hair was tied with a bow. Her slender waist was swaying like a willow, and her body was shimmering with an ethereal radiance. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. Now, she looked even more ethereal than when she was in the desolate mountain range. Just by standing there casually, she made people feel ashamed of themselves. Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Yun Mengqi turned around, a faint trace of worry in her eyes. But her tone was a bit cold. Are you all right? Ling Xiao bitterly smiled and wiped away the blood on his face, trying his best not to let Yun Mengqi see it. But with Yun Mengqi's eyesight, she could clearly see that Ling Xiao had already been heavily injured. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Ling Xiao stood up with great difficulty. This wasn't an act, but rather he really was heavily injured and hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Ling Xiao's weak appearance, Yun Mengqi's heart clenched. She knew that Ling Xiao had been poisoned by fire poison, and she had also heard Chang Yu say he wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 days. Just now, she had been so cold to him. Could it be that my face is really that important? Perhaps I really am a cold-blooded woman. He's already like this, so how can I still be so cold to him? Yun Mengqi asked herself. She thought back to everything that had happened in the desolate mountain range. How many times had this man disregarded everything to save her, giving her the safest embrace, allowing her to obtain the inheritance of an Earth Emperor? Thinking of that, she felt even more cold-blooded, and more she felt that she had let down Ling Xiao. Mengqi, what's wrong? Ling Xiao noticed that tears had appeared in Yun Mengqi's eyes, and he couldn't help but panic. Who would have thought that in the next instant, a warm and fragrant body would appear in his arms? Ling Xiao was stunned. Why are you so stupid? Yun Mengqi's voice was almost sobbing. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, feeling that the beauty in his arms was still thinking about him. For a moment, he felt extremely carefree and comfortable. This past year's worth of longing and anticipation had finally transformed into rain, filling his entire body with the strength of love. Mengqi, with those words of yours, even the heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to take my life, said Ling Xiao faintly as he hugged Yun Mengqi's waist. You're still talking? Hurry up and let me see if your fire poison has flared up, said Yun Mengqi worriedly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense affection. At this moment, she finally began to face her feelings for Ling Xiao. It was as if she had become a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world, no longer so high and mighty. I'm really fine. How could I be stupid enough to exchange my life for someone else's? I'm not some good person, said Ling Xiao with a pale smile. The more he said this, the more Yun Mengqi didn't believe him. As a king-level expert, could it be that she couldn't even sense the strength of Ling Xiao's aura? Are you still going to lie to me? Right now your internal energy is in chaos. I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress the fire poison for much longer. Let me help you. Yun Mengqi wiped away the tears in her eyes. Holding Ling Xiao's pulse, she began to pour her powerful water attribute spiritual energy into him. Looking at the crying person in front of him, Ling Xiao felt even more moved. He didn't struggle against her hand. Instead, he used his Xian Qi to guide her spiritual energy into his body. Yun Mengqi's spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Adding on the fact that she was pouring her full strength into him, Ling Xiao felt his entire body fill up. The two Xian techniques immediately began to devour the energy. The small tree in his mind sea also seemed to sense something. A green light began to shine, and a powerful suction force came from its roots. It wanted to take a share of the pie with the two Shen techniques. Yin Mengqi seemed to sense something, but she felt that it might be the fire poison, so she increased the amount of spiritual energy she was pouring in. What pure energy! Lu Wen couldn't help but praise from within Ling Zhao's mind-sea. He closed his eyes and the roots beneath his feet once again increased their suction force. Even Ling Zhao felt that the amount of spiritual energy being split by the two Shen techniques had decreased by a lot. However, the amount of spiritual energy he had obtained was enough for him to quickly recover from his internal injuries. After all, Yun Mengqi's water attribute spiritual energy had a powerful healing effect. It's fine Mengqi, I'm fine now. Ling Zhao said. Yun Mengqi glanced at Ling Zhao. Seeing that his complexion was much better, she withdrew her hand. Are you feeling better? Yun Mengqi softly asked. Ling Zhao nodded and smiled. Much better. With you here, I'm completely fine. Don't be so talkative. The elders said you won't live for more than 3 days. Yun Mengqi couldn't hide her sorrow. Ling Zhao felt a sharp pain in his heart and immediately embraced Yun Mengqi's boneless waist. He softly said, Really I'm fine. I can restrain the fire poison. Just now, I was only able to force out the fire poison, and that's why I appeared a bit weaker. Yun Mengqi heard Ling Zhao's resolute words and her heart calmed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, she broke free from Ling Zhao's embrace and instantly disappeared from Ling Zhao's sight. I hope you don't forget your promise and surpass me as soon as possible. Yun Mengqi's voice rang out in Ling Zhao's ear. Just as Ling Zhao was in a daze, a fragrant scent accompanied by a wave of cold air assaulted his nostrils. Who? Ling Zhao came back to his senses and shouted. When Ling Zhao saw who it was again, he was once again stunned. An incomparably cold and elegant face, a snow-white veil, and an ice-cold aura surrounded her exquisite figure. She was impressively Bing Ruoshui. She frowned as she looked at Ling Zhao, her beautiful eyes flashing with a complicated expression. The beautiful figure in the sky couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be her? What are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to kill me again? Ling Zhao looked at Bing Ruoshui with slight vigilance. Thinking back to before, this girl had repeatedly wanted his life. He didn't know what he had done to make her unhappy. No matter what, he was the dignified Meteor City, no, the #1 handsome man of the Purple Sky sect. How could he not be welcomed? Could it be that this girl didn't like men? Bing Ruoshui didn't say anything. She only took out a medicine bottle from her waist and threw it towards Ling Zhao. She said indifferently, 3rd grade ice heart pill. It can suppress the fire poison in your body for a month. After she finished speaking, she actually floated away. All that was left was a wave of cold air, causing Ling Zhao to slightly quiver. He looked at the ice heart pill in his hand, scratched his head, and muttered, What is this girl? Could it be that she accidentally fell in love with this young master because of hate? However, just as Ling Zhao put away the ice heart pill and was about to leave, another wave of fragrance assailed his nostrils. Who's this? Ling Zhao was almost speechless. Wasn't the place he found very hidden? Why were there still so many people looking for him? Junior brother, are you all right? A pleasant voice filled with concern sounded beside Ling Zhao's ear. For a moment, Ling Zhao's legs felt weak. Besides her, who else could make him lose control like this? Chapter 206. It was none other than Yu Laiyan. She was looking at Ling Zhao in a flirtatious manner with a hint of worry in her eyes. Her voice was like an enchantment that could almost make people lose themselves in it. This time, she wasn't doing it on purpose. She was genuinely concerned about him. Senior sister, it's so late. Is there anything else? Ling Zhao asked calmly. In his heart, he was thinking, am I going to have a lot of luck with women? Yu Laiyan walked over to Ling Zhao and saw that there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Junior brother, don't you think you're stupid? Is it really necessary to exchange your life for hers? Ling Zhao smiled faintly and said, Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Junior brother won't take things too hard. There are many things in this world that I haven't done yet. For example, talking about romance with senior sister, discussing the true meaning of life. Yu Lian blushed slightly when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe as if she wanted to see through him. Is this guy completely fine? Since you like it so much, why don't we find a place to talk about romance? Yu Lian approached Ling Xiao, held his arm and said in a flirtatious voice. Ling Xiao felt Yu Lian's plump flesh and listened to her seductive voice. For a moment, his heart was in a mess. This woman really wants to kill me. She's even more seductive than Dai. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He hurriedly used his qi to keep himself awake. Otherwise, he would really lose out if he was eaten by this woman. Since senior sister is so kind, then I won't refuse. Ling Xiao pretended to be very happy. He hugged Yu Lian's slender waist and was about to kiss her. Junior brother, you're so naughty. I'm not a casual woman. Yu Lian struggled a little to get out of Ling Xiao's arms. She glared at Ling Xiao, her eyes full of flirtatiousness. Although Yu Lian seemed to be passionate, in fact, Ling Xiao knew that she was just a natural seductress, not a natural-born slut. What do you mean by that, senior apprentice sister? I'm not a casual man, Ling Xiao said with a smirk. He then walked over to Yu Lian thinking to himself, if you dare tease me, I'll eat you up tonight. Hee, junior apprentice brother, your eyesight is really bad. Yu Lian giggled and quickly drifted away. Ling Xiao had an evil smile on his face. He gathered the wind attribute under his feet and chased after Yu Lian. Ling Xiao wanted to take advantage of Yu Lian, forcing her to tease him like he was a virgin. That was too aggrieving. Yu Lian hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so fast. He was in front of her in the blink of an eye, and a large hand hugged her waist again. Good senior apprentice sister, why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk some more. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he hugged Yu Lian tightly against his chest. Yu Lian didn't struggle, and her proud breasts pressed against Ling Xiao's chest. Junior apprentice brother, you're so naughty, Yu Lian said with a flushed face. She then said, if you want to eat senior apprentice sister, that's fine. But you'll have to win against someone. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he raised an eyebrow and looked in a certain direction. A long black shadow was walking towards Ling Xiao and Yu Lian. TXK, what a pair of dogs. The one who had walked out was Huang Yifeng. His handsome face was twisted and hideous. He had already lost the right to pursue his junior apprentice sister, and he had turned his attention to Yu Lian. But he hadn't expected that this woman would have an affair with the person he hated the most. He was furious. Senior apprentice brother, your words are so sour. Yu Lian didn't get angry and instead laughed. Junior apprentice sister, why are you following someone who's about to die? Don't you think that being with senior apprentice brother is the best choice? Huang Yifeng heard Yu Lian's sweet voice and felt his whole body go soft. Suddenly, a strong desire to possess her arose. He had to get his hands on such a beautiful woman. Since senior apprentice brother likes her so much, junior apprentice brother will let you have her. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes turned and he immediately let go of Yu Lian. What a joke! Yu Lian was a rose with thorns. He could flirt with her, but when it came to fighting, it would be strange if she didn't stab him. At least you're tactful. You only have 3 more days to live, so I won't make things difficult for you. Scram for me. Huang Yifeng said with a smug smile, as if he was already imagining Yu Li's beauty beneath his crotch. Junior apprentice brother, you really have the heart to not want me? Yu Lian's charming eyes were filled with affection, and her tone was filled with endless grievance. Ling Xiao felt his heart soften, and he was almost captivated by Yu Lian again. He immediately restrained his emotions and laughed. Senior apprentice sister must be joking. With your beauty that can shame the moon and the flowers, any man would only love you tenderly. Junior apprentice brother's strength is low, and it's really hard for me to be worthy of you. Only someone as handsome as senior apprentice brother can be a match made in heaven with senior apprentice sister. With that, Ling Xiao immediately turned and disappeared into the night. When Huang Yifeng heard this, he was overjoyed. This little brat is really tactful. Who would have thought that Yu Lian would stomp her feet and lightly curse, "Useless coward," before also disappearing into the night, leaving Huang Yifeng standing there alone. His fists were tightly clenched, and his eyes flashed with venomous hatred. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao spent his time wandering around the ruined city. When he had free time, he would sit in meditation to pass the time. Ever since Yun Mingqi had shown concern for him, the knot in his heart had been completely untied. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed and obtain the approval of the sect master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to marry Yun Mingqi. The only thing that made Ling Xiao feel strange was Bing Ruoxue. Didn't this girl always hate him? Could it be that her hatred had given birth to love? She had actually given him a 3rd-grade ice heart pill. It had to be known that 3rd-grade medicinal pills were extremely precious, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain one so easily. On the other side, Lu Dong had also been paying attention to Ling Xiao's whereabouts. 3 days had passed, but Ling Xiao was no different from an ordinary person, and there were no signs of him being poisoned. Lu Dong couldn't help but feel that his master's words were no longer true. Ruchang naturally heard of this news, and his expression became increasingly ugly. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Originally, Ling Xiao had been sent by Nangong Changle to help him refine the ice heart pill. However, Ruchang had a lot of opinions about Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stick a warm face to a cold butt. Furthermore, his other martial uncle, Yang'an, and his senior apprentice brother, Chao Nanxian, were also present, so there was no need for him to embarrass himself. However, this didn't mean that Ling Xiao could pass the month so easily. The fact that he had helped Ji Yanzhao detoxify the fire poison was known to all the attendants and disciples here. They had been living here for a long time, and their bodies were more or less tainted with the fire poison. The ice heart pill could only suppress it, but it couldn't completely eradicate it. As a matter of fact, the attendants and a few Scarlet Flame Peak Direct disciples came to ask for help. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to refuse, but when he remembered that he still needed the fire poison to cultivate, he immediately agreed to help these people expel the fire poison. However, he would still have to collect some benefits. These attendants and direct disciples were all Spirit Master experts, and they all had some good things. After a round of looting, Ling Xiao really did obtain a lot of benefits. What he wanted were all level 3 and above spirit grasses. In 5 days, he had obtained 20 to 30 level 3 spirit grasses from these people, which made Ling Xiao extremely happy. At the same time, the Golden Steel 5 transformation technique had already been tempered by the fire poisons several times. However, Ling Xiao felt that the fire poison's toxicity wasn't strong enough, and it wasn't strong enough to require him to use the stubborn grass. Therefore, the Viscera refining realm was only a small improvement, but it was still a distance away from the intermediate realm. Ling Xiao planned to personally go to the Flame Valley to find an even stronger fire source. Although Ling Xiao had profited, there were some people who weren't happy. Just as Ling Xiao was absorbing the fire poison from one of the attendants, Lu Dong's annoying voice rang out, "Ling Xiao, my master wants you to go immediately." Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Dong in annoyance and said, "Yes, I understand." His hands continued to control the innate Yin Wind evil qi and devouring fire poison. When Lu Dong saw Ling Xiao's attitude towards him, he couldn't help but become furious and yelled, "Ling Xiao, you dare to disobey orders?" Ling Xiao instantly increased the speed of extinguishing the fire poison. He turned around and angrily shouted at Lu Dong, "Can't you see that I'm expelling the fire poison for Attendant Fong? If something goes wrong because of you, then both Attendant Fong and I will lose our lives. Your master isn't my master. If there's anything, then let him come and talk to me personally." Lu Dong's master had long since disliked Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also displeased with the two of them. Moreover, Lu Dong actually didn't understand etiquette and shouted at him while he was expelling the fire poison. How could Ling Xiao swallow this anger? Lu Dong's expression was extremely gloomy, and he immediately coldly snorted, all right, you will pay for your words." Lu Dong let out these words of hatred, turned around, and walked away. A middle-aged man who was lying on the ground slowly stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks, Ling Xiao." He then took out a third-level spirit grass and offered it to Ling Xiao. "We're all fellow disciples, there's no need to be so polite." Ling Xiao bluntly put away the spirit grass and politely said, "Don't worry, you've saved so many of our people. The elders won't dare to do anything to you." Attendant Fang said. He was an inner sect attendant, and although his position was a bit lower than Elder Chang's, Ling Xiao had saved at least 10 inner sect attendants. There were also a few Scarlet Flame Peak's true disciples, and these people would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. These people would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side and wouldn't let Ling Xiao suffer. Ling Xiao didn't know that his actions had inadvertently helped him establish a good reputation within the sect, and also saved him a lot of trouble in the future. Attendant Fang is too serious. Martial uncle has some prejudice against me, but as long as I explain it clearly, everything will be fine. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, however, he was thinking that if someone like Master Chang dared to do anything to him, he wouldn't let them off easily. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Attendant Fang saw that Ling Xiao didn't care and didn't say anything else. After all, he also didn't want to go against an elder. After that, Attendant Fang left. Another person walked over. It was his senior apprentice brother Shi Tianhou, who had a good relationship with him recently. "Senior apprentice brother, why have you come?" Ling Xiao went to greet him. Shi Tianhou shook his head at Ling Xiao and said, "Junior apprentice brother, you're out of luck." Chapter 207. Ling Xiao followed Shi Tianhou to a relatively clean hall. Chang, Yang En, Chao Nan, Lu Dong, and 3 other disciples of Chang were all present. The other elders who were originally here had all gone to guard the crystal mine. After entering the hall, Ling Xiao slightly bowed to Chang and Yang En. He then greeted Chao Nan, senior apprentice brother. In truth, the first disciple to join Medicine Peak should have been Lu Dong. He was originally the senior apprentice brother, but Chao Nan had broken through to the 3rd rank alchemist realm first, so Chao Nan had naturally become the chief senior apprentice brother of Medicine Peak. Chao Nan smiled and nodded to Ling Xiao in response, but there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. "Ling Xiao, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Even my words don't work." Chang looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare. "Senior apprentice uncle, you're a high and mighty elder of the sect, and I'm just a small disciple. I'm very timid." Ling Xiao spoke modestly, but there was no trace of modesty on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. In Chang's eyes, that smile seemed to be looking down on him. "Senior apprentice brother, take a look. This is the good disciple our senior apprentice brother has recruited." Chang's tone was filled with ridicule as he spoke to Yang and said, "Senior apprentice uncle, don't be impatient." He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Ling Xiao, you said that quite a few of the attendants had their fire poison expelled by you?" "Yes, senior apprentice uncle," Ling Xiao replied honestly. He didn't have any grudges with Yang En, so he was still quite respectful of him. Joy appeared on Yang En's face, and he anxiously asked, "What method did you use to expel the fire poison?" Yang En asked. Ruchang also listened attentively. He also wanted to know what method Ling Xiao had to expel the fire poison. Even a king rank expert was unable to expel this fire poison, so he was truly unable to figure out how Ling Xiao had accomplished it. Initially, he thought that Ling Xiao had absorbed Ji Yanzhao's fire poison and traded his life for Ji Yanzhao's. But now, it seemed that this was absolutely not the case. Could it be that Ling Xiao had some kind of treasure that could engrave the fire poison? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying, "This? Forgive me for not being able to tell you." Yang En and Ru Chang's expressions changed slightly. Ru Chang shouted, "Don't you know this is related to the safety of the sect's deacons and disciples? Don't tell me you only care about your own selfish desires?" Ling Xiao's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, "It looks like I've been too ostentatious this time." Regret grew in Ling Xiao's heart. He had so openly helped so many people expel the fire poison, and he was bound to attract the wind. It would be easy for him to attract trouble, Yang An saw Ling Xiao's awkward expression, and he immediately said, Ling Xiao, your martial uncles are right. If you have a method, tell us, and we can all study it together. We will report it to the sect, and you will be credited with a great merit. Two martial uncles, I can only tell you that the reason I can expel the fire poison is because of the special nature of my body. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to expel the fire poison. Please forgive me, Ling Xiao said in a slightly humble manner. Now that Yang An had brought up the sect, if he continued to act arrogantly, then he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time. Lu Dong suddenly interrupted from the side, his tone full of ridicule. You put it so nicely. What's so special about your body? Isn't it just a pair of hands and a pair of legs? Don't tell me you're a beastman? Beastman? Ling Xiao was startled, and then he glared at Lu Dong and scolded, Your mother is a beastman, and your whole family are beastmen. Lu Dong was furious, and just as he was about to scold him, Ru Chang interrupted him, Lu Dong, you have no right to speak here. Lu Dong angrily glared at Ling Xiao and shut his mouth, but in his heart, he was determined to find an opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Ling Xiao, are you really not going to tell us the method to expel the fire poison? Ru Chang once again asked coldly. I said that even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to do it, Ling Xiao said impatiently. All right. Since that's the case, then I will now order you to go to the crystal mine in the Flame Valley and collect the glazed crystal for the sect. Ru Chang shouted twice, and then immediately showed his elder's token to Ling Xiao. When these words came out, Chao Nan and Shi Tianho's expressions changed. Martial uncle, what you're doing is inappropriate. Chao Nan said with dissatisfaction. Step back, Nan Xian. I will personally explain this matter to your master and the sect. Ru Chang said resolutely, not giving any face to Chao Nan Xian. Junior, I think it's better to let him look after the crystal mine first. I'm afraid that Elder Li won't allow him to mine it, Yang An interrupted from the side. Ru Chang frowned and said, Ling Xiao, immediately go to the Flame Valley and listen to the instructions of the elders. Guard the crystal mine until all of the crystal mine has been mined. When Ru Chang said this, Chao Nan Xian and Shi Tianho let out a slight sigh of relief. Only Ling Xiao's expression remained the same, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ling Xiao, will you obey the instructions? Yang An asked when he saw that Ling Xiao didn't react. This disciple will obey the instructions, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have any objections. He had wanted to enter the Flame Valley for a long time, but his mission was to refine the ice-cold pill. Even if his martial uncle didn't allow him to participate in refining the pill, he still had to obediently stay in the city. Otherwise, people would find an excuse to stir up trouble again. Recently, he had absorbed other people's fire poison to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. However, the fire poison was much weaker than the one he absorbed from Ji Yanzhao, so the effect on his cultivation was not obvious. Therefore, he needed to find an even stronger fire poison to cultivate. Only then would he be able to cultivate the Viscera refinement realm to the highest level in a short period of time. However, he didn't have the Elder's instructions, so he didn't dare to casually step into the Flame Valley. After all, there were spirit beasts with fire poison in their bodies. Each of them was extremely ferocious and terrifying. With Ling Xiao's high-level mystic cultivation, if he rashly entered, it would only bode ill rather than well. Shi Tianho, bring Ling Xiao to meet up with Elder Li. Ru Chang impatiently waved his hand and ordered Shi Tianho to bring Ling Xiao away. In his heart, he thought to himself, this brat is lucky. However, once we reach the Flame Valley, let's see how he'll deal with the fire poison. With regards to Ru Chang's malicious thoughts, Ling Xiao didn't need to guess to know a thing or two. In any case, the master and disciple duo weren't good people. Just as Ling Xiao turned around to leave, Chao Nan called out to Ling Xiao, Junior brother, take care. Take these ice-cold pills with you. Ling Xiao looked at Chao Nan with gratitude. Just as he was about to take the ice-cold pills, Ru Chang said, Nan Xian, since Ling Xiao's physique is special and can restrain the fire poison, it's better to leave these ice-cold pills for the other disciples. Moreover, there aren't many ice-cold pills. Chao Nan turned his head and looked at Ru Chang with dissatisfaction. Martial Uncle Zhu, don't you think this is too much? Martial Uncle Yang, do you think so too? Chao Nan was a true disciple, and his authority and prestige were second only to the elders. Now that Ru Chang was bullying his junior brother like this, it was equivalent to not giving his master, Nangong Changle, face. If he didn't stand up and say anything, he was afraid that others would think that Ru Chang had the final say in Medicine Peak. Yang En, who was at the side, also felt that Ru Chang's actions were a bit too much. He immediately tried to persuade him, "Junior brother, forget it. Why make things difficult for a junior? Just give him the ice-cold pills." Mph. Ru Chang coldly snorted and didn't say anything else, as if he had compromised. "Many thanks for senior brother's good intentions, but my body is really special. A normal fire poison won't be able to harm me," Ling Xiao tactfully said. What a joke. If he accepted the ice-cold pill, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Moreover, he had the innate evil Wen Qi, so he really wasn't afraid of a mere fire poison. Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou left the Great Hall and went straight to Flame Valley. "Junior brother, you're too impulsive," Shi Tianhou said from the side. After interacting with Ling Xiao for the past few days, he also felt that Ling Xiao was a friend worth befriending. In his heart, he had already treated Ling Xiao as a good brother. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. "Senior brother, don't worry. I have my ways. Sai, you haven't entered Flame Valley before, so you don't know. Warriors below the Spirit Master level don't have the ice-cold pill, so they will definitely be poisoned the moment they enter. Even if they have the ice-cold pill, it won't bode well for them," Shi Tianhou sighed from the side. "Oh, why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked in return. "The ice-cold pill can indeed restrain the fire poison, but this alone isn't enough because all the spirit beasts in Flame Valley are rank 3 and above. The spirit beasts below rank 3 have almost all been killed. These high-level spirit beasts are very strong and savage, and each one of them carries fire poison. Senior brother Ji was injured by the spirit beasts, which is why he was severely poisoned. Even if you can resist the fire poison, your strength is not enough to resist the attacks of those spirit beasts. It seems that Elder Zhu has ill intentions towards you," Shi Tianhou explained. Although he was an honest and straightforward person, he wasn't stupid and could naturally see Zhu Ru Chang's intentions. Hearing Shi Tianhou's words, Ling Xiao became silent. A rank 3 spirit beast was equivalent to a human spirit master. With Ling Xiao's current strength as a high-level mystic disciple, he could barely fight against it. However, from Shi Tianhou's tone, it seemed that the spirit beasts in Flame Valley weren't just rank 3 low-level spirit beasts. There were even quite a few rank 3 middle and high-level spirit beasts. There might even be rank 4 spirit beasts appearing. If that was the case, with just Ling Xiao's personal strength, it would be as Shi Tianhou said, and he would probably be in danger. If Ling Xiao let the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin come out to help, he would expose all of his trump cards. This would be very inconvenient for him in the future. Moreover, if they were also poisoned by the fire poison, it would be troublesome. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Shi Tianhou continued, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. If you really aren't afraid of the fire poison, you only need to stay in the camp. With the protection of the elders, there shouldn't be any accidents." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me, senior brother. I will be careful." "That's good. Later, follow behind me. If you meet any spirit beasts, don't try to be brave. I'll block them first and you run. I'll catch up. Once we get to the camp, it'll be fine." Shi Tianhou reminded him again. The fire poison in Flame Valley was too strong, and normal spirit beasts couldn't get too close. Therefore, they didn't ride spirit beasts and could only hurry over on foot. The city and Flame Valley were only half a day's journey away, and the two quickly reached the outskirts of Flame Valley. Chapter 208. Before coming here, Ling Xiao had seen the scene of Flame Valley from high up in the sky. At that time, he had only felt that it was like a mountain of flames, crimson like blood. This kind of scene was truly spectacular, causing people to gasp in amazement. Now standing at the entrance of Flame Valley, waves of hot air assaulted his face, causing his entire body to feel unbearably hot. He couldn't help feeling irritated. Junior apprentice brother, take an ice-cold pill. The fire poison here can slowly invade your body through your skin, reminded Shi Tianhou. Not daring to be careless, he took out an ice-cold pill and swallowed it. It's nothing, senior apprentice brother, just lead the way, said Ling Xiao casually. In truth, he had already begun to circulate the ice attribute within his body to maintain a calm state of mind. Although the innate in-wind baleful qi within his body could resist the fire poison, under such high temperatures, even Ling Xiao felt his mind become restless. The two of them entered the valley and saw that there were fire attribute low-level spirit grasses and spirit trees everywhere. Each one was extremely strange and bright red. Flaming tail grass, Ling Xiao looked around, his gaze suddenly stopping in one direction. He saw that in the direction he was looking at, there was a crimson spirit grass. That spirit grass was extremely hairy, like a horse's tail constantly swaying in the wind. This was a high-level second-level flaming tail grass. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rush over to pick that spirit grass. Junior apprentice brother, don't waste your time. The spirit grasses here are all covered in fire poison. Elder Yang and the other elders have concluded that these spirit grasses can't be absorbed or used for alchemy, otherwise those who absorb them will be poisoned, said Shi Tianhou from the side. As soon as these words were said, Ling Xiao's excited mood couldn't help but wither. What a pity! Ling Xiao threw the flaming tail grass to the side and heavily sighed. He now also finally understood the reason why these low-level spirit grasses were all left unpicked. It turned out that these spirit grasses all had some degree of fire poison, so they couldn't be absorbed. It was undoubtedly a great pity. What followed was the true beginning of what made Ling Xiao's heart ache. He saw that there were actually quite a few third-level spirit grasses in Flame Valley, and they were all extremely rare and precious. However, these spiritual herbs could not be absorbed or used for alchemy. This undoubtedly made Ling Xiao feel extremely pained. Even so, Ling Xiao could not help but pick a few rare and precious spiritual herbs. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through his mind, and he immediately revealed a happy expression. Although others couldn't absorb it, it didn't mean he couldn't use it. He cultivated the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi, which meant that he cultivated the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and wind at the same time. Therefore, he could also absorb the spirit herbs of the fire attribute. Although these spirit herbs contained fire poison, it was not a big deal to him. Even if he directly consumed it or refined it into a pill, he could directly consume it. At that time, he could use the evil yin qi to eliminate the fire poison, and the medicinal effect would definitely be preserved. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's heart warmed up, and he quickly began to harvest these fire-attributed spiritual herbs. Shi Tianhou was flabbergasted by Ling Xiao's actions. Junior brother, didn't I say that these spirit herbs can't be used? Why are you still picking them? Don't waste time, let's hurry, urged Shi Tianhou. Senior brother, don't be anxious. These spirit herbs are useless to others, but to me, they are extremely useful. Ling Xiao grinned. Following that, Ling Xiao saw a stalk of Tier 3 mid-tier 5-star flower. Each flower was like a star, and the petals even contained some dark red veined patterns, looking very charming and alluring. Good boy, there are still 3 middle 3rd level 5-star flowers. I can't let them go. Ling Xiao's eyes shone, and he rubbed his hands together, immediately running over to pick them. Just at this time, a sense of danger gathered. Junior brother, be careful. Shi Tianhou also felt it, and he warned Ling Xiao. The pair of silver axes on his back instantly drew out, and he pounced towards Ling Xiao. A fiery shadow shot out from the underbrush like lightning. Ling Xiao had been gathering spirit herbs the entire time, but he hadn't seen any spirit beasts. His vigilance had been at its lowest, and it was only when danger arrived that he reacted. However, he was still a bit late and his arm was cut by that fiery shadow. The burning sensation caused Ling Xiao to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. When he looked at his arm again, he saw a stream of blood flowing out from a crack in his flesh. In just a short moment, his arm had already become red and swollen, and there was even a faint trace of scarlet. A fiery poison quickly rushed into Ling Xiao's body from his arm. At this time, Ling Xiao naturally didn't have the mind to use the fiery poison to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Without even thinking about it, he used the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi to extinguish the fiery poison. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the spirit beast that had injured him. He cried out in alarm, "It's actually a fire fox. This is bad." In front of Ling Xiao was a mid-third level fire fox. Its entire body was as red as blood, and its red fur was tightly bunched together. Its eyes were scarlet, and its fangs were exposed. It was exceptionally frightening. "Junior brother, you go forward. I'll deal with it." Shi Tianhou shouted from behind, and at the same time, he blasted out 2 axe shadows. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately retreated to the side. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he took out his raging flame sword and waited for an opportunity. The firefox's speed was as fast as lightning, and even some wind attribute spirit beasts might not be able to match its speed. Shi Tianhou's attacks were simply unable to harm the firefox. Gee! The firefox seemed to have been angered by Shi Tianhou, and after dodging a few times, it shot toward Shi Tianhou. Shi Tianhou was an earth attribute martial artist. His defense was passable, but his speed was lacking. Seeing that the firefox was about to grab his face, Ling Xiao saw an opportunity from the side. He pointed with his index finger, and a small pillar of fire shot towards the firefox. This was the Raging Flame Finger technique that he had obtained from the Li clan. At the same time that he shot out his finger technique, Ling Xiao used his fastest speed and instantly arrived at the firefox's side. He shouted, "Go to hell!" The Raging Flame Finger could only temporarily delay the firefox's attack on Shi Tianhou. His current move was the real killing move. Rays of sword shadows filled with scorching flames shot towards the firefox's body. Boom! Ling Xiao had used 100% of his profound energy in this move. Furthermore, he was using a third-level profound artifact. This attack was comparable to a low-level spirit master's full-power attack. The firefox was blasted several meters away, and it landed in the weeds. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked with concern. "I'm fine. Fortunately, you attacked in time. Let's go. That firefox shouldn't be dead. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with it," Shi Tianhou said, and hurriedly brought Ling Xiao along. "Senior brother can't leave. That firefox is attacking again." Ling Xiao cautiously looked at the place where the firefox had fallen. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery shadow shot out from the grass again. This time, it was even faster than before. "Come. It's been a long time since someone has sparred with me." Ling Xiao didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He shouted, and the raging flame sword in his hand shone brightly. Sword Scar. In an instant, countless fiery sword shadows flooded towards the firefox that was shooting over. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had still underestimated the firefox's speed. With a few leaps, it circled to Ling Xiao's side and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Ling Xiao's waist. If he was bitten, he would probably lose a large chunk of flesh. "Beast, don't be so savage," Shi Tianhou shouted, and immediately came over to support him. For a moment, one beast and 2 humans were fighting. With Ling Xiao's wind attribute, he could still sense the firefox's direction, but he couldn't do anything to it. Whenever the firefox was about to bite Ling Xiao, Shi Tianhou would come over to support him. "Junior brother, we can't continue like this. Why don't you leave first, and I'll block it?" Shi Tianhou said anxiously. This mid-third rank firefox was truly too difficult to deal with. The two of them fought for a long time, and Shi Tianhou could only let Ling Xiao leave first. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was much weaker than his. However, he didn't realize that Ling Xiao wasn't at a disadvantage when facing the firefox. If it were him, he might not be able to do the same. "This won't do. This firefox has already been attacked by fire poison, and it won't give up attacking. Even if you stay behind, I'm afraid you won't be its match." Think of a way to block it, and I'll kill it. Ling Xiao said to Shi Tianhou as he waved his raging flame sword to attack the fire fox. Okay, you hold it first. Shi Tianhou replied, and immediately began to gather his spiritual energy. In an instant, Shi Tianhou's entire body emitted a powerful earthen yellow color. Immediately after, he shouted, "Hand of the earth!" He slammed his palm on the ground, and a muffled sound rang out. Following that, a surge of energy surged from the ground, rushing towards the place where the fire fox and Ling Xiao were fighting. Following that, an illusory hand drilled out of the ground. Hiss! The fire fox was caught by the earthen yellow hand, and it couldn't struggle free for a moment. It let out a strange cry. Well done! Ling Xiao shouted, and he raised his raging flame sword high in the air. Swish! The powerful sword shadow contained the most ferocious attack. This time, the fire fox didn't have any chance to dodge, and it took the full brunt of Ling Xiao's ferocious attack. Streaks of blood splattered, and the fox's body was cut into several pieces. Phew! Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and directly sat down. That attack just now had used up all of his Xian Qi. Shi Tianhou immediately ran over and praised, "Junior brother, good job. You actually killed the fire fox." This time, Shi Tianhou finally realized that Ling Xiao's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if they were to exchange blows, it was likely that the two of them would have a 50-50 chance of winning. He was already a low-level spirit master, and Ling Xiao was only a high-level Xian cultivator. Shi Tianhou couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Junior brother is really amazing. I was just lucky. If it wasn't for senior brother controlling it, I might not have been able to injure it." Ling Xiao shook his head. Then he sat down to recover his Xian Qi. Shi Tianhou went to pick the 5-star flower, and then he went to take out the fire fox's beast core. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao finished meditating, and Shi Tianhou gave these 2 items to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't stand on ceremony, and he put them into his spatial ring. Let's go. There's still some distance to go, so we must hurry, Shi Tianhou said. The two of them once again walked into the depths of Flame Valley. Along the way, they encountered 2 low-level 3rd-rank spirit beasts, but they were both killed by the 2 of them. Ling Xiao also obtained 2 beast cores and a few spirit herbs. This trip to Flame Valley was destined to be fruitful. Chapter 209. The Flame Valley was as red as blood, and hot air rose. Near a volcanic crater in the Flame Valley, a few elders and deacons of the Purple Sky sect were standing guard. Not far from them, there were a few disciples of the Purple Sky sect holding the fort, and behind them, there was a cave entrance that was as tall as 2 people. Ding dang 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 dang, sounds kept coming out from inside. At this time, Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou finally arrived. The appearance of the 2 of them immediately attracted the attention of the elders and deacons. Zhang Li, an elder of the Scarlet Flame Peak, frowned and said, "Why are you 2 here?" The Flaming Valley was filled with spirit beasts of the 3rd rank and above. There were also high-ranked spirit beasts. However, Shi Tianhou and Ling Xiao were so weak, yet they dared to come here. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect who guarded this place all changed shifts every few days, taking turns to guard, and every time the disciples and deacons changed shifts, they had to come together, and could not move alone to avoid being injured by the spirit beasts. It was not yet time to change shifts, but Shi Tianhou and Ling Xiao suddenly appeared at the same time, causing Zhang Li to be puzzled. The 2 of them stepped forward and bowed to the group of elders. Shi Tianhou respectfully said, "Elder Li, the elders specially ordered junior brother Ling Xiao to assist the elders and deacons in guarding the crystal mine until the mining is complete. Disciple, I am here to escort junior brother Ling Xiao." "Nonsense, it's fine if you come, but Ling Xiao is only a high-level profound realm cultivator. How can he resist the fire poison with such strength, and the spirit beasts here?" Just as Shi Tianhou finished speaking, Zhang Li couldn't help but shout angrily. The group of elders and deacons at the side also revealed puzzled expressions. Immediately after, Shi Tianho explained the reason why he asked Ling Xiao to guard the crystal mine. After Zhang Li finished listening, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. This He is really getting more and more outrageous. Another elder walked over and asked Ling Xiao, "Are you junior brother Mu Huai's disciple, Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao looked at the old man and replied, "Yes, I am." He was puzzled. Could it be that he is an elder of Wooden Flag Peak? This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen this elder, and he did not recognize him at all. However, he addressed his master, Mu Huai, as his junior brother, so he thought that this elder was definitely an elder under his Wood Flag Peak. Very good, since the Medicine Peak doesn't want you anymore, then you can stay at the Wooden Flag Peak from now on. The elder looked at Ling Xiao and called out twice, then said, "I am your master's senior brother, Mu En. You can call me Martial Uncle." Mu En had always been guarding the Flame Valley, but he would still return to the sect every 2 or 3 months. Therefore, he found out from Mu Huai that their Wood Flag Peak had recruited a 100% pure elemental disciple called Ling Xiao. Mu Huai was also a Tenbin who often praised Ling Xiao in front of him, saying that if Ling Xiao did not spend half of his time on alchemy, he would definitely be able to break through to the Spirit Master level before the age of 20. Now that he saw Ling Xiao, Mu En could naturally guess that Ling Xiao was the good disciple that his junior brother mentioned. "Martial Uncle, let's talk about this when we return to the sect. Since the elders have ordered this disciple to help the elders and deacons, this disciple will naturally obey. This disciple does not have any other abilities, but my body is a little special, so I am not afraid of the fire poison. At the same time, I can also treat the deacons and senior brothers and sisters' fire poison without a problem. Martial Uncle, please let me stay and let this disciple help everyone," Ling Xiao said respectfully. What a joke, he had always wanted to come to the Flame Valley, so naturally he would not go back so easily. Even though Zhu Ruchang did not have good intentions, this was also what he wanted. Good, you are indeed a disciple of my Wood Flag Peak. Then stay, with Martial Uncle here, you will be fine. Mu En saw that Ling Xiao was so considerate and immediately said happily. Then he said to Zhang Li, "Junior Zhang, this Herb Peak's Zhu Ruchang's temperament is still a bit lacking. Yes, we will report this to the sect leader when we return to the sect. Don't think that just because you are a third-rank alchemist, you can torment such an outstanding disciple." Zhang Li nodded in agreement. These days, Ling Xiao had treated a few Scarlet Flame Peak true disciples and the deacons guarding here, temporarily calming everyone's minds. All the elders saw this, and Zhang Li was an elder of Scarlet Flame Peak, so of course he was extremely satisfied with Ling Xiao's actions. However, Zhu Ruchang pushed Ling Xiao to the Flame Valley, and even wanted such an outstanding disciple to mine for ores. This was simply trying to kill Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary disciple, perhaps with their status, they wouldn't even care. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple of Herb Peak's Peak Lord, Nangong Changle. Apart from this identity, he was also the most favored and proud disciple of Wood Flag Peak's Peak Lord. Moreover, Ling Xiao had made a great contribution here, and would definitely be remembered when he returned to the sect. How could they not care about a disciple like this? More importantly, Mu En was Ling Xiao's martial uncle, and it seemed that this martial uncle had a good relationship with his master, so of course he would do his best to protect Ling Xiao. In the dilapidated small city, Zhu Ruchang didn't concoct pills as usual, but raised his head to look at the bright sunny sky with his hands behind his back. Waves of heat assaulted his face, making him feel irritated for no reason. At this moment, Lu Dong carefully walked out from behind. Ruchang didn't even turn his head and said, "What are you doing sneaking around?" Lu Dong hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, disciple has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Ruchang frowned slightly and said, "Say it." Long ago, he still had high hopes for Lu Dong, but following Lu Dong's disappointing performance, he was extremely dissatisfied with Lu Dong. However, he couldn't find a decent disciple all these years, so he was also very depressed. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't like Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was only a disciple of their Herb Peak, perhaps he wouldn't hate Ling Xiao so much. However, Ling Xiao had one disciple and two masters, and after becoming a disciple of their Herb Peak, he also became a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. This made Ruchang feel extremely uncomfortable. In Ruchang's heart, being an alchemist was an honorable profession. Anyone who could become a disciple of their Herb Peak was a blessing of 3 lifetimes, yet Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. Ruchang felt that Ling Xiao didn't care about the profession of alchemist. He thought that a person like Ling Xiao who didn't have the heart to be an alchemist was not qualified to be an alchemist. Therefore, he thought that it was better to chase Ling Xiao out of Herb Peak, so that he wouldn't ruin their Herb Peak's reputation in the future. At this time, Lu Dong came to his master and said respectfully, "Master, have you ever thought about why Ling Xiao can restrain the fire poison? Didn't he say it was because of his body? Could it be that there really is a secret?" Ruchang glanced at Lu Dong and said, "Master, then what kind of physique do you think is needed to restrain the fire poison? Moreover, to be able to expel the fire poison from others?" Lu Dong didn't answer and instead asked a question. To restrain the fire poison, only an absolute Yin body can prevent the fire poison from attacking, or a king level or above strength that can repel and not absorb the fire attribute spirit qi. As for being able to expel the fire poison from others, it also requires an absolute Yin body. Moreover, after reaching the spirit master level and converting it into spirit qi, one can help expel the fire poison from others. However, helping others expel the fire poison will consume a lot of spirit qi, and the slightest bit of carelessness will cause the fire poison to backfire, Ruchang said. At this point, he revealed a slightly surprised expression and said, "Could it be that he has a spirit weapon on him? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Lu Dong lowered his voice and said, "Master, other than this explanation, do you think there is another explanation?" Ruchang's body slightly trembled and his eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. His whole body sank into deep thought. At this time, Lu Dong quietly retreated. He knew that his master had already made up his mind, and now he could only wait to watch a good show. Since Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate kindness, then he would let him know the consequences of offending him, Lu Dong. As night fell, the temperature in the Flame Valley was slightly suppressed. It was clearly much more comfortable than during the day. Ling Xiao said to his martial uncle Mu En, then found a quiet place to sit down. "Prodigal brat, Xiao Jin, come out." Ling Xiao called out to the spirit beast wristband, and 2 shadows appeared in front of him. A small scarlet beast and a huge golden wolf king appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The small scarlet beast instantly pounced in front of Ling Xiao and licked Ling Xiao's face a few times. Then, it began to dance in the forest, seemingly very happy. The Golden Wolf King showed an extremely impatient look and transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. "Master, Xiao Jin hates this place." The Golden Wolf King had a dual attribute of metal and wind, and this Flame Valley was filled with fire attributes and fire poison. It just so happened to restrain the Golden Wolf King's metal attribute, so it wasn't strange for it to feel uncomfortable. "Since that's the case, you can return to the wristband," Ling Xiao said. Just as he was about to call back the Golden Wolf King, he thought of something and asked, "Xiao Jin, how long do you need to break through to the 4th step?" Ever since the Golden Wolf King had followed Ling Xiao, he had often fed the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin with beast cores. Now, the Golden Wolf King was a high-rank 3-spirit beast. The Golden Wolf King replied, "Master, in order to break through to the 4th step, I need to absorb a huge amount of energy. I need to eat at least 20 essence beads." The essence beads that the Golden Wolf King was talking about were spirit beast cores. 20! Ling Xiao's face fiercely slapped. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai had been feeding beast cores to the Golden Wolf King and Fire Qilin, so the number of beast cores in his space ring had been reduced by half. Most of the remaining beast cores were 4th order and 3rd order beast cores of the metal and wind attribute. The Golden Wolf King couldn't directly consume the 4th step beast cores, so it was in a difficult situation. If he wanted the Golden Wolf King to stay in the wristband to advance, then he would need to provide it with enough beast cores. Without beast cores, this big guy would need to eat a lot of meat, and Ling Xiao didn't have the time to hunt with it. Now that the Golden Wolf King wanted to advance to the 4th step, It needed to absorb so many beast cores. This made Ling Xiao very distressed. Metal attribute spirit beasts were easier to find, but wind attribute spirit beasts were very rare. Even if he had the strength to hunt them, he didn't know where to find them. Forget it, we'll cross the bridge when we get to the bow of the boat. If we can't, then we'll ask Master for some. It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shook his head. At this time, the fire Qilin flew back with a rank 3 spirit beast in its mouth and smashed it in front of Ling Xiao. This little guy actually let Ling Xiao barbecue for it. It seems like this little guy is suffocating. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 210. The spirit beasts in Flame Valley were full of fire poison. Even Ling Xiao had to be careful when eating the roasted meat, but the fire Qilin ate a lot and was completely fine. Moreover, it seemed to be very happy here. Ling Xiao wanted it to return to the spirit beast wristband, but it refused. Helpless, Ling Xiao could only let it be. He thought, this little guy is a divine beast, so this trivial fire poison shouldn't be able to do anything to it. After the Golden Wolf King was put away, Ling Xiao threw a fire attribute beast core into the fire Qilin's mouth. This little guy had already advanced to the 3rd rank for a long time, and had swallowed 3 times the beast core of the Golden Wolf King, but it still hadn't broken through. Ling Xiao was puzzled. If this little guy could break through to the 4th rank, then even if he faced a king stage expert, he would have a chance to survive. However, now Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the fire Qilin not having enough beast cores to eat. This Flame Valley was full of spirit beasts of the 3rd rank and above, and they were all of the fire attribute. Although they contained fire poison, it wasn't a problem for the fire Qilin to eat. As long as he hunted more spirit beasts and stored them, he wouldn't need to worry about the fire Qilin not having enough beast cores to eat. Right now, he wasn't in a hurry to find spirit beasts. With his strength, he was still far from being able to deal with spirit beasts, so he could only raise his strength first. Now, his profound strength was gradually approaching perfection, but his state of mind still needed to be adjusted. For now, it was better to use the rich fire poison here to temper himself first. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and no longer circulated any profound qi to resist the hot world energy here. He then took out the stubborn grass he had obtained from G2 from his space ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The main purpose of the stubborn grass was to increase the cultivation speed of Xian Qi, and Ling Xiao wanted to use it to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation secrets. He wanted to strive to raise the Viscera refinement realm to the middle realm during this period of time in Flaming Valley. After giving up all his defenses, Ling Xiao was already drenched in sweat after a short while. His clothes were soaked, and the fire poison in the spiritual energy adhered to his skin. His skin immediately turned dark red. At the same time, the fire poison contained in the spirit beast meat he had just consumed was no longer suppressed. It was freely spread throughout his body, invading his internal organs and limbs. Under the pincer attack of both internal and external fire poison, Ling Xiao's entire body turned into a bloody man, looking extremely ferocious and frightening. "It's almost time," Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He immediately began to circulate the innate Yin Wind evil qi, driving all the fire poison in his body into his internal organs, preventing it from damaging other muscles. At the same time, it also prevented the fire poison from invading his body again. The fire poison in Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the innate Yin Wind and could only wreak havoc in Ling Xiao's internal organs. Soon, his internal organs were infected by the fire poison, and his physiological muscles were corroded bit by bit. Ling Xiao guarded his mind and immediately activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. With the help of the mischievous grass, the speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was several times faster than usual. The skin that had been infected by the fire poison only took a moment to return to its original state, and the internal organs in his body also continuously repaired themselves. The Vajra 5 transformation technique could repair the body, but it could not expel the fire poison. The fire poison still remained in his body and wantonly destroyed it. For a moment, a very strange phenomenon took place in his body. Just as the fire poison corroded and destroyed a part of his muscles, the Vajra 5 transformation technique immediately repaired it, and this process repeated without end. This kind of painful torment caused Ling Xiao to be in so much pain that he wanted to die. He wanted to scream out loud, but he was afraid of alarming others. He could only stuff a large piece of uneaten spirit beast meat into his mouth, trying his best to not make a sound. Even so, his forehead was dripping with sweat like rain. It was clear that the fire poison in Ling Xiao's body was many times stronger than before. The night passed uneventfully, and the east gradually turned bright. The temperature in Flame Valley became hot and stuffy again. Ling Xiao had already recovered from his cultivation. After a night of torment, not only did he not seem dispirited, but he was even more spirited. I believe that reaching the middle stage within a month won't be a problem. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction as he muttered to himself. Previously, he hadn't had the resources to cultivate the third transformation. Now that he had the resources and the conditions, he naturally had to make good use of it. Moreover, the abnormal defense of the Vajra 5 transformation technique had given Ling Xiao many benefits. As for the hardships he had to endure during his cultivation, he could ignore them. Ling Xiao once again walked towards the mine. Who would have thought that after a few steps, he would run into Ji Yanzhao and his junior apprentice sister Mo Ailian. Junior apprentice brother Ling Xiao, take care. Ji Yanzhao immediately called out when he saw Ling Xiao. So it's senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister. Ling Xiao saw the two and cupped his hands in greeting. Junior apprentice brother, you don't need to be so polite. You are my savior. Ji Yanzhao said, then continued, I didn't think that you would be sent to help guard the crystal mine. Why don't you join our group? Although my strength isn't good, it won't be a problem for me to protect you. There were spirit beasts in Flame Valley at all times, and the elders didn't always stay in Flame Valley. Therefore, with Ling Xiao's strength as a high-level mystic cultivator, it was still quite dangerous. Of course, Ji Yanzhao didn't know that Ling Xiao had a spirit beast to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Mo Ailian also opened her mouth. That's right, junior apprentice brother Ling, come with us. We still have a lot to thank you for saving my senior apprentice brother's life. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister's kindness, but I still have to listen to the elders' arrangements. I really can't go with you. Ling Xiao smiled and declined. What a joke, with his martial uncle here, why would he want to guard the crystal mine? He might as well find a place to cultivate. He was currently using the stubborn grass, so he didn't want to waste its medicinal power. So that's how it is. Then we won't force you. Ji Yanzhao said with slight disappointment. He then took out a few spirit grasses from his spatial ring and handed them to Ling Xiao, saying, Junior apprentice brother, this is a small reward to thank you for saving my life. I hope junior apprentice brother doesn't mind. But how could I accept this? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but look at the spirit grasses in Ji Yanzhao's hand. Suddenly, his pupils dilated a bit and he couldn't help but exclaim, Live spot bamboo. Among the few stalks of spirit grass that Ji Yanzhao took out, there was one stalk that looked like a bamboo. It had 5 small sections, and each section had an ink-like pattern, just like the pattern of a zebra beast. It was vivid and lifelike. Junior apprentice brother is truly worthy of being an alchemist, being able to see through it with a single glance. Ji Yanzhao smiled. Since senior apprentice brother has such good intentions, then junior apprentice brother will accept it. Ling Xiao no longer refused and received the spirit grasses from Ji Yanzhao. He then said, to tell you the truth, this live spot bamboo is of great use to junior apprentice brother. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother's gift. If there is a need for it in the future, junior apprentice brother will definitely not refuse. Junior apprentice brother's words are too serious. You are my benefactor, so if you continue to be so polite, then you're treating me like an outsider, Ji Yanzhao said. To the side, Mo Ailian also said, that's right, junior apprentice brother should be able to use it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to take out such a small thing. Senior apprentice sister, what are you talking about? Live spot bamboo is a low-tier 4th-rank spirit grass and is extremely valuable. Junior apprentice brother has profited greatly. When junior apprentice brother becomes a 3rd-rank alchemist in the future, I definitely won't forget senior apprentice brother's kindness, Ling Xiao solemnly said. Live spot bamboo was of great use to him, and he hadn't expected that Ji Yanzhao would give it to him. Of course he had to accept it, but at the same time, he couldn't just take advantage of someone else. If he didn't make a promise, then that wouldn't be nice. Good, then I hope junior apprentice brother can quickly reach the 3rd rank. At that time, senior apprentice brother can also bask in junior apprentice brother's glory, huh? Ji Yanzhao laughed heartily. Ling Xiao chatted with the two of them for a bit more before walking towards the nearby camp. At the camp, only Mu Wen remained to guard it. The other elders had already disappeared, and there were also a few attendants and disciples guarding the entrance of the crystal mine. Ling Xiao had always been puzzled. Just who was mining the crystal mine? How important was the crystal mine? Presumably, it was the sect's most loyal disciples. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Xiao looked towards the entrance of the cave, and his mouth opened wide. He saw a few unkempt people coming out of the cave. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, and their feet were chained, just like prisoners. They handed some things to an attendant, and then went back into the cave. Could it be? Are they the sect's prisoners? Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. He had been in the Purple Sky sect for a year, but he had never heard of any prisoners being held in the sect. He didn't sympathize with these prisoners, but he just couldn't understand who they were. If these people really offended the sect, they could just kill them. Why would they need to imprison them? That was simply a waste of food. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ear. These people used to be the sect's attendants or disciples, but they used the sect's reputation to commit a felony, so they were imprisoned to atone for the felony they committed. Ling Xiao's heart sank. The person had already come to his side, but he didn't know. When he turned around, he saw that his martial uncle Mu Wen was already behind him. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, martial uncle." "Forget it," Mu Wen said. "How did you offend your martial uncle Zhu? You actually provoked him to treat you like a prisoner, and he actually wants you to mine?" This disciple also doesn't understand. I have only met martial uncle Zhu a few times, and I can't think of how I have offended martial uncle Zhu, Ling Xiao replied. As for why Chang Chang didn't like him, Ling Xiao really didn't know. Maybe it was Lu Dong, that villain, who made things up, or maybe he was jealous of this young master's peerless Tenbin. Anyway, no matter what, if Chang Chang wanted to deal with him, he absolutely couldn't let him succeed. Since you are not happy in Medicine Peak, you can directly stay in Wooden Flag Peak from now on. I think your master will be very happy, Mu Wen said. Martial uncle's kindness, Ling Xiao understands, but it's not too late to decide after I reach the 3rd level, Ling Xiao replied. Alright, when you reach the 3rd level, our Wooden Flag Peak will bask in your glory, Mu Wen said happily. Then he said, during this time, you can just stay around here. Martial uncle won't let anything happen to you. Thank you, martial uncle. Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude. At this moment, an attendant hurriedly ran over and said to Mu Wen, "Elder Mu, a prisoner has been poisoned." Elderly asked Ling Xiao to go and treat him. Chapter 211. The ones who were poisoned weren't deacons or disciples, but the sect's prisoners who were mining inside the crystal mine. The entire Flame Valley was filled with fire poison, so the crystal mine must be filled with fire poison as well. However, during this period of time, there was already a sufficient supply of ice-cold pills. Logically speaking, it was impossible for ordinary fire poison to poison them again, but now they were indeed poisoned by fire poison, and this fire poison could not even be suppressed by the ice-cold pills. What's going on? Mu Wen looked at the prisoners lying on the ground and asked the deacon on duty. A fire rat spirit beast appeared in the crystal mine and they were all bitten. Now Deacon Xing has brought people in to hunt the fire rats, the deacon replied. Nonsense, the crystal mine can't withstand the impact. If the crystal mine is destroyed, then it'll be a great crime. Muwen's expression changed as he shouted. Then he said to Ling Xiao, save them, I'll go take a look inside the crystal mine. After saying that, Muwen rushed into the crystal mine and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao knew the severity of the situation and immediately said to the deacon, help me move them to a quiet place first. I'll have to trouble Deacon to protect me first. No problem. The deacon could see that Muwen was very concerned about Ling Xiao, so he didn't dare to put on any airs. He immediately followed Ling Xiao's instructions and moved the prisoners to a quiet place. Ling Xiao used both hands at the same time and placed them on the two prisoners' chests. 2 gusts of Xiantian Yin Qi were sent out. However, no matter how serious the fire poison was, as long as Ling Xiao treated them in time, they would be able to survive. Not long after, the fire poison was expelled from the prisoners. Just to be on the safe side, Ling Xiao also fed them healing pills to ensure that they wouldn't die. What serious crime did these fellows commit to have their dantians sealed? Ling Xiao looked at the prisoners in front of him and muttered. These prisoners didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations and were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, their feet were chained. No wonder the sect was at ease letting these prisoners mine. If they did so, they would not have the ability to escape with the crystal. Now, there was still the last prisoner left. This prisoner looked quite young, only in his 30s, and was the youngest among all the prisoners. There was a long scar on his face, adding a thick stroke to his resolute face, making him look extremely ferocious and fierce, but it also added a bit of arrogance and domineeringness to him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, this guy looks pretty good, so how did he become a prisoner? Ling Xiao pressed his hand on the man's body and sent the innate Yin Wind baleful qi over. Unexpectedly, the Yin Wind baleful qi that he injected was like a stone sinking into the sea. It actually disappeared without a trace in that person's body. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, something's wrong. Following that, he increased the amount of innate Yin Wind baleful qi. He wanted to see if the fire poison was really so powerful that it could actually devour his innate Yin Wind baleful qi. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that the Yin Wind evil qi that he had endlessly sent over would go out of control after entering his opponent's body, as if it was being sucked away by something. Ling Xiao's expression became more and more solemn. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Ling Xiao had always been successful in expelling the fire poison, but he did not expect to meet such a troublesome opponent today. For a moment, he was extremely annoyed. He immediately shouted and pressed his hands on the prisoner's chest, sending 2 powerful Yin Wind evil qi through his arms. Both of his arms turned jet black and emitted a cold Yin qi. The clothes in front of the prisoner's chest were instantly corroded by the innate Yin Wind evil qi. However, at this moment, a change happened to the prisoner. The fiery red color of his skin instantly turned jet black, looking extremely strange and frightening. Ling Xiao only thought that this was the effect of his Yin Wind evil qi, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, he did not dare to send the innate Yin Wind evil qi over again. Otherwise, before he could expel the fire poison, the prisoner would be killed by his innate Yin Wind evil qi first. Phew! Ling Xiao released his palms and sat to the side to meditate. Even though the innate Yin Wind evil qi was provided by the innate Yin Wind bead, it still consumed a lot of his Xian qi. Moreover, after continuously saving people just now, he felt very tired. Ling Xiao did not know that while he was meditating with his eyes closed, the prisoner beside him underwent a shocking change. He saw that his eyes actually trembled slightly, then his pair of coarse arms slowly spread out, placed flat in front of his lower abdomen, and formed a mysterious hand seal. Immediately after, a strange thing happened. The jet black color around his body actually flowed towards the dantian in his lower abdomen, and at the same time, the surrounding spiritual qi also had an obvious fluctuation. Ling Xiao seemed to feel something and opened his eyes to look at the prisoner. He suddenly jumped up in shock and murmured, "This guy can't have recovered, right?" Unexpectedly, the prisoner also opened his eyes. Those jet black eyes were like that of a tiger's, emitting an aura of brilliance. Not good. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, then immediately sought help from the deacon not far away. Ding dang! The prisoner bounced up from the ground, and a withered hand actually grabbed Ling Zhao's throat in an instant. Tisk tisk, it's really all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows when I, cruel leopard, would be able to escape. In order to thank you, I'll leave your corpse intact. The prisoner laughed sinisterly. Then he struggled with both of his legs, and the iron chains made of dark steel were instantly broken. With Ling Zhao's throat being grabbed, he could not speak. At the same time, the prisoner's aura suppressed the surrounding aura. Ling Zhao was aghast. This guy at least had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he seemed to be a bit stronger. Don't stare at me like that. To be able to die in the hands of me, cruel leopard, is your honor. The prisoner who called himself Cruel Leopard twisted his neck and said disdainfully. Ling Zhao knew that this guy was about to kill him, so he immediately gathered his mental strength. Even if he died, he had to turn this guy into an idiot. Just as Cruel Leopard was about to kill him, he slightly raised his eyebrows and immediately said unwillingly, "Count yourself lucky." Then, he threw Ling Zhao heavily on the ground and fled in one direction. His speed was simply frightening. But Ling Zhao was smashed onto a tree, and the tree trunk was broken by him. Ling Zhao was shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was clearly seriously injured. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Ling Zhao. "Ling Zhao, are you all right?" The person who came was Mu En. Marshal uncle, one escaped." Ling Zhao took a breath and said with difficulty. He really didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. A light throw almost took his little life. Fortunately, he cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation incantation, so his defensive ability was not bad. If it was any other high-level mystic cultivator, he would probably have died on the spot. I know, that guy can actually undo the seal on his own. It seems that he has already comprehended something. You heal here first, I'll chase him back. We can't let him escape, Mu En said with a dignified expression. It seemed that he attached great importance to the person who escaped. Mu En flew up into the sky and chased in the direction of Cruel Leopard. Ling Zhao immediately meditated to recover from his injuries. At the same time, a storm was set off in his heart. The aura that the prisoner gave him was actually quite evil, and his strength was very strong. He looked to be only about 30 years old, but he was actually already a high-level spirit master. It seemed that he was definitely one of the top geniuses. What puzzled him the most was that the other party used his innate in-wind evil chi to undo the seal. This person's scheming and ability were really quite terrifying. 2 hours later, Ling Zhao's injuries were basically healed. Mu En also returned. Looking at his disappointed expression, it was obvious that he had lost him. At the same time, all the elders in the Flame Valley gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Fire rats appeared in the crystal mine, and all the prisoners were poisoned by fire poison. Although the fire poison has been removed, their profound strength has been sealed, and they can't use their profound strength at all. Their injuries have not recovered yet, so let's discuss how to continue mining crystals. Also, I'll tell everyone a piece of bad news. Cruel Leopard broke the seal and escaped, Mu En said to the elders with a suspicious expression. What? Cruel Leopard actually broke the seal on his own? The elders' expressions all became aghast, as if they were quite afraid of Cruel Leopard. That's right, when I chased after him, there was no trace of him. He can hide his aura, so it's already impossible to find him, Mu En replied. At this time, Zhang Li said, the news of Cruel Leopard's escape must be immediately reported to the sect, and we must find him as soon as possible. If we let him escape back to the Devil Shadow sect, I'm afraid they will have ideas about the crystal mine. Junior Zhang is right, but it's too late to report to the sect now. I think we should first let 2 people find traces of Cruel Leopard, and once they find him, immediately kill him. On the other hand, gather all the deacons and disciples, and let them go into mine. Now there are not many profound crystals left, and our people are mining day and night. Within half a month, we can definitely all evacuate, Mu En suggested. Just as he finished speaking, an elder praised, that's right, Right now the ice-cold pills are very abundant, and we don't have to be afraid of the fire poison at all. It's also much faster for our own people to mine the crystals. One of us will guard them and watch over them, and not let them fill their pockets. Even if we let them secretly collect a few pieces, there won't be any loss. It's much better than letting others have a share of the profits, another elder echoed. Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. Junior Lu, Junior Wang, I'll have to trouble you two to track down Cruel Leopard's tracks. Old Zhang and I will stay here, and Junior Nan, you should hurry back to the sect and report this matter to the sect master, Mu En arranged. Everyone nodded and acted according to the plan. Next, Mu En began to gather all the deacons and disciples, and ordered them to enter the cave to mine the crystal mine. Of course, the elders and disciples of Medicine Peak did not need to join the ranks. This was the privilege of Medicine Peak. If the esteemed alchemist were to join in the operation of collecting crystals, they would be laughed at by others if word of this got out. However, just as everyone was speeding up the mining, an astonishing change quietly occurred in the cave. Chapter 212. In a pitch-black mine, a dozen or so dazzling night pearls emitted the same light as the moon. The deacons and a dozen disciples of the Purple Sky sect were all gathered in this mine, which seemed to be abnormally crowded. Zhang Li said in a clear voice, "There are low-grade profound crystals in the rock walls. You guys should collect these profound crystals as soon as possible and hand them over to me. Whoever collects the most profound crystals will be rewarded with 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals when they return to the sect." As soon as Zhang Li said this, all the deacons and disciples climbed between the rock walls to investigate and dig for profound crystals. 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals was a very generous reward. Under normal circumstances, one might not even be able to earn 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals in a year. Outside the cave, Mu En was sitting quietly under a big tree, with a few disciples beside him. They were Yun Mingqi, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Lian. These were the disciples who did not need to go into the cave to collect. There were also a few female disciples who had been sent back to the sect, as there was no need for them to do this kind of labor. Mu En closed his old eyes and meditated like an old monk. Nothing could disturb him. Ling Xiao was more embarrassed. He was surrounded by 3 beautiful girls, and for some reason he felt very nervous. In front of him was Yun Mingqi. Although her gaze was on the mine, her eyes would glance back from time to time. On his left was Bing Ruoshui. Her whole body was emitting a chill, which made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. On his right, the beautiful girl Yu Lian, who was holding his hand affectionately, wanted to kill him. Her proud breasts kept squeezing and squeezing, causing his heart to be in chaos, but he did not dare to act recklessly. For a moment he fell into a strange state. "Senior sister, you should stay away from me. The weather is hot, and I am sweating all over. Even if you don't dislike me, I will feel embarrassed." Ling Xiao broke the silence and said. At the same time, he wanted to pull out his arm. Unexpectedly, his arm rubbed against the elastic soft flesh a few times, but he could not break free. That feeling made Ling Xiao's lust almost burst out, and he cursed in his heart, "What is this demoness trying to do?" Yu Lian gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look and said, "Junior brother, you're so naughty. You're making me so itchy. Why don't we go further away and not disturb the elder's rest?" When she said this, she looked at Bing Ruoshui, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of provocation. "No, our mission is to guard the crystal vein. How can we leave without permission?" Ling Xiao firmly shook his head. What a joke! If he and Yu Lian left, Yun Mingqi would definitely misunderstand. At that time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean. Yu Lian shook Ling Xiao's arm and said, "There's an elder here. What are you afraid of? Besides, we won't be too far away. We can sense what's going on. Senior sister, don't play with me. If senior brother Huang sees us like this, he'll probably kill us to silence us. We're just high-level Xian cultivators, and we're not his match. I think you should let me go," said Ling Xiao. Although Yu Lian's appearance and body were definitely top class, Ling Xiao didn't dare touch her lightly. This kind of woman looked very delicious, but if they really made any substantial progress, he wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, Yun Mingqi was here, and he didn't dare take too much advantage of her. Flirting with her for a bit would also relieve his boredom. He dares? He's just a good-looking but useless fellow. Yu Lian shouted angrily at the mention of Huang Yifeng. Her eyes were filled with disgust, and then she smiled at Ling Xiao. Junior brother, could it be that you don't know your senior sister's feelings? Her beautiful eyes were suffused with a moving luster, making people feel pity for her. At this time, Yun Mingqi, who was in front of Ling Xiao, trembled slightly. Others might not have noticed, but Ling Xiao saw it. Senior sister, I'm begging you, can you stop messing around? Begged Ling Xiao. If Yun Mingqi really did misunderstand, then that would be terrible. Do you really hate me that much? Yu Lian pretended to be a little girl, and her beautiful eyes actually became misty. Ling Xiao was just about to open his mouth to speak when Bing Ruoshui coldly said, "How shameless." For a moment, Ling Xiao found that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a bit, and he couldn't help but shiver. Yu Lian laughed tenderly. Haha, is junior sister Ruoshui jealous? Bing Ruoshui turned her face away and didn't reply. If junior sister Ruoshui likes it, then how about we split it in half? Junior brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding, and it wouldn't be a loss if the two of us served him, continued Yu Lian. Ling Xiao felt like he had been defeated. Why was this woman's words getting more and more ridiculous? Bing Ruoshui coldly looked back at Yu Lian. I don't share men's preferences with others. Originally, there was nothing wrong with that, and Ling Xiao didn't think it was inappropriate. But what she said next almost caused him to collapse. Bing Ruoshui actually walked over to Ling Xiao's other side and hugged his arm. He's already my man, and I won't allow you to have any thoughts about him. Her tone revealed a rare gentleness and determination, and a hint of redness actually appeared on her cold and delicate face. Yu Lian was stunned by Bing Ruoshui's words, and Yun Mingqi directly turned to look at Bing Ruoshui. As for Mu En, he had rushed over to another tree to meditate. I really didn't expect junior sister Ruoshui to be so amazing. You actually managed to steal junior brother away from me. But I don't mind being junior brother's concubine. Does junior sister Ruoshui mind? Yu Lian covered her mouth as she laughed. Did you not understand what I meant? I don't have the habit of sharing men with others, Bing Ruoshui replied forcefully. Is that so? Since you said junior brother is your man, then why do I see that the cinnabar on your arm is still there? Yu Lian glanced at Bing Ruoshui's tender arm. Bing Ruoshui's face flushed red, but she still held onto Ling Xiao's arm and replied, It's none of your business. In any case, he's my man. If you really want him, you'll have to defeat me. It looks like junior sister Ruoshui is determined to eat junior brother. I'm also very interested in junior brother. It looks like I'll have to compete with you, Yu Lian replied, and her body actually began to emit a dense flame. Enough. Are you done yet? Ling Xiao's body shook as he shouted. A pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades shot towards him. Ling Xiao's aura withered and he immediately begged, Grandis, I'm begging you. I'm a cowardly person, and I don't have any skills. I'm not even a spirit master. Even if I'm handsome and everyone loves me, I really don't think I'm suitable for you. Please don't hurt our relationship because of me. Otherwise, junior brother will feel very uneasy. I'm going to die from laughter. Yu Lian was the first to burst into laughter as soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking. Bing Ruoshui's expressionless face also had a hint of a smile on it. It was just that she had turned her face to the side so others couldn't see it clearly. Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and walked away by herself. It's over, it's all over now. Mingqi's definitely jealous. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mingqi's graceful figure. I've never seen such an arrogant fellow like you. But senior sister likes it. Yu Lian stopped laughing and moved closer to Ling Xiao. Don't touch him again. Bing Ruoshui coldly snorted. All right, you two go to the side and deal with it yourselves. I want some peace and quiet, said Ling Xiao. The two women sensed Ling Xiao's depressed mood and glared at him. Then they let go of Ling Xiao and each found a place to sit down. How do I explain this time? Ling Xiao sat down on the ground and thought bitterly. Forget it. It's better to increase my strength first. Ling Xiao lightly sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, there were attendants and disciples taking turns harvesting crystals. Their speed was 10 times faster than using prisoners. If this continued, they would be able to harvest all the profound crystals in less than 10 days. During these 3 days, with the help of the mischievous grass, Ling Xiao continuously used the fire poison here to refine his organs. The third transformation of the Vajra 5 changes secret was advancing very quickly. He believed that as long as he persisted for a while more, he would be able to reach the middle stage. This speed left Ling Xiao speechless. At the same time, the profound qi within his body had reached a full state. The third layer acupoint of the 3 parts returning origin qi had already been filled by half. He was a bit closer to the third layer. Another thing worth mentioning was that the fire qilin actually didn't want to return to the spirit beast wristband after being released at night. This caused Ling Xiao to feel a bit vexed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this little fellow was following him, but it wasn't his protective spirit beast. There was nothing he could do to force it. The sudden appearance of this cute little spirit beast caused Yu Laiyan to be both surprised and happy. Unfortunately, the fire qilin was something that no one besides Ling Xiao could touch. This caused Yu Laiyan to be very dissatisfied. She kept pestering Ling Xiao to let her play with this little fellow for a few days. However, Bing Ruoshui was also often by Ling Xiao's side, not allowing Yu Laiyan to make a move on him. The two of them were often full of gunpowder, but in the end, they couldn't fight. Ling Xiao was very puzzled. These two girls probably had a grudge in their previous lives. In this life, they will be enemies. One ice and one fire, it's really hard for ice and fire to melt. After 3 days of peace, on the 4th day, there was news that a fire rat had appeared in the crystal mine, and several deacons were injured by it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there, so they were all scared but not hurt. However, the appearance of the fire rat caused Mu Wen to be puzzled. Could it be that there is a rat nest near the crystal mine? Whether there was a rat nest near the crystal mine or not, for the time being. On this day, Mu En, Zhang Li, and Yun Mingqi all gathered together, as if they were facing a great enemy, and flew into the air at the same time. Mu En said in a clear voice to the front, "Who are you? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Immediately after, in the forest of the Flame Valley, several figures shot out at the same time. One of them laughed and said, "Truly worthy of being an elder of the Purple Heaven sect. We haven't even arrived yet, but we've already been discovered by you. Truly amazing." Chapter 213. It's people from the moon-worshipping sect. Everyone be careful. Mu En transmitted to Zhang Li and Yun Mingqi. Gazing at Mu En and the others from afar were 5 people wearing black robes. There were 4 men and 1 woman. Other than the woman, the 4 men all looked to be middle-aged, but in reality, they were the same age as Mu En and the others. They were all over 100 years old. The woman had a veil on her face just like Yun Mengqi, but her veil was purple, while Yun Mengqi's veil was purple, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, from her alluring figure, she should belong to the type of young married woman, the type that all men couldn't help but drool when they saw her. So it's an elder of the moon-worshipping sect. What business do you have with my purple sky sect? Mu En asked the 5. At the same time, he was also on guard. The other party had hidden their tracks and had come here. Could it be that the news of the crystal mine had been leaked? I am Mu Ji of the moon-worshipping sect. These are my sect's elders. We just happened to pass by here and found out that your sect's elders are here to take care of business. Please forgive us for disturbing you." The woman with the purple veil bowed slightly to Mu En and the others. Her voice was like clear spring water that seeped into the hearts of those who heard it. It was very pleasant to listen to. Mu En and Zhang Li were surprised when they heard the other party's name. Mu En regained his composure and said, So it's the moon-worshipping sect's moon maiden. This old man has been disrespectful. I am the purple sky sect's would flag peaks Mu-En. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. My sect is here to take care of business, so we won't entertain you. Please forgive us for our lack of respect. Of course we know that your esteemed sect is doing business here, but this seems to be the boundary between our two sections. It just so happens that we also have something to do here, so it shouldn't hinder your esteemed sect, right? A skinny old man beside Muji laughed heartily. His demeanor seemed to be extremely rude and arrogant. Mu-En's expression sank and he asked, This old man is Wu Wei. The skinny old man arrogantly stroked his white beard. What? Senior apprentice brother Mu, have you heard of an elder like this in the moon-worshipping sect? Zhang Li asked. Never heard of it, Mu-En replied indifferently. Actually, all of them knew of Wu Wei. He was a newly promoted elder of moon-worshipping sect, and he'd just broken through to the king rank not too long ago. Every time a king rank expert was born among the various sects, it would attract the attention of the other sections. However, Zhang Li and Mu-En deliberately said that because they couldn't stand Wu Wei's arrogant expression, their Purple Sky sect and moon-worshipping sect were neighboring sections. Both sects' strength was about the same, but Purple Sky sect's ranking was above moon-worshipping sect. And this Wu Wei had a high and mighty appearance, as if he was the sect master of moon-worshipping sect, which was extremely annoying. On the other hand, Zhang Li and Mu-En were both famous figures who had advanced to the king rank a long time ago, so they naturally wouldn't lose to this kind of junior. This was a matter of great importance that concerned the dignity of the Purple Sky sect, so they absolutely couldn't be careless. What did you say? You don't recognize me, Wu Wei? The old man who referred to himself as Wu Wei exclaimed in displeasure. Moon-worshipping sect's sect Master Mu and Her Highness, Moon Maiden, we have long since heard of you, but you look very familiar, Zhang Li said bluntly. Bastards, you actually dare to look down on this king. Wu Wei cursed loudly, and his sharp golden spiritual energy instantly surged, causing the surrounding area to become chaotic with howling winds. Wu Wei had advanced to the king rank for more than a year, and he had enjoyed the treatment of an elder in the moon-worshipping sect. All the attendants and disciples in the sect had to respectfully address him as Lord Elder when they saw him, and they all had to flatter him. That kind of feeling made him feel extremely refreshed. This had also caused him to develop an excessively arrogant attitude, as if he was saying, I am number one under heaven, and you all have to listen to my orders. That kind of arrogance and conceit. In the moon-worshipping sect, the elders didn't pay attention to his behavior. Anyone who broke through to the king rank would be complacent and arrogant. After all, the strongest people in the Northwest were king rank experts. In this hot land, they were the high and mighty kings. What? Are you sure you want to fight here? Mu-En indifferently looked at Wu Wei. I want to let everyone in the Purple Sky sect know of this king's prestige. Wu Wei couldn't stand being ignored by others, and he actually wanted to attack Mu-En and the others. At this time, Muji shouted from the side, Elder Wu, don't be rude. Get back here. Moon Maiden, they're going too far. Wu Wei said unhappily. Enough, these two are seniors of the Purple Sky sect. We can't be rude, Muji said softly. Wu Wei didn't dare disobey Muji's orders, and he could only restrain his aura and retreat behind Muji. But his eyes flashed with a strong unwillingness, and he secretly said, I'll definitely get back at them. Muji's gaze landed on Yun Mingqi, and she changed the topic. I presume this must be the precious daughter of your sect master, Sister Mingqi? This one is indeed Yun Mingqi. What advice does Moon Maiden have for me? Yun Mingqi replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. I wouldn't dare. For Sister Mingqi to reach the king rank at such a young age, your future is limitless, Muji praised. Mu-En and Zhang Li didn't understand what Muji was planning. However, Yun Mingqi wasn't the kind of person who would be praised to the heavens just because of a few words. She said to Muji, Sister Moon Maiden is exaggerating. You're the famous genius of our Northwest region. Compared to Sister, I'm still far from being able to compare. In the future, Mingqi will definitely come to the moon-worshipping sect to discuss things with sister. It's just that sister has important matters to attend to right now. Mu En and Zhang Li exclaimed inwardly, Miss is really smart. No matter what Mu Ji's intentions were, if they stayed here for even a second longer, they would discover the location of the crystal mine. Mu En and the others didn't want this matter to be discovered. Although they weren't afraid of Mu Ji and the others, if the other side really wanted to force their way in, they wouldn't be able to resist. After all, they only had 3 kings, while the other side had 5. Yun Mingqi had used Mu Ji's words to ask them to leave. Mu Ji laughed lightly, sister is too modest. Since sister wants to discuss things with me, there's no time like the present. Why don't we discuss things now? Hearing this, Mu En and Zhang Li's expressions changed slightly. Yun Mingqi replied, Elder sister, are you making things difficult for me? Just as Mu Ji was about to speak, Mu En frowned and shouted, How dare you? Who dares to invade our Purple Sky Sect's camp? Then he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a beam of green spiritual energy smashed down towards the ground. Rumble! A large area of trees was immediately smashed into powder, and the ground caved in by more than 10 meters. The might of a king stage expert was actually this powerful. A figure had already rushed out from the place where the explosion had struck, and he directly flew into the air. This person was unexpectedly also a king stage expert. All the attendants and disciples in the crystal mine were shocked by the explosion, and they all rushed out of the cave. Everyone looked up at the expert in the air, and they all felt that something big was about to happen. The old man who had flown up from the ground looked at Mu En and sneered, Mu En, is this how you treat an old friend? This person was wearing a moon robe just like Mu Ji and the others. He had hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, and a high forehead. He was tall and thin, and his aura was abnormally overbearing. It's you! Mu En was slightly moved when he saw the person's face. The old man retreated to Mu Ji's side and said, It seems that you still haven't forgotten this old friend of yours. How could I forget King Qi's fame? But why did King Qi sneak into my sect's camp? Mu En coldly snorted. This person was moon-worshipping sect's king stage expert, Qi Ding. He was also a mid-stage king stage expert like Mu En, and he was famous in the Northwest. The moon-worshipping sect had dispatched 6 king stage experts, and their movements were extremely secretive. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. Mu En, I won't beat around the bush with you. There was actually a crystal mine in Flame Volcano, and most of it was taken by your Purple Sky sect. The rest was left for our moon-worshipping sect. If you eat the meat, you should also leave some leftovers for us. Don't you think so? Qi Ding spoke bluntly. Mu En and the other two's expressions all changed when they heard this. Qi Ding, your words are incorrect. Flame Volcano Valley is my sect's territory, and the crystal mine here naturally belongs to my sect. Please leave as soon as possible to avoid ruining the good relationship between our 2 sects, said Mu En indifferently. Mu En, your words are incorrect. Flame Volcano Valley is the boundary between our 2 sects, and the crystal mine here just so happens to be in the middle of Flame Volcano Valley. Both our sects have a share, and since the crystal mine was discovered by you first, our sect won't pursue the matter of who obtained it first. Now that our sect knows about it, the remaining crystal mine naturally belongs to our sect, said Qi Ding firmly. What if I don't hand over the rest? Mu En coldly asked. At the same time, he had already begun to raise his guard. You really have guts. We have 6 people and you only have 3. You still dare to contend against us? Senior apprentice brother Qi, don't waste any more words with him. Let's destroy them together, and then the crystal mine will belong to our moon-worshipping sect, said Wu Wei, who had just spoken. How dare you? Mu En and Zhang Li shouted in unison. Heh, it seems you still haven't recognized the situation. If you don't retreat within a quarter of an hour, I'll kill all of your Purple Sky Sect's people. Wu Wei laughed sinisterly, and a ball of golden spiritual energy condensed in his palm. It seemed he was ready to attack at any moment. Junior apprentice brother Wu, don't be anxious. Give them 3 breaths of time to consider, said Qi Ding indifferently. Qi Ding, you knew, do you really want to become enemies with our Purple Sky sect? Mu En narrowed his eyes. That's not true. We also don't want to make a big fuss. As long as you take a step back and retreat, our two sects will still be able to coexist peacefully. Qi Ding acted as if he had already eaten Mu En and the others. Senior apprentice brother Mu, it seems that this matter won't end peacefully. Why don't we fight them until the fish breaks the net? Zhang Li said indignantly. Mu En hesitated for a moment before saying, in truth, there aren't many profound crystals left. Even if we give it to the moon-worshipping sect, there's no harm in doing so. But this is my sect's territory. If we retreat today, it will definitely damage our sect's reputation. We can only fight. He then turned to Yun Mingqi and said, young miss, junior apprentice brother Zhang and I will fight with them. You should take advantage of this opportunity to escape as quickly as possible. When you return to the sect, you must report this matter to the sect master. In the future, the moon-worshipping sect will definitely give you an explanation. I won't run. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 214. 3 breaths have passed. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace, said Qi Ding. Qi Ding, you're going too far. Mu En took a deep breath and released his king-level aura. Stubborn fool, let's go and leave no one alive. Qi Ding viciously said, his fire attribute aura exploding out. I've long since grown impatient. I'll make sure your Purple Sky sect people remember how powerful I am. Wu Wei shouted and the golden spirit energy in his hands smashed towards Mu En. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Mu En replied and disappeared in an instant. Junior apprentice brother Wu, be careful. He's behind you. Qi Ding warned as he flew forward. Hearing Qi Ding's warning, Wu Wei hastily retreated to defend, but Mu En's attack had already arrived. Boom! Ah! Wu Wei screamed as he was smashed down from the sky by Mu En. At this time, Qi Ding had already arrived at Mu En's side, and the two immediately began fighting. On the other side, the kings of the moon-worshipping sect quickly split into 3 groups. One went to help Qi Ding kill Mu En, the other 2 went to fight Zhang Li, and Mu Ji went to fight Yun Mingqi. Elder sister, don't you know that doing this will bring disaster to your sect? Yun Mingqi looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji replied, as long as you all stay here, who will know that we did it? 2 crescent blades appeared in her hands. The blades emitted a biting cold aura, and the dazzling light they emitted made it hard for people to look directly at them. These 2 crescent blades were shockingly Tier 3 high-tier sabers, and belonged to the Tier 3 premium grade. Since that's the case, then I'll have to ask Elder Sister for a few pointers. Yun Mingqi's hand flashed and a blue long sword appeared in her hand. This was the mid-tier 4th level soft-tide sword she had obtained in the secret realm. Good person, good sword, I wonder if your battle strength is the same? Mu Ji praised, and the 2 blades in her hands slashed out 2 sword attacks that were as dazzling as moonlight. Yun Mingqi didn't retreat, but instead advanced. The soft-tide sword in her hand slashed out wave after wave towards the moonlight sword attack. For a time, shocking sounds of battle rang out in the sky, and colorful spiritual energy bloomed like fireworks. The deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect all looked up at the fierce battle above, and there was a surging fighting spirit in their hearts. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to help. Who is this person? He actually dares to challenge the elders? Who knows? They're definitely here to cause trouble. Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Look, there are a total of 6 king-level powerhouses, so they definitely came prepared. Perhaps they already know about this crystal mine and are here to steal it. You're right. It looks like this won't end well. Wu Wei, who was blasted down by Mu En's palm, climbed up from the ground. His whole body was covered in dirt and blood, and he looked very embarrassed. Damn it, I was too careless. Wu Wei spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. Then he raised his head to look at the sky. Right now, Mu Wen was surrounded by Qi Ding and another king-level powerhouse, and Zhang Li was also surrounded by two people. The moon-worshipping sect had the upper hand, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before Mu En and the others would be defeated. On the other side, Yun Mingqi had just advanced to the king level not too long ago, and there was a certain gap between her and Mu Ji. However, she relied on the advantage of her profound artifact and the blue-tier profound skill, soft-tide overlapping, to fight Mu Ji to a standstill. Wu Wei thought to himself, "It looks like there's no need for me to help. Senior brother Qi and the others will be able to get rid of these trash from the Purple Sky sect." Then he looked at the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect, and a sinister light flashed through his eyes. "I'll take care of these little trash," Wu Wei shouted, and the golden spiritual energy in his hand blasted towards the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect. Boom! A king-level move could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, and its power was earth-shattering. Wu Wei's move directly killed several deacons of the Purple Sky sect. "You dare to kill our sect's people? Everyone, let's get rid of this guy together," Xing Zhantian shouted as he charged towards Wu Wei. With Xing Zhantian's shout, several deacons of the Purple Sky sect charged towards Wu Wei. "Hee little trash, come at me. I'll kill as many as you come." Wu Wei licked his dry lips as he spoke fiercely. As an inner deacon, Xing Zhantian's position in the sect was quite high. Now that he was half a step to king level, he could just barely use half of his spiritual power to fight against Wu Wei. The other deacons who were charging over were also experts at the peak of the Spirit Master level. Wu Wei hadn't expected that the deacons of the Purple Sky sect would have such powerful strength. In addition to the internal injuries he had suffered from Mu Wen's attack, he was forced to continuously retreat by Xing Zhantian and the others. "Bastard!" Wu Wei's face lost all color, and with a shout, his fists continuously blasted out powerful golden fist shadows. Boom boom, poo-pew. Two deacons of the Purple Sky sect had their chests pierced through and died. "Son of AB*, I'll take you down with me," Xing Zhantian cursed. His expression was resolute, and the long spear in his hand spun out an incomparably powerful spear shadow that stabbed towards Wu Wei. "You don't have the qualifications to take me down with you." Wu Wei raised a single hand, and the golden spirit energy condensed into a blade shadow that smashed heavily against the spear shadow. Immediately, the spear shadow dissipated, and the blade continued to slash towards Xing Zhantian. Although there was only a single step between half a step into the king level and the king level, the difference in strength was incomparable. Seeing that the blade shadow was about to smash into Xing Zhantian, one of the deacons of the Purple Sky sect sent Xing Zhantian flying, avoiding the fate of being dismembered. At the same time, the 20 or so deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect all became incomparably indignant, and they all took out their profound level weapons to attack Wu Wei. "A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon," Wu Wei said disdainfully. His entire body released its aura, and his fists punched out several times, completely disintegrating the attacks of the Purple Sky sect. Wu Wei had thought that he had blocked all the attacks. Unexpectedly, an icy chill and a wave of heat pierced towards him from behind. As a king-level expert, Wu Wei's reflexes were extremely sharp. As soon as he sensed a trace of danger, he immediately soared into the air. The two attacks that had pierced towards him had both fallen behind. "You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. I'll make sure you die a horrible death," Wu Wei said malevolently as he looked at the two beautiful figures below him. At the same time, a beam of golden spirit energy shot towards the two of them like the wind. The two of them hastily retreated, but the beam of golden spirit energy seemed to have eyes of its own and continued to chase after them. Just as the beam of golden spirit energy was about to pierce through their chests, several axe shadows shot out from the side, shaking off the two beams of spirit energy in time. Only then did the two of them manage to escape. The two people who had launched a sneak attack on Wu Wei were Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan, and the one who had saved them was Shi Tianhou. Good, you were actually able to escape one of my attacks. Let me see how many more of my attacks you can escape." Wu Wei sneered condescendingly. He spread out his palms, and once again began to refine his spirit energy attack. At this time, the deacons of the Purple Sky sect once again reorganized their formation, and a beam of spirit energy shot upwards to attack. Shi Tianhou glanced at a corner and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother, you're trying to escape again?" The one who had been preparing to escape was Huang Yifeng. When he heard Shi Tianhou's shout, his body stiffened slightly, and he immediately ran even faster. "Hateful villain!" Shi Tianhou cursed angrily. At this time, the fierce battle in the air had already reached its climax. Mu En and Zhang Li had already suffered quite a few injuries, but they still used all their strength to contend with them. As for Wu Wei, he still continued to abuse the Purple Sky sect. Seeing the deacons of the Purple Sky sect being killed by him, he felt very proud in his heart. Damned Purple Sky sect, you actually dare to look down on this king. This king will let you all die. Wu Wei muttered as he controlled his spirit energy attack in midair. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a person actually quickly escaping. "If I let you escape from under my eyes, wouldn't that be ruining this king's prestige?" Wu En said with a sneer. His hand condensed into a blade, and he casually waved it. Shoo! The golden blade cut through the air like the wind, chopping towards the escaping Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng seemed to sense danger, and stopped to look back. "No!" His eyes bulged out, and he cried out in alarm. The blade directly sank into his waist. Blood splattered everywhere, and his head was separated from his body. Let's see who still dares to escape." Wu Wei laughed, and continued to kill the deacons of the Purple Sky sect. Among so many people, there was still one person who did not participate in the battle. He was hiding behind a huge rock, watching the battle coldly. This person was Ling Xiao. He was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and his strength was the lowest. He did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle, but it did not mean that he was afraid before the battle. Right now, he was only thinking about how to help the sect through this crisis. The difference in strength is too great, there is no way to resist. Ling Xiao thought about it, but could not think of a good plan, and could not help but say sadly. Seeing the sect deacons being killed one by one, Ling Xiao became more and more anxious. At this rate, it would be his turn sooner or later. "Fuck, I'll go all out." Ling Xiao seemed to have made up his mind, and then he said to the fire Qilin on his shoulder, "Prodigal boy, bring me up." The fire Qilin listened to Ling Xiao's words and immediately grew to 2 meters long. Its majestic appearance exuded a noble and domineering aura. "If only you were already a 4th-rank spirit beast." Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire Qilin's back and rubbed its head with a sigh. When the fire Qilin was at the middle of the 3rd rank, it had been able to fight against the 4th-rank lunar wind beast. But in the end, it was still not a match for it. Although it had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, it was still not at the 4th rank. There was still a large gap between it and a king-rank expert. Otherwise, it would be able to go all out with these people. Wu Wei was killing from a high vantage point, and he did not notice that a man and a beast were quietly approaching from behind. The Purple Sky sect's deacons and disciples looked up and saw Ling Xiao's movements. They couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Laiyan, and Shi Tianhou also saw it, and they were both happy and worried. They were happy because they hadn't expected Ling Xiao to have another move. He actually had a spirit beast that could fly, but they were worried that Ling Xiao would be discovered by Wu Wei. If that was the case, then he would be in grave danger. "Are you all stupid? This old man doesn't want to play anymore. Watch me destroy all of you in one move." Wu Wei looked down at the people of the Purple Sky sect who were in a daze, thinking that they were afraid of him. He immediately laughed coldly and condensed a powerful destructive move, intending to kill all of them in one go. Chapter 215. Wu Wei had lost himself in the slaughter, and many of the Purple Sky sect's attendants had already fallen to his hands. At this moment, he wanted to kill all the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect in one fell swoop. The surrounding golden spiritual energy was like a swallow returning to its nest, crazily rushing toward Wu Wei. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, and from below, he looked like a golden sun god of war. His aura was extremely terrifying, and the pressure he exuded was enough to cause others to tremble in fear. "We're dead for sure. Everyone run." One of the attendants was scared out of his wits, and his entire body trembled as he turned to run. Xing Zhantian also knew that if he continued to run, everyone would die here. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, scatter and run." He shouted and began to gather spiritual energy around his body in preparation for a final struggle. However, he just happened to see Ling Xiao gradually approaching Wu Wei. His eyes jumped a few times, and he thought to himself, "Does this kid have a plan?" Even though he knew that Ling Xiao's strength was weak when it came to life and death, he could only place his hopes on this unexpected kid. At this time, Wu Wei finished gathering his energy, and 2 golden balls of spiritual energy appeared between his palms, emitting a terrifying pressure. The breathing of the people below him quickened. At this time, Mu En, who was fighting with Qi Ding and the others, sensed something and shouted at Wu Wei, "If you dare to kill us all, our Purple Sky sect will fight to the death with your moon-worshipping sect." In a moment of distraction, Mu En was struck in the chest by Qi Ding's palm, and his entire body flew back several hundred meters as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Zhongli wasn't much better. Wu Wei laughed even more proudly, "If we kill all of you, the Purple Sky sect won't know that we did it. Go to hell." At this time, Qi Ding suddenly caught sight of Ling Xiao approaching Wu Wei. His eyes jumped, and he immediately shouted, "Junior brother Wu, behind you." "Oh no." Ling Xiao cried out and softly called out to the fire Qilin, "Hurry up, you wastrel." The fire Qilin received Ling Xiao's instructions and suddenly sped up, arriving 10 meters away from Wu Wei in an instant. Wu Wei turned his head and was slightly astonished. This is a divine beast Qilin? That's impossible." Wu Wei murmured to himself in disbelief. He had completely ignored Ling Xiao's existence because a mere high-level mystic cultivator was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. He was not worth paying attention to at all. Good chance. Ling Xiao did not expect Wu Wei to not make a move against him. The spiritual power that he had been accumulating erupted in an instant. Gathering Blade Rend. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. Both his hands turned into fingers and lightly tapped his temples. Instantly, the mental energy within his sea of wisdom surged out, condensing into an invisible blade that pierced towards Wu Wei's sea of wisdom. This was Ling Xiao's strongest psychic attack. In the past, he had always used the condensed needle stab, but the current opponent's level was too far apart. He only had one chance to strike, and if he missed it, he would die. Condensed Blade Rend was used by Ling Xiao to condense his spiritual energy into the shape of a sharp blade to break down the beast pill when he was refining Tier 3 elixir pills. By condensing all of his spiritual energy into a blade, it was many times more powerful than when he was refining elixir pills. Ling Xiao was confident that even a spirit master would not be able to survive this attack. As for the power of a king stage super expert, it was already beyond his imagination, so he did not dare to make wild guesses. Ling Xiao had not yet cultivated the first stage of the mind-controlling art. Otherwise, he would be able to condense his spiritual energy into all kinds of attacks, and the power would be even more extraordinary. Wu Wei heard Ling Xiao's shout and laughed. "Ha! A mere mystic cultivator dares to..." However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have sensed something, and a bad premonition came over him. All of a sudden, he felt as if something had broken out of his shell and entered his mind. His spiritual sea felt like it was being heavily slashed. Wu Wei let out a shocking scream, and his entire person seemed to have lost his mind, rolling around in the air while holding his head. "It's done!" Ling Xiao laughed and immediately shouted to Fire Qilin, "Prodigal boy, get rid of him for me." Fire Qilin let out a happy cry, and opened its mouth to spit out a flame towards the heavily injured Wu Wei. As soon as Wu Wei was touched by the flame, he screamed even more miserably. He waved his hands non-stop, and balls of golden spiritual energy flew everywhere. Boom boom boom. The people of the Purple Sky sect below him quickly took the opportunity to hide, and Ling Xiao, who was riding on Fire Qilin, did not dare to approach. Suddenly, a golden light actually blasted towards Ling Xiao. Seeing that the golden light was right in front of him, Ling Xiao's face was pale with fright, and he could not help but let out a strange cry, "Oh no!" Fortunately, Fire Qilin's reaction was extremely fast, and it resentfully avoided that terrifying attack. Boom boom. The golden light rushed towards the crater behind Ling Xiao, and there was a shocking explosion. The crater was immediately filled with flying ash. "You scared me to death. Go over there, you wastrel. I want to kill him with my own hands." Ling Xiao patted his chest. It was obvious that he had been scared out of his wits. He immediately directed the Fire Qilin to attack the screaming Wu Wei. "Little thief, you dare." Qi Ding, who was not far away, saw that Wu Wei was in danger, and saw that Ling Xiao was attacking again. He could not help but shout angrily, and his whole body flew towards Ling Xiao. However, Qi Ding was a little far from Wu Wei, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had arrived in front of Wu Wei, who was being burned and falling down. "Let me give you a quick death." Ling Xiao raised the blazing flame sword high, and with a shout, the sword in his hand fell down. Blood blossomed, and the body was decapitated. The stench of burning corpses. Whether it was the King Stage people who were fighting, or the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect below, they all clearly saw this shocking scene. A King Stage expert had fallen at the hands of a high-level mystic cultivator. If word of this were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Is that King Stage expert dead? I'm not dreaming, am I? It should be true because I saw it too. We can't possibly have the same dream. Too powerful. He can even kill a King Stage expert. This kid will definitely raise the prestige of our sect in the future. Don't celebrate too early. They still have a few King Stage experts. Below, the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect cried out in alarm. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Lian, and Shi Tianhou were also shocked by this scene. They had never imagined that Ling Xiao would have such a method. It had to be known that this King Stage expert had almost killed all of them, but Ling Xiao had killed him so effortlessly. This was too unbelievable. "Ling Xiao, be careful." Down below, Xing Zhantian was the first to respond. When he saw Qi Ding charging at Ling Xiao like the wind, he quickly warned him. "Damn it, you wastrel, run." Ling Xiao cried out and urged the Fire Qilin to flee. He had only been able to kill Wu Wei by relying on a sneak attack and luck. Moreover, his spiritual force had been depleted by 90%, so he didn't have the strength to kill a King Stage expert anymore. He had no choice but to flee. Although the Fire Qilin's strength hadn't reached the 4th stage, its speed was much faster than Qi Ding's, who was a King Stage expert. In the blink of an eye, it had fled a kilometer away. "Ah, you damned bastard, I'll kill all of you." Qi Ding screamed madly. He hadn't expected that a mere high-level mystic cultivator would have such a cunning method. Not only had he killed one of their King Stage experts, but he had also been able to escape right in front of his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him, and he could only vent all his anger on the people of the Purple Sky sect. However, just as he was about to kill everyone from the Purple Sky sect, a series of hair-raising screams rang out. The screams were densely packed, sharp and ear-piercing, and it was very irritating to listen to. So many fire rats. A deacon from the Purple Sky sect was the first to notice the abnormality. They saw that at the entrance of the crystal mine where they had been digging, crimson rat spirit beasts ran out one after another. Each rat spirit beast was more than 2 meters long, and their red fur stood up like needles. Their crimson red eyes were filled with violence, and their 2 sharp fangs were exposed, showing their fierce nature. These were obviously 3rd stage fire rats. If it was just one fire rat, it wouldn't have surprised them. After all, fire rats would occasionally appear during crystal mining, and with their strength as spirit masters, it was relatively easy to deal with them. But now, in front of them was a large group of fire rats. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, and it seemed to be more than that, because there were still fire rats coming out of the crystal mine. This made everyone's hair stand on end. How can there be so many fire rats? That must be a rat nest. A Purple Sky sect disciple's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief as he kept retreating. In the end, he turned around and ran. What a joke! If they didn't run, they would all die. Every fire rat had the strength of a third stage low to a high stage, which was relative to a spirit master's strength. There were more than 100 of them, and it was enough to kill them all here. Look, what's that? Someone pointed at the mouth of the volcano and exclaimed. It's also a fire rat, so many. A deacon with better eyesight exclaimed with a trembling voice. In an instant, all the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect began to flee towards the direction of Flame Valley. The few king steps in the air also saw this shocking change and stopped fighting one after another. Yun Mingqi and Mu Ji's battle was a draw, and both of them were injured. As for Mu En and Zhang Li, they were both heavily injured and could barely fly in midair. While the people of the moon-worshipping sect were still in a daze, Mu En called out, "Miss, Junior Zhang, let's go." After calling out, the three of them used all their strength to escape. Before Yun Mingqi escaped, her beautiful eyes looked deeply in one direction, and she prayed in her heart, "You must come back." GGG. A series of ear-piercing screeches echoed throughout the flaming valley. Countless fire rats instantly filled the entire area. Looking down from the sky, the uncountable number of fire rats was shocking to the extreme. This was a rat tide. Chapter 216. Moon Lady, Senior Brother Qi, Mu En and the others have escaped. Let's chase after them. An elder of the moon-worshipping sect exclaimed. Forget it. If they want to escape, we won't be able to stop them, said Mu Ji indifferently. At the same time, she took out 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into her mouth. The battle with Yun Mingqi had consumed a lot of his energy. Although she and Yun Mingqi were both at the early stages of the King Realm, she had reached the King Realm a few years earlier than Yun Mingqi. She believed that her control of spiritual energy and battle experience was far superior to Yun Mingqi's. She had thought that she had already won. But Yun Mingqi was actually able to fight to a draw with her. Furthermore, she felt that Yun Mingqi definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. She was even more amazed by Yun Mingqi. He had only stepped foot into the king rank for less than a year, yet he actually possessed such strength. It seemed like he would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. Elder Qi, what should we do now? Mu Ji walked up to Qi Ding and asked. Qi Ding's position in the moon-worshipping sect was quite high. Although Mu Ji was a moon maiden, she knew that she had to respect his opinion. These fire rats came from the crystal mine, and the number of them at the mouth of the volcano is even more terrifying. It looks like there must be something extraordinary about this fiery valley to be able to produce a crystal mine. It's a pity that we received the news too late. It's really lucky for the Purple Sky sect, said Qi Ding. He paused for a moment before continuing. There should be quite a lot of crystal mines here, but there are so many fire rats now. Even if we can kill them all, I'm afraid that the crystal mine will also be destroyed. That won't be easy. For a time, everyone from the moon-worshipping sect fell silent. In the end, Mu Ji broke the silence and said, "Why don't we go back to the sect to report? There's no need to rush this matter. Let's go investigate first to avoid being used by others." Qi Ding waved his hand. Then, the 5 of them slowly descended from the sky towards the crystal mine. The moment the fire rats saw the humans, they immediately pounced on the 5 of them. There were so many of them that if it was a spirit master, they would be so scared that their legs would go soft. However, a king rank was a king rank after all. With a wave of their hands, a few streaks of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, dozens of fire rats were killed. However, these fire rats did not seem to be afraid of death. One by one, they pounced towards the moon-worshipping sect members. A water element king stage cultivator stood up and said, "Moon Lady, Senior Qi, you guys go in and take a look. We'll stop these damned rats." Mu Ji and Qi Ding didn't say anything as they walked into the cave side by side. The remaining 3 king stage warriors immediately started killing the fire rats that were charging at them. However, not long after Mu Ji and Qi Ding walked in, a huge crack appeared in the crystal mine. Then 2 figures flew out from the cave entrance. The spirit-worshipping Qi Tu sect Ding sect. Tun sect, sects 2 flew. And the others didn't. Ding spirit Yun followed. When the others heard the call, they didn't stop and immediately chased after them. The few of them hovered in midair again, and one of the king stage cultivators asked, "Senior Qi, did you say that there are level 4 fire rats inside?" Time, Mu Mu sect with sect. Spirit sect? Sect, sect, rank, time and sect, sect, how, Mu, how and how Yun, time as, spirit, how. How is this possible? Is there a crystal mine? Don't tell me that person lied to us? That king asked. No, there should be a crystal mine. I just saw the purple sky sex people come out. It's just that there are fire rats inside, so we can't check, Qi Ding said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Wang Jie asked. Moon Lady, what do you think? Qi Ding asked Mu Ji, who was deep in thought. Since the purple sky sect has been mining here for a period of time, there must be a lot of glazed crystals inside. But most of the glazed crystals should have been taken by the purple sky sect. If we want to kill all these fire rats, we will have to pay a lot to get the rest of the glazed crystals. If we get enough glazed crystals, it will make sense. But if there are very few glazed crystals left, I'm afraid it will not be worth it, Mu Ji analyzed. So you're saying that we're giving up? Qi Ding asked. Mu Ji replied, I think we should go back and report to the sect master and let him decide. Maybe it's as Elder Qi said, and there really is a treasure here. Yes, it seems like that's the only way. But with a 4th level fire rat here, even the sect master or the previous generation's elders would have a headache, Qi Ding said with a bitter smile. He then said, Junior Wu has fallen. I'm afraid the sect master will scold us when we go back. It doesn't matter if he's scolded, but I think we should think about how to explain his death, Mu Ji said. As soon as she said this, everyone revealed a strange expression. Could they go back and report to the sect master that Wu Wei was killed by a high-level mystic cultivator? They were afraid that the moment they said this, they would be chopped alive by the sect master. Was there really a king stage expert who was killed by a mere high-level mystic cultivator? Only they knew the answer to that question. Everyone left, leaving only one person riding a majestic fiery red spirit beast, wandering around the other side of the crater. This person was none other than the one who had killed Wu Wei and escaped, Ling Xiao. He and the fire Qilin hadn't escaped very far just now. They had only circled to the other side of the volcano so that no one could discover their presence. And Ling Xiao also had a panoramic view of the fire rats that were coming out of the volcano one after another. From afar, he felt his hair stand on end. These furry fellows were really disgusting. It was even more disgusting than when he saw the black devouring ants in the desolate mountain abyss. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many fire rats all of a sudden? Is there a rat nest beneath this volcano? Ling Xiao crossed his arms and mumbled to himself. Forget it, I can't stay here for long. It'll be troublesome if those fellows come again. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to leave. He was afraid that if they came after him, he would be in trouble. But then he thought of Yun Mingqi and wondered how she was doing. So he called the fire Qilin back to check on the situation. By the time he returned, everyone had already dispersed. Only the fire rats were still coming out, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Ling Xiao was even more puzzled, but he also knew that something was definitely going to happen to Fire Valley. Just as he was about to leave, the nearby volcano suddenly exploded with an earth-shattering sound. Boom boom boom. That sound was like thunder rumbling through the 9 skies, its momentum shaking the heavens. Ling Xiao was so shaken that he almost fell off the fire Qilin. His eardrums were ringing, and he could see stars in front of him. Damn, the volcano erupted. Ling Xiao hugged the fire Qilin tightly and turned to look. All he saw was a ball of fire shooting into the sky. In mid-air, streams of molten lava shot out from the volcano. In an instant, the temperature rose by tens of degrees, turning the place into a sea of fire purgatory. A large number of fire rats were engulfed by the sea of fire. They did not even manage to let out a few screams before they turned into a puddle of blood. Even their bones had dissipated. The nearby trees, herbs, rocks, and caves were also engulfed by the sea of fire. Sizzle, sizzle. Anything that came into contact with the molten lava made an ear-piercing sound. After an unknown period of time, the area within 100 miles of the volcano had turned into a land of molten lava. It was like a fiery red pool, filled with an unbearably high temperature. Ling Xiao looked at the power of heaven and earth from afar and felt that he was like a chestnut in the sea, extremely insignificant. A volcano eruption is so scary. Ling Xiao wiped his cold sweat and sighed. Let's go, prodigal. It's too hot here, I can't stand it. Ling Xiao said to the fire Qilin. Unexpectedly, the fire Qilin did not listen to him this time. It raised its head to the sky and roared, roar. It looked up to the sky and roared, roar. Hey, prodigal. Don't drag me down with you even if you want to die. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. The volcano had already erupted twice, and he didn't know if it would erupt again. But the fire Qilin wanted to bring him in the direction of the volcano again. If it erupted again, he was afraid that even his dregs would be washed away. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but he had already died once. He didn't want to die inexplicably now. However, the fire Qilin didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. It flew straight to the top of the volcano. Ling Xiao looked down and saw a large expanse of molten lava rolling and surging in the mouth of the volcano. It seemed as if it would erupt at any time. Prodigal, you don't take things too hard. Let's leave quickly. When we return, I will definitely find you more beast cores to feed. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and said anxiously. However, before he could finish speaking, the fire Qilin actually carried him into the mouth of the volcano. The volcano eruption alarmed everyone who had just left not long ago. Several king steps of the moon-worshipping sect clearly heard the explosion that soared into the sky. Qi Ding frowned and said, "So it was a volcano eruption. No wonder so many fire rats ran out. It looks like we don't need to come back here anymore." Poor Junior Wu, he sacrificed himself in vain. One of the king's steps shook his head and sighed. "No, we will definitely find that kid and take revenge for Junior Wu," another king step said. Mu Ji said from the side, "Let's think about how to deal with the Purple Sky sect's condemnation first." In the ruins of the city closest to Fire Valley, Changyi, Yang'an, Chaonan, and the others were all in a panic. The deacons and disciples who had escaped from Fire Valley gave them a brief explanation of the situation in the valley, scaring them so much that they didn't know what to say. For a moment, everyone called for their mounts to quickly fly away from the city. Just as they left, a large group of spirit beasts rushed out of Fire Valley. Everyone secretly sighed at their lucky escape. "Zhantian, why are there only 10 of you? Where are the others and the elders?" Yang'an asked Xing Zhantian. Changyi said, "That's right, where are they?" Xing Zhantian dispiritedly shook his head and sighed, "Dead, they're all dead." Their expressions changed and Yang'an anxiously asked, "Just what is going on?" "Sai, let's hurry back first." "I'll tell you on the way," Xing Zhantian said with a heavy sigh. At this time, it just so happened that the mouth of the volcano was about to erupt. Everyone was like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough, and they were so frightened that they swayed a few times. Zhu Ruchang's head disciple, Lu Dong, was so frightened that he fell off his green wind crane. Ugh. Chapter 217. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, the peak lords of the 9 peaks were gathered together, along with quite a few of the higher-ranking elders of the various peaks. Everyone's expressions were extremely grim, and the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. As the sect master, Yun Xiong broke the silence and said, "Everyone, what should we do? This matter involves a lot of people, so we shouldn't act rashly," said Su Jianan, the peak lord of Golden Tree Peak. "Senior brother Su's words are wrong. The moon-worshipping sect actually dared to come to our sect and kill people. They clearly do not place our sect in their eyes, and they even injured 2 of our sect's elders. If we do not respond and this matter spreads out, our sect's prestige in the Northwest will definitely be damaged in the future. We might even be replaced by the moon-worshipping sect because of this. I believe that the moon-worshipping sect must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we will go to war with the moon-worshipping sect at all costs. Zhao Mingyuan shouted from the peak of Scarlet Flame Peak. Although Junior Mingyuan's words are correct, our sect's strength is similar to the moon-worshipping sect's. If we rashly start a war, even if we destroy the moon-worshipping sect, our sect's strength will definitely be greatly damaged. At that time, the other sects will take advantage of this, and I'm afraid, are we just going to swallow this? That's impossible, Zhao Mingyuan said indignantly. Mu Huai, the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak, said, Senior Su's words make sense, but I don't think we should just let this matter rest. What you said is not the same as not saying anything. The key is to come up with a feasible method that not only can we get back at them, but also minimize our losses. This is quite difficult. Su Jianan shook his head. There are no 2 ways about it. I don't think we should retreat from this matter, Wen Haiyan said firmly. I agree with junior sister. Wan Shou of the Beast region immediately agreed. I think we should think about this matter carefully. Nangong Changle stroked his white beard. For a moment, the elders in the hall were discussing amongst themselves, but none of them could come up with a solution. Yun Xiong frowned and said, Enough, I already have a plan for this matter. The moment he said this, all the elders' gazes focused on him. Yun Xiong said, Since the moon-worshipping sect doesn't care about the morality of our 2 sects, we must demand justice from them. Otherwise, they will think that our Purple Sky sect is easy to bully. All the elders in the hall nodded in agreement with Yun Xiong's decision. Although the strength of the 2 sects was about the same, the Purple Sky sect was ranked above the moon-worshipping sect after all. Now that the other party had come to bully them, if they didn't do anything, they would probably become a laughingstock. As the leader of a sect, Yun Xiong naturally could not afford to be weak at a time like this. Otherwise, how could he be in charge of such a big sect? Elders, do you have anything else to report? Yun Xiong asked. Ru Chang, who had returned from the Flame Valley, stood up and bowed. Sect Master, I have something to report. Yun Xiong replied, Elders, please speak. Sect Master, Herb Chasing Peak's inner sect disciple Ling Xiao, please leave the sect, said Ru Chang. As soon as these words came out, all the elders were puzzled. Ordinary disciples wouldn't be expelled from the sect if they didn't commit a grave mistake, especially inner disciples. Even if a disciple was to be expelled from the sect, it should be brought up by the Peak Lord to the Elders Guild and be expelled after unanimous approval. Now, Ru Chang actually bypassed the Peak Lord Nangong Changle and brought it up in front of the sect master and the elders. This was undoubtedly disrespectful and dissatisfied towards Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle frowned in displeasure and said, Junior brother, why did you expel Ling Xiao from the sect? Why didn't you discuss this matter with me first? Chang Ying replied, Senior Martial Brother, Ling Xiao is your disciple, and I'm afraid that Senior Martial Brother will indulge him too much. That's why I reported this matter to the sect head first, in case Senior Martial Brother is deceived by a lowly person. According to what Junior Brother said, Ling Xiao must have made a grave mistake? Then tell me, what's going on with that brat Ling Xiao? Nangong Changle frowned and replied. At this time, Mu Huai smiled from the side and said, Since Medicine Peak doesn't want my disciple, why don't we let him stay in Wood Flag Peak? Mu Huai was Ling Xiao's master, and Mu Huai didn't know Ling Xiao's character very well, but he felt that he was a very serious and humble disciple. As long as Ling Xiao didn't make a grave mistake, Mu Huai definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao leave so easily. A pure wood attribute body was a martial body that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. If Peak Lord Mu likes it, of course it's fine as long as he doesn't stay in Medicine Peak, Ru Chang replied without minding. Elders, tell me first, what did Ling Xiao do wrong? Yun Xiong asked. He had a rather deep impression of Ling Xiao. He was a youth with multiple attributes, and the purity of his attributes was so high that no one in the sect could compare to him. Reporting to Sect Master, Ling Zhao's character is stubborn and mischievous. He likes to make decisions on his own, doesn't listen to his elders, and even dares to talk back to them. I feel that such a stubborn and mischievous disciple shouldn't be allowed to stay in the sect, Ruchang said. In his heart, he was thinking, I definitely can't let that bastard Ling Xiao return to Medicine Peak, never. Junior brother, is this the only reason you have? Nangong Changle asked with a dark expression. Nangong Changle knew a little about Ling Zhao's character, and he was definitely not like what his junior brother Ruchang had described him to be. Moreover, his junior brother's reason was not sufficient. If a disciple was just a little stubborn and mischievous, it didn't seem right to expel him from the sect. All the elders in the hall revealed expressions of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They didn't agree with Zhu Ruchang's words at all. However, what Zhu Ruchang said next shocked everyone. I think that Ling Xiao might be a spy sent by the Spectre sect, Ruchang said indifferently. Bullsh *T, if you can't find evidence to prove that Ling Xiao is a spy from the Spectre sect, this old man isn't done with you. Mu Huai immediately stood up and scolded after hearing Zhu Ruchang's words. He cursed in his heart, this Ruchang is too despicable, he even dares to bring up such a groundless accusation. Yun Xiong, who was sitting on the upper seat, narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Zhu, you have to think twice before you speak. Yun Xiong also felt that Ruchang's words were not very trustworthy, but he was still a little worried. Someone said that the savage leopard escaped. I think this has something to do with Ling Xiao, Ruchang said indifferently while suppressing the fear in his heart. Actually, he was just randomly accusing Ling Xiao of a crime. How would he know if Ling Xiao was a spy from the Spectre sect? He originally thought that even if someone didn't believe him, they wouldn't care about what he said. Who knew that Mu Huai's reaction would be so intense? It seemed that he really doted on Ling Xiao. If he really offended Mu Huai because of this, Ruchang also felt that it was not worth it. He was indeed a third-grade alchemist, but compared to Mu Huai in the sect, he was still slightly inferior, so he really didn't want to offend Mu Huai unless he had no other choice. What does the escape of the savage leopard have to do with Ling Xiao? Yun Xiong asked in confusion. The savage leopard and the other prisoners were all saved from the fire poison, and the one who cured the fire poison was Ling Xiao. Why was the seal of the others not broken, but only the seal of the savage leopard was broken? Isn't this suspicious? Ruchang sneered. Although he didn't see with his own eyes whether Ling Xiao broke the seal of the savage leopard, according to the news reported by the deacon, it was indeed because after Ling Xiao cured the fire poison of the savage leopard broke the seal and escaped. The savage leopard was the prisoner who injured Ling Xiao and escaped. For a moment, all the elders in the hall fell into silence. If Ruchang's words were correct, then wouldn't it be as simple as kicking Ling Xiao out of the sect? Sect Master, I have something to say, Mu En said softly from the side. Ever since the battle with Qi Ding and the others, he had come back to recuperate for a few days. His injuries had somewhat recovered, and he was barely able to participate in this meeting. Speak, Elder Mu En, Yun Xiong said. I feel that Elder Zhu's words are complete nonsense, Mu En said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Ruchang's expression changed. Mu En continued. In my opinion, not only does that child Ling Xiao not need to be expelled from the sect, he should also be recorded as a great merit and be allowed to become a true disciple of our Wood Flag Peak. Mu En's words were very loud and powerful, and he did not hold back in defending Ling Xiao. Mu Huai was overjoyed and immediately replied, I agree with my senior brother's suggestion. Another voice sounded out, I agree with senior brother Mu's suggestion. If Mu Huai had agreed, then no one would have been surprised. However, there was another person who agreed, and that person was not Medicine Peak's Nangong Changle, but Scarlet Flame Peak's Elder Zhang Li. Elder Mu En, elderly, why are you protecting a spy? Ruchang asked with a red face. He had never expected that two great elders would stand up for Ling Xiao. If that was the case, then wouldn't his plan fail? He could not accept this. And you still have the nerve to say that? In Flame Valley, Ling Xiao can expel the fire poison because of his physique, and he helped most of the attendants and disciples expel the poison. If it weren't for him, who knows how many attendants and disciples would still be trapped by the fire poison. However, Elder Zhu wants to send him to the crystal mine to mine crystals with the prisoners. It seems that you don't like him, right? Junior brother Zhang can testify to this. Mu En glared at Ruchang in annoyance. Zhang Li nodded at the crowd from the side, admitting that Mu En's words were correct. Ruchang's expression immediately paled, and he immediately explained, Elder Mu En, don't be deceived by his actions. Didn't he let the savage leopard escape? When the savage leopard escaped, I was nearby, and he almost killed Ling Xiao. Do you think that Ling Xiao would save someone who wanted to kill him? Furthermore, Ling Xiao's background is clear, so how could he be a spy from the Spectre sect? Moreover, he killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect. Could that be false? Therefore, I believe that child Ling Xiao saved his fellow sect members and killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect. He should be recorded as a great merit and be listed as a true disciple, Mu En said faintly. As soon as these words came out, all the elders had astonished expressions on their faces. Yun Xiong, who was sitting in the upper seat, asked, Elder Mu En, did you say that Ling Xiao killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect? Yes, I, junior brother Zhang, and Miss saw it with our own eyes. There is absolutely not a word of falsehood, Mu En said with certainty. That's right. At that time, the elder of the moon-worshipping sect, Wu Wei, slaughtered my sect's deacons and disciples. Not only did Ling Xiao not run away, he even rode on his protective spirit beast and slashed Wu Wei in half, Zhang Li answered from the side. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. A high-level mystic practitioner could kill a king-level practitioner? This was too inconceivable. If it was only Mu En who said this, they all thought that Mu En's brain must have been flooded with water. However, Zhang Li proved Mu En's words. Could it be that his brain had also been flooded with water? This was obviously impossible. Zhu Ruchang's face turned into a pig's liver, and he couldn't say anything else. In his heart, his resentment towards Ling Xiao deepened. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.